Let's begin new story. Chapter 1 is finished. Premature baby true martial heavenly domain. The ancient Yi family. The patriarch's wife, Ling Susu, drank a large bowl of immortal elixir. Then, with eyes full of loving tenderness, she gently stroked her belly. Child, in 10 more years, mother will be able to see you. She had been pregnant for 90 years. In 10 more years, it would be the centennial. Once the centennial arrived, the child in her womb could be born. So naughty. Looks like it's a boy. Feeling the movement from her belly, Ling Susu smiled gently. Every time she consumed the spiritual elixir or rare treasures, the child in her womb would be very playful. The little arms and legs would move vigorously. Ling Susu was very happy about this. It signified the success of the Yi family's secret technique. In the womb. You scoundrel, you're stealing my resources again. Ling Qingshe was furious. At the same time, she frantically waved her small hands, trying to grab more immortal liquid, to help solidify her foundation. But the result was the same as always, she could only absorb a small portion. Then she watched helplessly as the scoundrel, she called her, absorbed most of the immortal liquid. Scoundrel, scoundrel, you just wait. After I'm born, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. A few breaths later, Ling Qingshe calmed her resentful mood. She began to absorb the immortal liquid. Many years ago, she was the Empress of the Ice Realm, with unparalleled beauty and boundless cultivation. She was a goddess whom countless male cultivators could only dream of. Later, at the crucial moment when she was in seclusion breaking through to the great Emperor realm, her trusted disciple betrayed her, attracting a powerful enemy. This led to her failure to break through. In the moments before her death, Ling Qingshe used all her cultivation to perform the great destiny reincarnation technique, choosing to be reincarnated. To quickly restore her cultivation in her next life, she chose a highly powerful family in the cultivation world, the Yi family. But there was one thing she hadn't expected. That was, the Yi family patriarch's wife, Ling Susu, was pregnant with twins. And they're twins, a boy and a girl. Originally, Ling Qingshe had no objection to this. As the reincarnation of a great emperor, all she needed was a family with a strong foundation. Having more brothers wouldn't be a problem. Yes, it's her younger brother. She was the reincarnation of an empress. Regardless of who was born first, she had to be the older sister. But later she realized she was wrong. Her twin brother, just like her, could cultivate even in the womb. This made her suspect that her rogue brother was also the reincarnation of some powerful being. And she still suspected it now. For decades, her rogue brother had stolen many cultivation resources. He often infuriated her, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly. Decades had passed. This is too much. Meanwhile, Yi Tian absorbed most of the immortal liquid, sighing inwardly. This little sister is too naughty. Always greedy, trying to absorb all the immortal liquid. I'm your older brother. I must teach you from the womb that humility is a traditional virtue of our ancestors. Yes, like Ling Qingshe, Yi Tian didn't want to be the younger one. He was a qualified transmigrator. Standard system. From a very beautiful planet, Blue Star. And a descendant of Yan and Huang. A descendant of the dragon. Possessing extremely pure and noble Eastern blood. How could he be the younger brother? He must be the older brother. Before transmigrating, Yi Tian was just an ordinary person on Earth. His greatest hobby was reading novels. One night, he was engrossed in an exciting part, his blood boiling. He thought how wonderful it would be if he could go to a fantasy world. He would surely suppress all enemies. Thinking this, everything went black, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he had become one of the unborn twins, a boy and a girl, and he had activated the sign-in system, obtaining the fetal cultivation technique. He transmigrated, and with a system. This made Yi Tian incredibly happy. So, he began cultivating in his mother's womb, awaiting the moment of birth. Over the decades, through Ling Susu's daily life, he learned that the Yi family was an ancient clan with a history spanning millions of years. He then used a secret method to make Ling Susu pregnant for 100 years. During this time, she consumed various rare and precious herbs. The purpose was to lay an unparalleled foundation for the child's cultivation before birth. And after birth, the child would be perfectly qualified to participate in the upcoming grand competition of the Great Era. For the first 20 years or so, Yi Tian enjoyed the cultivation resources alone. But later, his twin sister also began to cultivate, Initially, Yi Tian gave all the cultivation resources to her, thinking that his sister was too young. But later he discovered that his younger sister was being a bit unreasonable, not leaving him even a single resource. How could this be allowed? So, Yi Tian started competing with her and resolved to teach her humility. And that's how the current situation came about. Open black lens bracket. Ding, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Reminder to the host, refine 3 more bowls of immortal liquid to complete the system task. Close black lens bracket. A gentle female voice echoed in Yi Tian's mind. Decades ago, the system issued this task. As long as Yi Tian refines enough tens of millions of units of energy, he can obtain a supreme physique, the chaotic Tao body. Is it finally going to be completed? These past few decades, Mother has consumed countless rare and precious herbs. And she drinks immortal elixir every day, 1 bowl every 3 hours. Today, there are exactly 3 bowls left. Sister. Brother, I have to complete the mission today. That's the eternally supreme physique, the chaotic Tao body. The remaining 3 bowls are not for you. However, you can have tomorrow's. 3 hours passed quickly. Ling Susu drank the 2nd bowl of immortal liquid. This time, Yi Tian didn't leave any for Ling Qingshe. He directly used the breathing technique from the fetal cultivation technique to absorb the entire bowl. Ling Qingshe was stunned. He didn't leave her a single drop. Shouldn't he have left some? Then, anger surged within her, her little arms and legs flailing wildly. Be good, listen to me, don't be so naughty. Ling Susu smiled as she looked at her belly. She gently stroked it. Hearing that gentle voice, Ling Qingshui's anger lessened considerably. You rascal. Don't let it happen again. Otherwise, see how I deal with you after you're born. Noticing her twin sister's movements, Yi Tian knew she was angry. But there was nothing he could do. He had to complete his mission and obtain the Chaos Tao body. Moreover, Yi Tian decided that he wouldn't take any of tomorrow's immortal liquid. This older brother was really generous. 3 more hours passed. Ling Susu drank her 3rd bowl of spiritual liquid. To prevent what had just happened, Ling Qingshe was fully prepared this time. But the result was still the same. Not a trace was left. I'll endure it, I'll endure it, I'll endure it. This time, Ling Qingshe wasn't angry. She didn't move, but suppressed her anger. I didn't expect you to understand your mother's words. You weren't naughty this time, so good. Ling Susu smiled and praised. When you grow up, you'll definitely be an obedient and good child. 3 more hours passed. Ling Susu drank the 4th bowl, which was also the last bowl of immortal liquid for the day. Chaotic Tao body, you're mine. With a strong inhale, the 4th bowl of immortal liquid was directly absorbed by Yi Tian. Open black lens bracket. Ding, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission and receiving the reward. Chaotic Tao body. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The reward will be issued upon the host's birth. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this sound, Yi Tian was very happy. While some are happy, others are sad. Ah, you shameless scoundrel. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Ling Qingshe finally couldn't hold back anymore. The anger in her heart surged, adding to what she had felt before. It was more than doubled. She thrashed about with all her might. At the same time, a special and mysterious aura appeared around her. Noble yet icy. This aura seemed to break some kind of boundary. Outside, Ling Susu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She clutched her stomach. Sweat quickly covered her forehead. She knew that the baby in her womb was about to be born. Madam, what's wrong? Madam is about to give birth. Quickly inform the clan leader. Hurry, hurry, hurry. In the womb, Yi Tian was somewhat bewildered. What's going on? It's only been 90 years, there are still 10 years until the full gestation period. How could it be born today? Could it be? Suddenly, Yi Tian seemed to realize something. A premature baby. Chapter 2. The Empress's Birth, the Eternal Ice Phoenix Body. Holy crap. No way. Did I make my sister premature? Oh no, oh no. This is a terrible sin. In his past life on Earth, Yi Tian had read online about many premature babies whose physical functions were impaired compared to full-term babies. They needed extremely careful care. Some defects couldn't be corrected even with the most meticulous care. Thinking of this, Yi Tian completely panicked. That's his own sister. If his sister's health deteriorated because of him, he would be haunted by guilt for the rest of his life. No, no, this is a fantasy world, not Earth. The Yi family has many powerful figures, there shouldn't be any problems. Even so, he felt incredibly uneasy. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in Yi Tian's mind. He thought of an item. System, bestow the heavenly blessing I received from my previous check-ins upon my sister. After activating, the check-in system gave Yi Tian a newbie gift pack. It contained 2 items. One was the fetal cultivation technique, and the other was the heavenly blessing. Heavenly blessing, it can bestow the mysterious power of fate from heaven and earth upon the user, like a blessing from heaven itself. Yes, host. The heavenly blessing has been bestowed upon the reincarnated Empress Ling Qingshe. Hearing this, Yi Tian felt much relieved. But, the next moment, he remembered the 2 words the system had just mentioned, Empress. System, you just said my sister is a reincarnated Empress. As a seasoned novel reader, he had read many stories about reincarnated Empresses. At this moment, Yi Tian roughly understood why his sister was always so domineering, an Empress. A synonym for aloofness and domineering, open black lens bracket. Yes, host, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Even without the blessing of heaven, your sister would be safe and sound. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. The reason your sister had a premature birth is because her aura leaked out, breaking the Yi family's secret technique. Close black lens bracket. You mean her premature birth has nothing to do with me, open black lens bracket. No, host, it has a lot to do with you, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. She was angered by you, close black lens bracket. Yi Tian. Outside the room, several maids waited anxiously. A middle-aged man flew directly down from the sky, asking in a deep voice before even landing. What happened? How could Su have a premature birth? As the words fell, the middle-aged man appeared outside the door. The man was dressed in magnificent robes, with a handsome and resolute face, and the air of authority between his brows. Yi Wuxuang. The current head of the ancient Yi family. Master, this servant doesn't know either. After Madame drank the 4th bowl of immortal elixir as usual, she suddenly said her stomach hurt. Then, the maidservant beside him hurriedly explained, her expression filled with fear and panic. All of you, leave. Yi Wuxuang shouted, then clenched his fists tightly. He had never been nervous, even when surrounded and attacked by crowds, even when walking through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But now, Yi Wuxuang couldn't calm down at all. Premature birth. How could it be premature? In order to forge an unparalleled foundation for the child, so that the child could participate in the upcoming great struggle, the Yi family used a supreme secret technique to make Ling Susu pregnant for 100 years. This was inherently a method defying the heavens. The Yi family had paid a heavy price for this method. For 90 years, they had expended countless rare and precious resources to meticulously protect Ling Susu's pregnancy, but unexpectedly, she went into premature labor today. What went wrong? Susu, you and the child must be safe and sound. Even with Yi Wuxuang's extraordinary cultivation, he was now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He could only pray incessantly. Don't worry, elder brother, sister-in-law and the child will be fine. 3 more middle-aged men flew over. They were Yi Wuxuang's brothers, all figures of extraordinary cultivation. Several powerful divine senses probed from the sky. The owners of those divine senses were all the Yi family's ancestors. They communicated remotely. Has anything unusual happened in the family recently? An ancestor asked. Nothing unusual has been found. Su and the child are the Yi family's top priority. The aged voice answered confidently. Could it be that the supreme being of the Forbidden Zone has intervened? Another ancestor speculated. Hearing this, the atmosphere quieted down. Everyone was clearly pondering. The Yi family and the Forbidden Zone of life have had a deep-seated feud since ancient times, the kind that's irreconcilable. After a long while, no. A voice carrying endless vicissitudes, seemingly having traversed countless ages, rang out. After a slight pause, it continued. No matter what, the child must be protected. Even the heavenly Tao cannot harm him in the slightest. The words resonated in the void. An unparalleled power swept out from the Yi family's ancestral land. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Yi family. While Yi Wuxuang and his brothers were worried, While the Yi family ancestor was speculating, in the delivery room, the midwife and maids were bustling about with activity. Push harder. Madam, push a little harder. It's out, it's out. It's a girl. You shameless scoundrel. It's all because of you that my last bit of primordial power leaked out. You actually made me a premature baby. I'm so angry. This is utterly shameful. You just wait, after you're born, I'll teach you a lesson. Thinking of herself, the mighty empress of the ice realm, reincarnated with great power, only to be a premature baby. Ling Qingshe was furious. After being born, she didn't open her eyes, nor did she cry. This was too abnormal. This made the midwife panic, and she hurriedly checked her breathing. She wasn't at ease with a premature baby. I'm not dead, why are you checking my breathing? Ling Qingshe said indignantly. Thank goodness, nothing went wrong. The midwife breathed a heavy sigh of relief after confirming that Ling Qingshe was all right. Just then, an overwhelming chill suddenly filled the room. A thin layer of ice instantly covered the table, the chairs, and even the hair of the maids and the midwife. Only Ling Susu remained unharmed. At the same time, a clear phoenix cry rang out from the sky. Yi Wushwang and his brothers, along with the Yi family elders, all looked up. And there they saw. 100-foot tall, illusory ice phoenix appeared in the once dark night sky, noble and holy. The ice phoenix glided through the air, illuminating the entire sky above the Yi family compound. What is that? Wow, an ice phoenix. So big. Has a clansman broken through? Possibly. The 10th-ranked member of the clan cultivates ice and snow techniques. As expected of a rank, such a phenomenon occurs with a breakthrough. No, the 10th-ranked member has only just entered seclusion. Logically, it shouldn't be time for a breakthrough yet. Then how could such a phenomenon occur? In an instant, hundreds of thousands of members of the Yi family were speculating. Ling Susu's sudden premature birth. The Yi family was too large, and the news hadn't spread yet. Big brother, it's an ice phoenix. Yes, big brother, sister-in-law gave birth to an extraordinary daughter. Big brother, according to ancient records, only those born with the eternal ice phoenix physique exhibit the ice phoenix phenomenon. Several brothers around Yi Wushwang excitedly spoke one after another. Eternal ice phoenix physique. This physique is definitely among the top physiques in all the myriad realms. Without a doubt, she will surely become an emperor. Big brother, what's wrong? Several brothers noticed Yi Wushwang's body trembling. His gaze was fixed on the 100-foot-tall, illusory ice phoenix in the sky. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Yi Wushwang burst into laughter, looking up at the sky. Then he abruptly hugged his three brothers tightly. I have a daughter. I have a daughter. My daughter is the future great emperor. Ha 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 ha. Yi Wushwang was incredibly excited. He was no longer the powerful patriarch, but more like an ordinary father. Holy crap. Big brother, let us go. We can't breathe. Cough cough. Big brother, stop shaking us. We're getting dizzy. Big brother, look at the sky. What's that? Divine light. They saw supreme divine light shooting down from the heavens, heaven's blessing. Chapter 3 Forbidden Zone of Life, Red-haired monster. What is this? Yi Wushwang released his three brothers. He looked up at the sky. Behold, a ray of peaceful light descended from the heavens. It landed on the ice phoenix. The ice phoenix cried out again. Its voice was louder and clearer than before, and its form seemed to solidify. Less than a breath later, suddenly, a vast expanse of light appeared in the heavens. Endless golden light, filled with peaceful power, shone down from the heavens, enveloping the ice phoenix. Some unknown change occurred rapidly. Soon, wisps of blue flame, capable of burning the void, ignited from the ice phoenix's body. Ice and fire merged at this moment. Cold and heat intertwined in an instant. A cry. A cry that seemed to transcend eternity, seemingly lost through countless years, resounded through the night sky. It traveled tens of thousands of miles away. A phoenix. This is the true phoenix. Ling Qingshe, still in her swaddling clothes, was incredibly excited at this moment. The ice phoenix and the fire phoenix are ancient divine beast races. Only those who embody both ice and fire can be called a phoenix. In her previous life, she possessed the eternal ice phoenix body, but it wasn't fully awakened. Only the ice phoenix body had awakened. The fire phoenix body remained in a state of waiting to be awakened. This prevented her from advancing further on the path to becoming an emperor. I never expected that after reincarnation, I would awaken the fire phoenix body again. Both the ice phoenix body and the fire phoenix body have awakened. The complete eternal ice phoenix body. Ling Qingshe was overjoyed. In this life, I will definitely tread the path to becoming an emperor again, and I will reach an even higher realm. My good disciples, your master will come to find you. Thinking of those disciples who betrayed her, her killing intent surged. And that unborn scoundrel, he actually angered me to the point of premature birth. After you're born, your sister will teach you a lesson. You bullied me every day in the womb. Look, after my sister was born, even the heavens sent blessings. A girl is still a girl. Even a great emperor can't escape the temper of a little girl. Moreover, she has now become a little girl again. Such abundant power of fortune. In midair, an old man in black robes with a weathered face appeared, the 20th ancestor of the Yi family. Yes, this child was born with blessings. The 19th ancestor of the Yi family also appeared. The sharp eyes of the two old men contained endless mysteries. They saw that the golden light contained abundant blessings and power of fortune, nourishing the ice phoenix like spring rain. It seems that it was also due to this blessing that the ice phoenix took another step closer. The 19th ancestor of the Yi family spoke. Ha ha, isn't this good? That's a member of my Yi family. However, at this point, the 20th ancestor of the Yi family frowned slightly. He seemed to be thinking of something unpleasant. That brat Yi Wuxuang, I want to slap him to death. Hearing this, the 19th ancestor of the Yi family also took a deep breath. His brows furrowed deeply. The reason for this goes back then. At that time, Ling Susu was newly pregnant, and the Ling family's ancestor came to see her and mentioned the matter of the child's name. He said that if it was a boy, he would take the surname Yi, and if it was a girl, she would take the surname Ling. Yi Wuxuang agreed without hesitation, firstly, because he was too happy that day. Secondly, in his view, whether the child bore the surname Yi or Ling, they were still his child. It didn't matter. But for the Yi family patriarch, it meant something different. They had lived for at least tens of thousands of years. Their clan mentality was very strong. However, Yi Wuxuang's words had already been spoken and couldn't be taken back. Now it seemed that this child with the potential to become an emperor, bore the surname Ling. What a bastard. This infuriates the patriarch. The Yi family was unaware that Ling Susu was a twin. They had never investigated. They had considered investigating. But once the Yi family's secret technique was used, it couldn't be disrupted, so they never investigated. Even Ling Susu herself didn't know. Let's go see. No matter what, she's still a member of the Yi family. It doesn't matter if she's surnamed Ling, as long as she stays in the Yi family to cultivate, isn't it the same? Hee hee. The two old fogies chuckled happily. Outside the Yi family, the phoenix phantom and divine light in the sky were noticed by countless powerful beings. Conversations raged in the void. I wonder which ancestor of the Yi family has broken through. A patriarch of a powerful family spoke leisurely. It could also be the birth of a descendant of the Yi family. A saint lord speculated. In that case, it's very likely that Yi Wuxuang's child has been born. An old man stroked his beard. I knew it. The Yi family used a secret method to try and delay that child's birth by 100 years, a blatant act against the heavens. Now it's premature. Ha ha, ha ha ha. 100 years of effort, countless rare treasures, all wasted. What a joke. Laughing to death. An elder from a rival faction gloated. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see that child carries the fortune of the heavens? Born 10 years earlier, he can still participate in the upcoming Great War. If I'm not mistaken, that child should have the eternal ice phoenix physique. If he doesn't perish, he will surely become an emperor. From this perspective, the Yi family's plan can already be considered a success. A ruler of a supreme dynasty spoke up. His voice was filled with deep envy. Hey, will he surely become an emperor? Would the supreme being in the forbidden zone of life allow that child to become an emperor? The rival faction spoke again. Upon hearing the words, forbidden zone of life, the entire void fell silent. Everyone fell silent. They watched and waited quietly. The Yi family and the forbidden zone of life were locked in an irreconcilable conflict. If anyone in the Yi family were to break through to the great emperor level, the forbidden zone of life would be completely wiped out. Therefore, the forbidden zone of life would undoubtedly spare no effort to kill this child. The true martial heaven domain is vast, divided into 4 regions: East, South, West, and North. The Yi family is located in the East region. They are a dominant force in the East region. Millions of miles away from the Yi family, the aura of death permeated the air. The land exuded an evil aura. A gloomy world was its unchanging color. Forbidden zone of life. These 4 short words represented death, the eeriness, and misfortune. The original forbidden zone of life was enormous, but it was later forcibly divided into 4 parts by the Yi family's ancestor, the great accomplished sacred body. There is one in the true martial heavenly realm. The remaining 3 parts were in other celestial domains. While the outside world speculated about the reaction of the Eastern domain's forbidden zone of life, the supreme beings within the forbidden zone had already taken action. The eternal ice phoenix body, the future great emperor, the Yi family's child must die. A supreme being roared angrily. The sound shook the void. The intense killing intent contained within caused many beings within the forbidden zone to tremble. Should we inform the ruler of this matter? Another supreme being asked. No need, the ruler has certainly already discovered the Yi family's affairs. Another terrifying being said leisurely. Deep within the forbidden zone of life. This was the forbidden zone's forbidden zone, the domain of the forbidden zone's ruler. A terrifying being gazed in the direction of the Yi family. It dragged an iron chain in its hand, its entire body covered in long red fur. 2 large, scarlet eyes, like lanterns. Although its body was only 3 jong tall, the oppressive aura it exuded almost shattered this world. A red-haired monster. The most terrifying creature in the forbidden zone of life. A child who should have been born and died 10 years later has unexpectedly been born early. But since I've used my methods, someone from the Yi family must bear the consequences. The eternal ice phoenix body, the future emperor of the Yi family, let your mother bear everything for you. 10 more years. Yi Wuxuang and the others were unaware of what was happening deep within the forbidden zone of life. They were even more unaware of the conspiracy the forbidden zone of life had been plotting while Ling Susu was pregnant. Only 10 years remained until the conspiracy was complete. Now, Yi Wuxuang and the others were anxiously waiting outside the delivery room. The door opened. A maidservant carried the baby out. Come, come, let me see. Yi Wuxuang wiped his hands. His expression was tense. He carefully took the child from the maidservant. Suddenly, he remembered something and started to walk into the room. I must go see Susu. The lady must have suffered greatly for her daughter. He had to go see her immediately. Master, wait. The maidservant hurriedly stopped Yi Wuxuang, explaining at the same time. Master, you can't go in now. Why? Yi Wuxuang frowned and asked. The child has already been born, why can't I go see my wife? Master, there's still one child yet. The maidservant hurriedly explained. Chapter 4 Yi Tian's birth, the appearance of the supreme heavenly steel, what? Yi Wuxuang felt he had misheard. What did he mean by, there's still one child yet? What did you just say? Yi Wuxuang stopped, his gaze fixed intently on the maid. He already had an idea. This idea made him ecstatic. The 19th patriarch of the Yi family, the 20th patriarch of the Yi family, and Yi Wuxuang's other 3 brothers all stared intently at the maid. Patriarch. Patriarch. Being stared at by so many terrifyingly powerful figures, the maid was incredibly nervous. Her speech was incoherent. Speak slowly, no rush. The voice of the 19th patriarch of the Yi family seemed to possess a magical power, dissolving the maid's nervousness. Reporting to the elders of the clan. Madam is carrying twins, and there's still one child yet. We should wait a little longer. Boom. Thump. The maid's words exploded like a giant bomb in the hearts of the Yi family patriarch and Yi Wuxuang. They were stunned. Twins. She was carrying twins. Holy crap. Holy crap. Swish. The second brother, Yi Wufeng, immediately looked at Yi Wuxuang. Big brother, you're amazing. So amazing. The third brother, Yi Wubian, excitedly gave a thumbs up, praising her 3 times. As expected of our big brother, you're a role model for all of us brothers. Big brother, do you think it might be a boy and a girl? The fourth brother, Yi Wujin, asked. Twins. Upon hearing those 3 words, the 19th and 20th patriarchs of the Yi family exchanged a glance. Their minds immediately became active, full of anticipation. The phoenix was already there. and with the potential to become an emperor. If another true dragon were to appear, wouldn't the Yi family soar to new heights, suppressing an entire generation's fortune? If this dragon were even more heaven-defying than the phoenix that was born before, then, regardless, hurry, 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 hurry. Quickly notify the other ancestors to seal off the surrounding void with all their might and conceal the secrets of heaven. The 20th ancestor of the Yi family roared. Yes, and also activate the clan's protective formation. And tell the outside world that anyone who spies on the Yi family will be killed. The 19th ancestor of the Yi family added. What are you all standing there for? Slap, slap, slap. Seeing that the three brothers, Yi Wufa, Yi Wubian, and Yi Wujin, were still in a state of excitement, the 20th ancestor slapped them on the head. Hurry up and go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures disappeared, heading in different directions. Soon, the Yi family's protective array was activated, and figures soared into the sky. They stood guard around the Yi family compound. From within the Yi family's ancestral land, 4 individuals tore through the void. They were the 18th, 17th, 16th, and 15th ancestors of the Yi family. They guarded the 4 sides of the Yi family compound. A powerful aura of cultivation erupted, intimidating all directions. Simultaneously, within the Yi family's ancestral land, the voice, imbued with the aura of time, resounded once more. Everyone, my Yi family has matters to attend to. Withdraw your divine senses. The 10th ancestor of the Yi family. I advise you all not to seek trouble. HMPH. I haven't killed anyone for tens of thousands of years. As the voice faded, the 10th ancestor of the Yi family unleashed his power. He unleashed supreme magical power, forcefully clearing the area within 10,000 miles of the Yi family compound. At this moment, all the secrets of the Yi family were shrouded in mystery, enveloped in mist. No unusual phenomena could be detected. For the sake of the unborn child, all 6 patriarchs of the Yi family emerged from seclusion to take action. What happened? Why have the patriarchs all emerged from seclusion? Why has the clan's protective formation been activated? Has an enemy attacked? Many members of the Yi family were completely caught off guard. The clan had entered a state of high alert. Such a scale of activity had not been seen for a long time. The last time was 1,000,000 years ago, when the Yi family, in alliance with other aristocratic families, waged war against the Forbidden Zone of Life. Could it be that the Forbidden Zone of Life has returned? The outside world was equally in an uproar. What happened within the Yi family? The clan's protective formation has been activated. The 5 patriarchs have emerged from seclusion, and even the secrets of heaven are obscured. Could it be related to the newborn infant? Could that infant be a born saint? Even if he is a born saint, the Yi family wouldn't have such a grand display. Something major must have happened that we don't know about. Damn it, with the secrets of heaven like this, I can't see anything. Could it be that the beings from the Forbidden Zone have made their move? Just then, Patriarch Yi family, please spare me. I won't spy anymore. HMPH. Ignoring warnings, you're courting death. Ah! A scream echoed through the void as a powerful figure, clinging to a sliver of hope, was mercilessly killed by the Yi family patriarch. Now, many with ulterior motives behaved themselves, and no one dared to test the waters anymore. Outside the delivery room, Yi Wuxuang's recently relaxed mood tightened again, and even more so than before. I still have a child yet to be born. I still have a child yet to be born. Stay calm. Stay calm. We must stay calm. In the swaddling clothes, Ling Qingshe pouted. Is such a big fuss really necessary? That rogue brother might also be a reincarnation of a powerful being, but could his phenomena surpass mine? She was always bullied in the womb. This has led Ling Qingshe to always want to outdo Yi Tian in everything. In the womb. Soon, I'll be born. Ha 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 ha. Yi Tian was filled with anticipation. He was already incredibly excited. As for the adverse effects of premature birth, that wouldn't exist. He has a system. And while in the womb, he cultivated for a full 90 years using the fetal cultivation method. His foundation is incredibly solid. The realms in this world are divided into blood gathering, spirit gathering, sea of wheels, primordial mansion, cave heaven, venerable, emperor, saint realm, and great emperor. Before the great emperor, there is a quasi-emperor. Strictly speaking, it's not a realm. It's merely a title used to refer to cultivators whose strength approaches that of a great emperor. After all, a great emperor appears only once every 10,000 years. If Tian doesn't continue to solidify his foundation after birth, he could instantly break through many realms. Of course, Tian certainly won't do that. He will definitely solidify his foundation. He wants to break through to the eternal limit realm. Time passed second by second. Finally, the moment of Tian's birth arrived. Unlike Ling Qingshe, Tian's birth was very easy. This surprised even the midwife. She had never delivered a baby so smoothly before. No crying, no fussing. If it weren't for his even breathing, the midwife would have almost had to check his breathing again. Just as the midwife was about to check Tian's gender, suddenly, a surge of vital energy erupted from Tian's body. Incredibly powerful. Extraordinarily surging. It melted the ice that had filled the room. Roar. Then, around Tian, a dragon of vital energy, several dozen feet in size, appeared, entirely formed from this vital energy. It roamed the room. Its powerful aura forced the midwife and maids to retreat several steps, and the dragon of vital energy continued to grow. My precious treasure, how can I just look at it like that? Tian thought to himself. Outside the room, Yi Wuxuang and the Yi family patriarch also noticed the anomaly in the room. Just as they were about to enter, a dragon of vital energy, several dozen feet in size, flew out of the room. It soared towards the heavens. In just a few breaths, the dragon of vital energy grew even larger. It grew to 100 zhong in size. The entire Yi family saw it. Such powerful blood energy. The 20th ancestor of the Yi family was shocked. It should be a boy. The 19th ancestor of the Yi family said confidently. A son. Yi Wuxuang was stunned, then overjoyed. His face flushed red. Ancestor, it's twins, twins. Ha ha ha. Yi Wuxuang's excitement was beyond words. Just then, dwang. A celestial sound resounded from the heavens. A massive stone tablet, 10,000 zhong in size and exuding the aura of time, slowly appeared in the air, the supreme heavenly tablet. Chapter 5 Born to break through the eternal limits, the chaotic Tao body high above the 9 heavens. A massive stone tablet, tens of thousands of feet in size, slowly appeared between heaven and earth. Ancient. Worn of age. It had existed for an immeasurable time, witnessing countless changes over the ages. When they saw it, the entire true martial heavenly domain, and even countless ancient beings in the other 8 heavenly domains and the soul-severing sea, were utterly shocked. It's actually the ultimate Tao heavenly tablet. Hiss. It's actually this thing. For millions of years, it hasn't appeared for millions of years. Could it be that another monstrous genius has broken through the ultimate realm? It must be. The ultimate Tao heavenly tablet is used to record those monstrous geniuses who have broken through the eternal ultimate realm. But who is it this time? And what ultimate realm has he broken through? Countless powerful figures speculated. No need to guess, we'll know soon. As another powerful figure finished speaking, golden light flashed on the ultimate Tao heavenly tablet. Handwriting began to appear. Name, surname Yi, given name unknown. Age, newborn. Cultivation level, none. Breakthrough item, breaking through the blood transformation realm's ultimate physical strength of 1 million jin, currently possesses physical strength of 10 million jin. Holy crap. Looking at the contents of the extreme Tao heavenly steel, the old antique was utterly shocked. He immediately opened his coffin lid. Soared into the sky. In an instant, he appeared in midair, rubbing his eyes. I didn't see wrong, did I? He needed to confirm it again. This. How is this possible? How is this possible? The old antique stared intently at the information on the extreme Tao heavenly steel. His worldview collapsed. Breaking through the eternal ultimate physical strength of the blood transformation realm, a million jin of force, this was still possible. After all, there were so many cultivators. The old antique could still accept it. After all, he had 990,000 jin of strength back then. He almost broke through, but you're saying he's a newborn baby. He hasn't even cultivated yet. The most terrifying thing is that this baby actually has tens of millions of jin of strength. 10 eternal realm experts. The old antique really wanted to ask the supreme Tao heavenly steel, are you sure you're not mistaken? Are you fucking kidding me? Huh. Many powerful beings and old monsters shared the same thought as the old antique. They couldn't accept it. They were equally shocked. The first thought was, could the supreme Tao heavenly steel have made a mistake? But is that possible? Impossible. This means that there really was a newborn baby who broke through the eternal realm. In that instant, many old monsters' worldviews collapsed. Surname Yi. Could it be a newborn child of the Yi family in the true martial heaven domain? A powerful being reacted. Possibly. A holy lord spoke leisurely. Quickly, investigate. A ruler of a super dynasty gave the order. Compared to the Yi family's offspring, the true dragon cub is too weak. A living fossil sighed. Ha! This child of the Yi family is the true dragon, this one is just a cub. A straightforward supreme being said. The Yi family. Outside the delivery room, Yi Wushwang and the various patriarchs of the Yi family all looked up at the extreme Dao heavenly steel. Ha ha ha, my Yi family has produced a divine infant. And patriarch in the void laughed heartily. Wushwang, well done. You've rendered a great service to the clan. The 20th ancestor patted Yi Wushwang's left shoulder. Yes, this ancestor is extremely competent. He's set a good example for the other clan members. The 19th ancestor patted Yi Wushwang's right shoulder. Regarding this ancestor, the two ancestors, and indeed the other ancestors, were extremely satisfied. Excellent. So damn excellent. Let's go see the divine infant of my Yi family. The two Yi family ancestors pushed open the door and went inside. The 19th ancestor picked up Yi Tian, who was floating in midair. He looked in a certain direction. Good lad. Incredible, incredible. Hearing this, the 20th ancestor also looked, his eyes showing the same shock. Impressive. No wonder he was born to break through the extreme realm, his resources are too abundant. He can't be judged by ordinary standards. Sensing the gazes of the two patriarchs, Yi Tian's energy stirred. Stop looking. You two need to maintain your image. It should be taken for granted that he could break through the limits of eternity. While in his mother's womb, Yi Tian used the fetal cultivation technique to refine all the energy he received from his mother, Ling Susu. He didn't use it to break through his cultivation level. He used it all to forge an unbreakable foundation for his physical body. It would be unreasonable if he couldn't break through. This is because Yi Tian's energy originated from Ling Susu. Otherwise, his power would be far more than 10 million jin. It would definitely be much greater. It could directly shock people to death. As for the collapse of the understanding of those powerful beings, ancient relics, and living fossils, that's because they didn't know what a system was. They didn't know what a system owner was like. Beside them, Yi Wushwang held the bewildered empress. What exactly is he? He's not even human. How can he possibly possess the strength of tens of millions of jinn? Even a true dragon cub, or an ancient ferocious beast cub, wouldn't be this terrifying at birth. The empress murmured to herself. She had originally hoped to bully Yi Tian and avenge her mother's death. Now it seemed the chances were slim. A few breaths later, the empress adjusted her mindset. It's all right, this scoundrel is just incredibly strong. As long as my cultivation far surpasses his, I'll still teach him a lesson. Ding. Host, do you wish to fuse with the Chaos Dao body now? Fuse. As Yi Tian finished his conversation with the system, an incomparably mysterious aura emerged from the void. It enveloped Yi Tian. It rapidly altered every part of his body. Flesh and blood, bones. Yi Wushwang, along with the two patriarchs of the Yi family and Empress Ling Qingshe, all clearly sensed the mysterious aura. What's this little rascal up to now? Ling Qingshe wondered. At the same time, she had a strong intuition. Her rascal brother was definitely about to cause trouble. Again, what's this? The 19th patriarch, who was holding Yi Tian, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have discovered something. He stared intently at Yi Tian. He could feel Yi Tian's body rapidly changing. It seemed he was awakening some extremely powerful physique. Judging from the current state, he had an unbelievable guess in his mind. Is it really that kind of physique? The 19th ancestor of the Yi family, an old man who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, possessed an incredibly stable mind. Almost nothing could disturb his composure. But now, his heart was filled with anticipation, even surging with overwhelming emotions. Finally, even his breathing stopped. He held his breath and concentrated. He didn't have to wait long. Ding. Host, the fusion of the chaotic Dao body is complete. As the system's voice faded, Yi Tian's small body completely fused with the chaotic Dao body. This is. The 19th ancestor of the Yi family's eyes widened, his breathing becoming extremely rapid. He was certain. He was certain of Yi Tian's physique. The chaotic Dao body. The 19th ancestor of the Yi family's hands trembled. His sharp gaze swept over Yi Tian again and again. That's right, that's right. It's the Chaos Dao body. The 19th ancestor of the Yi family trembled with excitement, his eyes shining as he looked at Yi Tian, as if he had seen a priceless treasure, the Chaos Dao body. One of the strongest physiques in the heavens, it would definitely rank in the top 5 on the list of the most powerful physiques in all the realms. A born favorite of the great Dao. Without a doubt, anyone with the Chaos Dao body will become an emperor, and not just any ordinary emperor. It is many times more terrifying than the eternal Ice Phoenix body. The words, Chaos Dao body, exploded in the hearts of the 20th ancestor of the Yi family and Yi Wuxuang like a hot weapon. Although they had never seen it, they had heard of it. They had even read about this heaven-defying physique in their family's ancient texts. Legend has it, a perfected Chaos Dao body can transform into chaos itself, completely controlling the great Dao of chaos. According to records, tens of millions of years ago, a Chaos Dao body appeared in another celestial realm. He single-handedly suppressed an entire era. Countless geniuses were rendered powerless, and countless powerful beings were rendered unable to stand upright. In less than 5,000 years, he ascended the path to emperorhood, terror beyond words. He is known in history as the Chaos Emperor. Chapter 6 Good Heavens. They're twins. Just as the 20th ancestor and the others were excited, 3,000 phantom images of gods and demons from the chaotic world appeared above the Yi family. It was the phenomenon of the chaotic body. Above these 3,000 gods and demons lay an infant in swaddling clothes. The gods and demons, who should have been fighting each other, all knelt on one knee and bowed to the infant. Like officials meeting their king. Then the phenomenon changed again. The infant transformed into a man in white robes. The man walked forward step by step, like a celestial emperor surveying the world. Behind him, countless terrifying beings bowed their heads, their blood dripping. With a wave of his hand, oceans turned into mulberry fields, and billions of stars collapsed. The sun and moon lost their light. The several ancestral figures guarding the Yi family were also incredibly shocked and excited. Although they guarded their surroundings, they still kept a close eye on everything happening to the Yi family. The chaotic body. The great emperor. Quickly, quickly, use all your strength to conceal the heavenly secret. Yes, we can't let the outside world know that this child possesses a Chaos Dao body. He will be the future of my Yi family. As they spoke, the elders prepared to unleash their full power. Their previous supernatural abilities were almost insufficient to conceal this extraordinary phenomenon and heavenly secret. It was about to be exposed to the outside world. No need to conceal. Just then, a handsome young man stepped out from the void. A faint smile graced his face. It was none other than the 10th ancestor of the Yi family who had spoken earlier. Although he appeared to be young, he had lived for tens of thousands of years. His cultivation was extraordinary. Why bother concealing it? Even if the outside world knew that my Yi family had given birth to a goddess and an emperor's son, so what? My Yi family fears not even the heavens, why should we fear those petty villains? The 10th ancestor's voice wasn't loud, but the domineering aura contained within it directly shattered the surrounding 100-foot void. The sound also traveled hundreds of thousands of miles away. The power contained within sent chills down the spines of countless cultivators. How terrifying. Dong. At that very moment, a magnificent sound resounded from the heavens. Like the first sound at the beginning of time. Immediately afterwards, dong. 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 The tolling of bells, like the sound of the great Tao, rang out in succession. Magnificent and vast. Strike straight into the depths of one's soul. The entire 9 heavens immortal realm was once again plunged into shock. Those powerful figures who had already been paying attention to the Yi family were shaken once more. Born to break through the eternal limit. Now, with the sound of the Tao resounding from the heavens, this child of the Yi family is extraordinary. A terrifyingly powerful figure exclaimed in amazement. Look, those are the phantoms of 3,000 gods and demons. It's a phenomenon of the Chaos Dao body. Could it be that the newborn girl of the Yi family is so extraordinary? Possessing 2 special qualities. Some supreme beings didn't believe it. No, there's another possibility, that is. A wise sage thought of something, his heart filled with shock. Twins. A Tao Lord continued the sage's words, affirming it. Heavens. They're actually twins. Is the Yi family going to lead this era? How are the other geniuses supposed to survive? Countless old monsters who had been paying attention to the Yi family were incredibly shocked, clearly not expecting this situation. Holy crap! Not only twins, but both children have the potential to become great emperors. The Yi family head is awesome. A demonic tyrant exclaimed. Perhaps, we can emulate him. If we delay their birth by 100 years, they might still be extraordinary twins. An envious voice rang out. Yes, fellow Taoists' words make perfect sense. I'll go back immediately and begin preparations. Madam, I've obtained a great secret. A humorous voice exclaimed. Twins. The girl possesses the eternal ice phoenix physique, the potential of a great emperor. The boy not only breaks through the eternal limit realm but also possesses a terrifying chaotic Tao physique, also the potential of a great emperor. Are the Yi family's 2 children destined to sweep away all enemies? An ancient emperor spoke up. Damn it! Is the Yi family going to rise to even greater heights? No, we absolutely cannot let them grow up. That's right, a good start doesn't guarantee a future. Only those who grow up to be geniuses are true geniuses. The Yi family's rivals conversed secretly. If the Yi family's 2 children were allowed to grow up, their future would be anything but easy. Kill. Use every means possible. A forbidden zone for life. Black iron chains swept across the sky like the order of heaven and earth. With a sweep, everything was destroyed. Those supreme beings who once terrified the outside world now trembled in fear. Dragon and Phoenix twins. Eternal Ice Phoenix body, chaotic Tao body, damn it. The red-haired monster roared. The plan had been meticulously planned. 10 years later, when the centennial was approaching, Ling Susu and her unborn child all died. Now, 2 children had been born prematurely, ruining most of its plan. It had no choice but to kill Ling Susu. Furious. Go, issue this sovereign's decree, prepare to awaken those slumbering ancient monsters. When the great era arrives, kill those 2 children. In the delivery room, this little rascal is actually a chaos Tao body. Ling Qingshui's heart was in turmoil. She felt this was too difficult. While the eternal ice phoenix body was powerful, it was somewhat inferior to the chaos Tao body. Of course, this was only relative, it didn't mean the eternal ice phoenix body was weak. No wonder I couldn't compete with him in the womb. But it's alright, I was born before you, I'm the older sister. Besides, I'm a reincarnated emperor, your cultivation definitely won't be as fast as mine. Ling Qingshui comforted herself inwardly. Sister will still beat you up as usual, haha. Thinking of this, Ling Qingshui smiled slightly with her baby mouth. Suddenly, a space in the room was torn apart. The 10th ancestor walked out. He first picked up Yi Tian and looked him over, then picked up Ling Qingshui. Good, very good. He was very satisfied with these 2 children. A girl is wonderful. Looking at the infant in swaddling clothes, the 10th ancestor seemed to recall hundreds of thousands of years ago. His daughter had just been born then. Little girl, from this moment on, you are the goddess of my Yi family. The 10th ancestor spoke gently. At the same time, he gently pinched Ling Qingshui's rosy cheek. You're the little girl. How dare you pinch this emperor? Ling Qingshui frowned slightly, trying to move her little arms and legs, but to no avail. It only made her more adorable. Oh, little girl, can you understand me? Tisk tisk, that frown is so beautiful. The 10th ancestor smiled gently. Then he pinched Ling Qingshui's cheek again. Come here, frown again, let your ancestor see. Ling Qingshui. Beside her, Yi Tian didn't need to look to know the Empress's sister's expression. It must be like she'd eaten a bitter melon. After all, the Empress was as proud as she was. At the same time, he was also wondering to himself, what's wrong with the clan's ancestors? Why don't they have any of the demeanor of experts? Susu, Wushwang, you are the children's parents, you should name them. As he spoke, the 10th ancestor looked at Ling Susu. Ling Susu was still somewhat weak, her face was slightly pale. The girl will be named Ling Hanmeng, as for the boy. Ling Susu looked at Yi Wushwang. The meaning was clear, you name your son. Yi Wushwang's eyes showed a thoughtful expression, his face serious. A name is a very important thing, it carries hopes. My son will surely become an emperor. Suppressing all ages. Becoming the supreme being among all living beings. Let him be called Yi Tian, as the heavenly emperor, suppressing all enemies. This is the mysterious cause and effect, the name Yi Tian was given. Just as the name was confirmed, Above the 9 heavens, a brilliant light flashed again on the supreme Tao heavenly steel, and Yi Tian's name appeared in the corresponding position. How dare you? You actually dare to use heaven as your name. Has the Yi family become arrogant? The ancestor of the opposing force said. A few breaths later, the supreme Tao heavenly steel disappeared, disappearing into the 9 heavens. Regarding the girl's surname, Ling, the 10th ancestor also knew the reason. He didn't say much. Then it's settled. The brother will be called Yi Tian, and the sister will be called Ling Hanmeng. The 10th ancestor nodded. Everyone was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Chapter 7. I was born first, so why am I a younger sister? Ancestor. Is there a mistake? Han Meng was born a little earlier than Yi Tian, how could she be the younger sister? She should be the older sister. It's highly unlikely that the 10th ancestor misspoke. How could someone of his stature misspoke? Ancestor, Han Meng is older than. The 20th ancestor began, puzzled. Although the 20th ancestor was also an ancestor of the Yi family, his seniority was far lower than the 10th ancestors. Their ages differed by hundreds of thousands of years. I know what you're going to say. The 10th ancestor interrupted the 20th ancestor. He asked with a smile. If you were a girl, would you want an older brother to protect you? The 20th ancestor nodded. Of course she would. Who doesn't like to be protected? Especially women. They especially want a powerful person to protect them. The 10th ancestor looked at the 19th ancestor. He asked. If you were a boy, would you want a younger sister? The 19th ancestor nodded hastily. He used to dream of having a younger sister, to protect her, to cherish her. He would even pluck the stars from the sky for her. Since that's the case, do you think it's reasonable for me to say that Yi Tian should be the older brother? If you look at it that way, then it must be reasonable. And very convincing. Look how thoughtful the ancestor is. Yi Wushuang, Ling Susu. The couple were speechless. But upon hearing this, the empress immediately became unhappy. Why? I was born first, why should I be the younger sister? Why? This empress doesn't need anyone to protect her. Ling Hanmeng moved her little arms and legs vigorously. She was bullied by Yi Tian in the womb, unable to match his strength or physique. Her only consolation was that she was born before him. She was Yi Tian's older sister. No matter what, that scoundrel Yi Tian would still be her younger brother. But now, even that only consolation was gone. If it weren't for her status as empress, she might already be crying her eyes out. Yi Tian, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He originally thought that being born later, he was destined to be the younger brother. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a wonderful person as the 10th ancestor. His words were not only pleasant to hear, but also very reasonable. Ancestor, I love you. Sending love. Heart. If he hadn't just been born, Yi Tian would already be laughing out loud. And so, it was decided who was the older brother and who was the younger sister between Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng. After the full moon, send Tianer and Hanmeng to the ancestral land. The other ancestors and I will guide them in their cultivation. Furthermore, announce to the entire clan. Yi Tian is hereby appointed imperial son, and Hanmeng is appointed goddess. Their status is above the 10th order. Having said this, the 10th ancestor placed Yi Tian and his sister, the empress, beside Ling Susu. Then he tore through space and left. But before leaving, he pinched the empress's little face. So cute. Empress. Ding. Host has been born. You can check in at the new location. Check in now. Check in. Yi Tian thought to himself. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward. 5 drops of incomplete Pengu essence blood. These 5 drops of essence blood contain only 1 in a billion of the power of complete Pengu essence blood. The host is currently a newborn. The power of complete Pengu essence blood is far beyond your small frame's capacity. Therefore, this system has already processed it. Reward. The heaven supporting cudgel, another Pengu essence blood. Listen to this. Is this even human? What do you mean, another? That's the essence blood of the creator god, Pengu. Even if it's been processed, it only contains 1 in a billion of its power. Even a single drop would be fought over by emperors, causing chaos and destruction, and you're still not satisfied. Actually, it's not that Yi Tian is dissatisfied, he's very satisfied. The reason I subconsciously said, again, is. That's because many time travelers are rewarded with Pengu's essence blood. Yi Tian really wanted to ask the system if Pangu still had any essence blood. Sky supporting staff. Wood. Its length and thickness can be changed at will. It can be as long as a pillar supporting the sky, or as short as 3 inches. It can be as thick as 1,000,000 feet, or as thin as a hair. It can also increase its weight at will. Light as a feather. Heavy as 1,000 mount ties. Soft yet firm, no attack can leave a mark on it, let alone destroy it. Like the golden cudgel. According to the system description, although it lacks the overwhelming imperial might of an imperial weapon, it is, in some ways, even more terrifying. It comes with 3 moves: heaven supporting, earth shattering, and death cage. When the user is strong enough, the staff can pierce through the 33 layers of heaven and shatter the 18 layers of hell. System, begin refining Pangu's essence blood. 2 days passed quickly. Yi Tian's blood and chi power increased significantly once again. From afar, one could feel the extremely powerful blood and chi power within Yi Tian's body. During these 2 days, many powerful forces came to the Yi family with lavish gifts to offer their congratulations. Even supreme dynasties and ancient families brought their children, proposing betrothal to the Yi family. Furthermore, some forces brought their holy sons and daughters. Their ambitions were incredibly grand. They wanted to secure the Yi family's twins. Was that possible? The Yi family certainly couldn't agree. In the room, Yi Tian closed his eyes, continuing to refine Pangu's essence blood. He hadn't even finished refining a single drop yet. This was related to his being an infant, and also to his lack of cultivation. During these 2 days, apart from Yi Wuxuang and his brothers, no one else was allowed to enter Ling Susu's room. Because the Yi family's imperial prince and goddess were here. Beside Yi Tian, the empress's younger sister, with her clear eyes and tilted head, looked at him with great dissatisfaction. Her brows were furrowed. As she looked, the empress's younger sister reached out a small hand. She grabbed Yi Tian's hand. "You bullied me in the womb. I was born first, so why should I be your sister?" Thinking of the grievances she had suffered, the empress's younger sister reached out her other hand. She tried to pry Yi Tian away. The empress's aloof and domineering personality made her want to give her shameless younger brother a good beating. And even though the matter was already settled, the empress's younger sister was still unconvinced. Proud as she was determined to get her revenge. She wanted to prove that she was stronger than Yi Tian. Even though Yi Tian's origins were stronger than hers. But she was the reincarnation of an empress possessing unparalleled talent in cultivation. "Hanmeng, do you want to play with your brother?" Ling Susu asked with a smile. Seeing Ling Hanmeng holding Yi Tian's hand, Ling Susu assumed she wanted to play. Hearing this, Ling Hanmeng's brows furrowed even more. She quickly withdrew her hand. Play. What was that? Neither she nor Yi Tian were ordinary babies. Naturally, they wouldn't grow up slowly like ordinary babies, finding playmates. Maybe in a few days they'd start talking. A few more days and they'd be running around. Then, in 10 days or half a month, they'd be able to cast spells. Sigh. Why does this child always frown? Ling Susu thought to herself. These past few days, she'd noticed her daughter frowning frequently. Does such a small baby have so many worries? Just then, Yi Tian opened his eyes and turned to look at his empress sister. She was smiling happily, although he knew she was just tugging at him. And for the past 2 days, she had been reaching out to tug at him every now and then. A hint of arrogance flashed in her eyes. The empress sister turned her head to the side. I can't be bothered to look at you. This child, you should play with him when your brother is sleeping. Now that your brother is awake, you're ignoring him again, so naughty. Ling Susu sighed helplessly. This empress doesn't want to play with him. The empress sister thought arrogantly. She was the empress, how could she be like an ordinary child? Playing with others? No way. Chapter 8 The Terrifying Twins, the cold and aloof empress. Another day passed. Yi Tian finally refined the first drop of Pangu's essence blood. Although this drop only contained 1 in a billion of the complete Pangu essence blood's power, it was still incredibly terrifying. Now, Yi Tian's body was brimming with energy and blood. His vitality was indescribably vigorous. Although he was just an infant, he felt he could kill the Bull Demon King with a single punch. Moreover, he had a strong intuition that he would be able to speak tomorrow, and speak clearly. The next day, Ling Susu placed Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng under the eaves to bask in the sun. She herself was sewing clothes. Ling Susu didn't want anyone else to do the clothes for the children. Mommy, I want water. The baby boy's voice suddenly rang out. Instantly, Ling Susu froze. Her gaze snapped to Yi Tian, the infant beside her. Tianer, was that you speaking just now? Ling Susu put down her needlework and clothes, and picked Yi Tian up from the cradle. Mother, it was me speaking. I want some water. After receiving Yi Tian's reply, Ling Susu still felt a little unreal. How can you speak? Only 3 days. After her initial excitement, she hurriedly got Yi Tian some water. She then quickly informed Yi Wushuang. He can speak already. Ling Hanmeng's feelings at this moment were indescribable. Is Yi Tian really human? If so, why are all the things happening to him so unbelievable? A moment later. Ha 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 ha. My son is extraordinary. He can speak in just 3 days, and he's so articulate. Yi Wushuang was overjoyed. For the next 2 days, he and Ling Susu spent every day with Yi Tian. The more time they spent together, the more astonished they became. They discovered that Yi Tian could not only speak, but also think clearly. He especially had his own insights into many things. He was practically a prodigy. Hanmeng, your brother can speak now. When will you be able to talk to your mother? Ling Susu looked at her daughter tenderly. Ling Hanmeng. She wanted to speak too, but she couldn't right now. These past few days, listening to Yi Tian's words, she had only 2 words in her mind. A freak. Being able to speak was one thing. But why was his speech so clear and logical, like an adult? At this moment, the Empress felt a deep worry about what she could do to get revenge in the future. 3 more days passed. Yi Tian was already running on the ground, his 2 short legs moving incredibly fast. He could even cultivate. He could already use simple spells. Most terrifyingly, he could actually lift a mountain weighing 1,000,000 pounds. Although Yi Tian had broken through the eternal limit realm and possessed immense strength, he had also refined a drop of Pengu's essence blood. But power is power, and whether he could effectively utilize it was another matter entirely. Can you imagine the scene? A newborn infant, only a few days old, with short arms and legs, was carrying a mountain tens of meters high, running around everywhere. All you could see was the mountain. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't see Yi Tian below at all. You'd think the mountain had grown legs of its own. It's simply because he was so small. The Yi family's ancestors and Yi Tian's parents were utterly astonished. This is beyond description, it's beyond even a divine infant. If my son can't become an emperor, who can? The Wang family's potential to become an emperor is a joke in front of my son. Yi Wushuang was incredibly proud. As for her younger sister, the Empress, she had already sealed off her 6 senses, not wanting to see or hear anything. To avoid discouraging her Dao heart. Compared to Yi Tian, she felt so ordinary, even somewhat mediocre. So sad, so depressed. My little sister is so cute. One afternoon, Yi Tian lay beside the cradle. He was just a little taller than the cradle. He looked at Ling Hanmeng with a smile. He reached out to pinch her little face. Are you going to pinch me again? Suddenly, a childish, sweet voice rang out. Ling Hanmeng frowned. Her clear eyes held a hint of displeasure. It was Yi Tian's fault for pinching her cheeks these past few days. Little sister, you can actually talk. Yi Tian's outstretched hand froze in midair, a mixture of shock and delight washing over him. What little sister? I'm your older sister. Ling Hanmeng frowned, her voice cold. But seeing Yi Tian's delighted smile and the genuine love in his eyes, Ling Hanmeng's heart trembled. Her tone softened. It was no longer so cold, becoming gentler. Is it only you who can talk, and I can't say I can talk? She felt familial love. In her past life, she had been an orphan since she could remember, adopted by her master. Later, her master went to pursue the great Tao and never returned. She had never known what familial love was. Mother, little sister can talk. Little sister can talk. Yi Tian hurriedly said to Ling Susu. Overjoyed, seeing Yi Tian's excitement, a warm feeling flowed through Ling Hanmeng's young heart. But, family ties are family ties. She would still get her revenge. For example, her status as his older sister. And those who deserved a beating, like Yi Tian, absolutely had to be beaten. Even the proud empress. Like Yi Tian, it wasn't long before Ling Hanmeng was able to run again. Moreover, Ling Hanmeng's cultivation was breaking through every day. In just 3 days, she had already broken through to the early stage of the spirit gathering realm. Realm divisions. Blood transformation, spirit gathering, sea of wheels, Yuan mansion, cave heaven, venerable, Emperor, Saint Realm, Great Emperor. Ha 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 ha. Yi Wuxuang was overjoyed beyond words. As outstanding as my son and daughter, who else could compare? Although Yi Tian's incident had precedent, the Yi family's ancestors were still incredibly shocked by Ling Hanmeng's situation. Everyone sighed. What amazing twins. What terrifying little babies. The Yi family is destined to lead the trend in the coming great era. More than 20 days passed. Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng, these terrifying twins, were a month old. Little sister, do you want to eat divine fruits? Yi Tian held several crystal-clear fruits in his small hands and came to Ling Hanmeng's side. His face was beaming with a bright smile. The Yi family had provided him and Ling Hanmeng with the best cultivation resources. Various kinds of pills and nourishing divine water. And all kinds of fruits. Yi Tian was too lazy to remember them all, so he simply called them divine fruits and immortal liquid. No, Ling Hanmeng said indifferently. Her gaze returned to the distance. In her past life, she was the high and mighty empress of the ice realm. She was aloof and rarely spoke to anyone. She often spent her time alone. Although she had been reincarnated and reborn, this aloof personality was ingrained in her bones. She couldn't change it, and Ling Hanmeng didn't want to. Sister, would you like some immortal elixir? Yi Tian asked again. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a bowl of immortal elixir appeared in his spatial ring. No. Oh, alright, then brother will be going now. Wait. Ling Hanmeng sat up from the small stool in the pavilion, her tone leaving no room for argument. I was born before you, I'm your older sister, not your younger sister. Remember to call me older sister from now on. Her demeanor was that of a high and mighty empress. Sister, ancestor said I. Ling Hanmeng waved her delicate little hand, interrupting Yi Tian. Ancestor is being unreasonable. Just then, Ling Susu and Yi Wuxuang walked over from a distance. Ling Hanmeng looked at her father, Yi Wuxuang. I was born before Yi Tian, I should be the older sister. I don't care. Ancestor must change it for me. Her delicate face was filled with pride and stubbornness. This, Ling Susu and Yi Wuxuang exchanged a glance. Both could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. They had already tried to reason with their daughter about this several times, but no matter what they said, it wouldn't work. This stubborn personality was beyond saving. The couple was extremely worried. Their heads ached. Chapter 9 single sentence, so cold, destabilized the Empress's Tao heart. What to do? Even with Yi Wuxuang's extraordinary cultivation, he couldn't think of a solution. His daughter, though young, was incredibly opinionated and exceptionally intelligent. However, she was unusually aloof. She spoke very little. She always gave off an impression of keeping people at arm's length. She would often sit alone, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Or she would cultivate alone. Moreover, Yi Wuxuang and Ling Susu were also puzzled. How did this child know she was born before Yi Tian? And how did she know what the ancestor had decided? No one told her. Did she start remembering things while still in the womb? Just then, little Hanmeng, how am I being unreasonable? Although you were born first, isn't it good to have an older brother to protect you? The 10th ancestor emerged from the spatial dimension. Beside him stood a beautiful woman in palace attire. 14th ancestor. No need, I can protect myself. And why can't I protect Yi Tian? Ling Hanmeng looked up at the 10th ancestor. Her voice was childish, but her incredibly earnest little face made the 10th ancestor smile slightly. So cute. The 10th ancestor reached out to pinch her chubby little face. But, don't pinch my face anymore. Ling Hanmeng frowned, taking 2 steps back. The 10th ancestor had no choice but to withdraw his hand. Ancestor, how about this? Since little Hanmeng says she can protect Yi Tian, then let's see who's stronger. If little Hanmeng can beat Yi Tian, then she'll be the older sister. The 14th ancestor smiled. When she saw Ling Hanmeng, she liked this little girl so much. Moreover, she could sense Ling Hanmeng's terrifying talent in the art of ice and snow. The 10th ancestor thought for a moment. Alright, little Hanmeng, I'll give you 3 chances. If you can beat Yi Tian twice, I'll make you the older sister. Is that alright? Yes, Ling Hanmeng answered without hesitation. A moment later, in the spacious courtyard, Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng, 2 babies just a month old, stood 3 zhang apart. The Empress sister wanted to beat Yi Tian today, to get some revenge. This way, at least her Tao heart could find some solace. Ice seal. Ling Hanmeng shouted in her childish voice. At the same time, she waved her little hand. Instantly, a layer of icy power spread outwards from Ling Hanmeng. Everything that passed through was frozen. Such powerful talent. This chill is comparable to a late-stage spirit-gathering cultivator. The 14th ancestor exclaimed in surprise. She also cultivated the Tao of Ice and Snow, and the family had arranged for her to specifically teach Ling Hanmeng. The ice layer instantly sealed Yi Tian, but the next instant, the ice layer on Yi Tian's body melted into water. Moreover, the surrounding ice, centered on Yi Tian, was rapidly melting. It wasn't that he knew any fire-based spells, but rather that Yi Tian had just released his blood energy, like a furnace. Sister, your ice, so cold. Yi Tian felt it with his small hand. He really felt cold. Because his own blood energy was so strong, Yi Tian hadn't felt cold when he jumped into the icy pool some time ago. Ling Qingshui's ice actually made him feel cold. So Yi Tian said from the bottom of his heart. He was praising the Empress's sister's powerful ice magic, but to the Empress's sister, those words had a completely different meaning. So chilling. Ah, this is outrageous. You damned Yi Tian, I'll freeze you to death today. Absolute zero. Taking a deep breath, Ling Hanmeng unleashed her strongest freezing power. But the result was the same. Yi Tian's blood energy was too powerful, even stronger than a true dragon cub. Don't underestimate him just because he has no cultivation. His blood energy can condense into 100 Zhong long blood dragon, capable of crushing most spirit-gathering realm cultivators with his fists. Little Hanmeng, you are still no match for your brother. Your freezing power is not strong enough. Study with the 14th ancestor for another 2 years. The 10th ancestor laughed. Empress. A moment later, led by the 14th ancestor, Ling Hanmeng arrived at a cultivation ground filled with ice and snow. She didn't know how she left. Her mind was filled with Yi Tian's words, "Little sister, your ice is so cold." Her ice had frozen countless powerful beings to death in the past. How did it become so tragic when it came to Yi Tian? The Empress's younger sister's Tao heart was deeply shaken. It was almost unstable. Those 3 words, so cold, were like a knife to the heart. If Yi Tian had known that his words had such a profound impact on the Empress's younger sister, he would never have said them. He would have praised her in a different way. Little Hanmeng, that was just an ordinary competition. Aren't there 2 more chances? Besides, victory and defeat are common occurrences. Don't take it too seriously. He offered his 14th words of comfort. She could sense that the previous defeat had greatly affected Ling Hanmeng. But the 14th ancestor misunderstood. It wasn't the defeat itself that was so impactful, but rather Yi Tian's words that had been so devastating. Ling Hanmeng took a deep breath, calming her Tao heart. Next, the 14th ancestor began to teach Ling Hanmeng the Tao of Ice. Ling Hanmeng listened attentively. In her previous life, she was the Ice Realm Empress, her attainments in the Tao of Ice and Snow far surpassing those of the 14th ancestor. However, different people have different perspectives on the same Tao. Ling Hanmeng also wanted to see how the 14th ancestor viewed the Tao of Ice and Snow. Perhaps, she could gain other understandings of the Tao of Ice and Snow. Similarly, after understanding the Tao of the 10th ancestor, she might be able to help the 14th ancestor take another step forward on his Tao path. A drop of kindness deserves a spring of gratitude. There was another reason. That meant she couldn't act too strangely, lest the Yi family patriarch and others suspect her reincarnation. Ling Hanmeng didn't want to expose this. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and the 10th ancestor arrived at the Yi family ancestral land. Open black lens bracket. Ding, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Arrived at the Yi family ancestral land. Host, would you like to sign in? Close black lens bracket. Sign in. Open black lens bracket. Sign in successful. Reward. 10 drops of Pengu essence blood close black lens bracket open black lens bracket as before. These 10 drops of Pengu essence blood only possess 1/1000th of the power of a complete essence blood. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. This system has processed them close black lens bracket open black lens bracket reward. The ancient god technique close black lens bracket Pengu essence blood, open double angle bracket. Ancient god technique close double angle bracket, allows cultivation of an ancient god body. At its peak, one can become a true ancient god. Ancient god. Tens of millions of years ago, a supreme race that dominated the world, suppressing all other races of the heavens, unable to raise their heads. They cultivate only physical strength. They possess extremely strong defensive and regenerative abilities. Most incredibly powerful is that they can fight against any ancient god below the Great Emperor realm, even if they are a whole realm higher. Yes, you read that right. Any ancient god, regardless of their talent, can fight against opponents of a higher realm, and by a whole realm. Supreme ancient gods are even more terrifying. Below the Great Emperor realm, they can fight against opponents 2 whole realms higher. Ancient gods are divided into 1 to 9 stars. The true martial heavenly domain also has 9 cultivation realms. 9 cultivation realms: blood transformation, spirit gathering, sea of wheels, primordial mansion, cave heaven, venerable, emperor, saint realm, great emperor. An ordinary 2-star ancient god can directly confront and even kill a sea of wheels realm cultivator. A supreme 2-star ancient god can directly confront and even kill a primordial mansion realm cultivator. Incredibly powerful. A 7-star supreme ancient god is comparable to a great completion ancient sacred body. Even facing a great emperor wouldn't be a threat. An even stronger 8-star supreme god can slay an ordinary great emperor. As for the legendary 9-star supreme ancient god, he possesses world-destroying power. He can be called a god. Incredibly terrifying. Later, the ancient god race disappeared into the annals of time for unknown reasons. There are no records of them. Now, many cultivators are completely unaware of the existence of the ancient god race. The chaotic Tao body represents cultivation and aptitude. The ancient god Dharma body represents physical strength. If both were integrated into Tian, he would be absolutely unparalleled throughout history. He could suppress all enemies. Chapter 10. Condensing the ancient god's body. The ancestor lifts the coffin lid. Time flies like an arrow. Days pass like a shuttle. Time always flies by too quickly. Unbeknownst to them, 3 years have passed. Ancestral land. Yi Tian, dressed in white, sat cross-legged. His incomparably handsome features were like a masterpiece of nature. His jet-black hair shimmered with divine light. He was surrounded by celestial aura, like a banished immortal. It wasn't hard to imagine that in a few more years, when he grew a little older, he would surely captivate countless fairies and saintesses. Condense. With a powerful shout in Yi Tian's heart, a powerful aura soared into the sky. At the same time, a towering phantom appeared behind him. Ancient. The phantom roared to the sky. It seemed to be announcing to the heavens and earth that after countless years, it had returned to this world. All beings once suppressed by it, tremble. Although the sound was inaudible, it still caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. Between the illusory figure's brow, something could be clearly seen rapidly coalescing. At a certain moment, it suddenly condensed successfully. At the same moment, a dazzling star appeared between Yi Tian's brows, the star of the ancient god. And the illusory figure behind Yi Tian was none other than the ancient god's Dharma body. Moreover, a 1-star supreme, ancient god's Dharma body. 1,000 miles away, the 10th ancestor, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. Whoosh! His sharp gaze pierced through the 1,000 miles, directly seeing Yi Tian. Swish! The 10th ancestor immediately stood up, exclaiming in surprise. It's condensed. Tear. Without hesitation, the 10th ancestor directly tore through the space in front of him and stepped inside. The next instant, he stepped out of the space beside Yi Tian. At the same time, bang! In one of the ancestral sites of the Yi family, a coffin lid was lifted. The 20th ancestor flashed out from within. This is an ancient god. The 20th ancestor's eyes shone brightly, filled with disbelief. Bang! 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 The coffin lids were continuously lifted, and the other patriarchs of the Yi family appeared one after another. They had all just felt the roar. This, I didn't see wrong, did I? An ancient god. Good lad, he actually condensed an ancient god's body. I originally thought this was a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. The patriarchs of the Yi family were all figures of extraordinary cultivation. They had lived for at least tens of thousands of years. There were very few things that could shock this group of ancient beings. At this moment, they were like curious children. Their eyes were constantly fixed on Yi Tian and the ancient god's phantom behind him. Some even touched Yi Tian's brow. Ancestor, stop touching. Yi Tian turned his head away. What are you doing? Let your ancestor take another look. It's just a touch, it won't cause any problems. Exactly. As the words fell, a powerful force appeared around Yi Tian. It directly imprisoned his body, preventing him from even speaking. It was unclear which ancestor had made the move. Damn it! Yi Tian exclaimed inwardly. A bunch of ancient relics bullying him, a mere child, utterly disrespectful to their ancestors. But, now, he had no choice but to endure it with his eyes wide open. Come, tell your ancestor, how did you condense the ancient god's body? An ancestor asked. Although very few people knew about the ancient god race. However, some of the ancestors of those ancient families still knew about it. After all, they had lived for a very long time. It was precisely because they knew Thathi lost their composure, were shocked, and curious. That was an ancient god. A god. An existence on par with immortals. I was born with the method of condensation in my mind. And then it condensed. Yi Tian stated the reason he had already prepared. He wouldn't mention the existence of the system. He wouldn't tell anyone. 2 years ago, Tianer told me about this. However, since the ancient god's body hadn't condensed, I didn't tell you. The 10th ancestor added. After obtaining the ancient god technique through daily check-ins, Yi Tian refined all the Pengu essence blood rewarded by the system. Then he asked the 10th ancestor for a lot of resources. At the time, the 10th ancestor was also shocked to learn that Yi Tian wanted to condense an ancient god's body. Countless resources were refined. Yi Tian finally condensed the ancient god's body after 3 years. Moreover, it's a supreme ancient god body. Legend has it that a supreme ancient god can fight across 2 levels. Furthermore, they can ignore any magical attacks from cultivators within 2 major realms. Although Tianer has condensed a 1-star supreme ancient god body, it's ultimately not a true ancient god body. I wonder how effective it will be. The 19th ancestor frowned. Ancient god body and ancient god body are different. Only ancient gods possess ancient god bodies. Ancient god body, however, is a body condensed by non-ancient gods through the ancient god technique. If cultivated to its peak, it can allow the cultivator to completely transform into a true ancient god body, become an ancient god. That's simple, just try it and you'll see. With that, the 15th ancestor lifted Yi Tian's sleeve. With a slight thought, a dagger exuding a strong aura of antiquity flew out of his storage ring. It gleamed with a cold light. 2 levels higher, that is, the Sea of Wheels realm. This dagger is something I used when I was young, and it happens to be a spiritual weapon of the Sea of Wheels realm. Swish. The dagger lightly grazed Yi Tian's arm. It left no mark. 15th ancestor, put some effort into it. If you can't bear to hurt Tianer, then let me do it. The 13th ancestor reached out to grab the dagger. Ancestor. How could you bear to hurt me? At this moment, Yi Tian, acting as the guinea pig, felt an indescribable mix of emotions. Alright, I'll definitely use my strength this time. The 15th ancestor's tone was firm. Then, he raised the gleaming dagger and forcefully slashed Yi Tian's arm. Still no mark. Yi Tian only felt something brush against his skin, he felt no pain. Looks like there's no difference. The 15th ancestor pondered. Whoosh. Suddenly, another white light flashed, and a bloody gash appeared on Yi Tian's arm. As expected, even a Yuanfu realm cultivator can't withstand it. The 13th ancestor nodded. At the same time, he sheathed his dagger. Yi Tian. His mind felt like a million alpacas were stampeding through his veins. Huh, this blood has an indescribable feeling. The 19th ancestor looked at the blood on Yi Tian's cut arm. It really is. Ancient records state that someone once obtained the ancient god technique, but failed to condense an ancient god body. Could it be because of this feeling that Tianer was able to condense an ancient god body? Very likely. The elders of the Yi family all shared their opinions. In fact, the elders' guesses were correct. Yi Tian had condensed an ancient god body precisely because he had refined Pengu's essence blood. And it was no different from a true ancient god body. Without Pengu's essence blood, even if Yi Tian could condense an ancient god body, he would definitely not be able to fight 2 levels higher. After all, an ancient god body is not a true ancient god body. Pengu's essence blood made up for this imperfection. That indescribable feeling was precisely the profound meaning contained within Pengu's essence blood. At the same time, the scratches on Yi Tian's arm were rapidly healing themselves. A few breaths later, his arm was completely healed, without a trace. This scene astonished the Yi family elders once again. Incredible regenerative power. The innate ability to challenge opponents of higher levels, terrifying defensive power, and monstrous regenerative abilities. This is one aspect of the ancient god's power. But there's something even more terrifying. First, there's a heaven-defying technique beyond description. It's called ancient god star shattering. Second, there's the forbidden ancient god, a being that has only appeared once in tens of millions of years. These two will be discussed in detail later. Tian, I just stabbed you. Now I'm giving you a gift as compensation. However, whether you can receive this gift depends on your own abilities. The 13th ancestor laughed. Then, with a wave of his hand, he released Yi Tian from his restraints. At the same time, a small demonic beast appeared in the arena. Roar. A deafening roar resounded. Chapter 11. If one beating isn't enough, then I'll beat you up a few more times. Roar. A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire Yi family ancestral land, fiery with rage and defiance. A small demonic beast engulfed in flames appeared not far from Yi Tian. A dragon's head, deer antlers, tiger eyes, deer's body, dragon scales, ox tail. An ancient divine beast, the fire Qilin. Trying to tame this Qilin as your mount? Absolutely not. A Qilin can be killed but not humiliated. The fire Qilin roared at the 13th ancestor, its eyes filled with untamed arrogance. It was of noble birth, the only offspring of the king of 10,000 demons, possessing an extremely high bloodline concentration and an immeasurable future. Although still a child, it possessed an indomitable spirit. The 13th ancestor ignored it. He transmitted his voice to Yi Tian. Tian, this young fire Qilin is my compensation to you. I encountered it by chance. At the time, it was sealed by the immortal source and protected by a powerful array. It took me a great deal of effort to free it. The bloodline power within it is extremely rich. Far beyond what the Qilin clan of the endless demon heaven can compare to. It must have been sealed for many eons. I've consulted the family's ancient records. They record that billions of years ago, the Qilin clan had a powerful ancestor who ruled the entire demon race. Later, darkness descended, and the Qilin ancestor died in battle. However, before his death, he sealed his only offspring, who had only recently been born, awaiting the arrival of a great era. I feel, it's this one. What you must do is suppress it, tame it, and make it your loyal follower. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's mind trembled. This guy has such a powerful background. Billions of years ago, the cultivation world back then was far more prosperous and powerful than it is now. Sages were everywhere. The youngest son of the Qilin ancestor, who ruled the entire demon race. And his only heir. The concentration of his bloodline was absolutely incomparable to that of the current Qilin clan. Even the current ancient emperors of the Qilin clan couldn't compare. What a treasure. Qilin child, I'll give you a choice. Become the follower of my clan's imperial son. The 13th ancestor said. HMPH. The Qilin child snorted coldly, glancing contemptuously at the 3-year-old Yi Tian, a little guy not even as tall as himself. Be his follower. This Qilin can kill him with a single claw. Back then, this Qilin tore apart a true dragon cub with his bare hands. Suddenly, the Qilin child's expression hardened, and he swiftly slashed out with his front paw. The next instant, Yi Tian's small fist collided heavily with the Qilin's small forepaw. Instantly, shock filled the Qilin's lantern-sized eyes. Its body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Boom. With a deafening roar, the Qilin crashed heavily into a large mountain behind it. Not everyone is qualified to be my follower. Yi Tian stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were disdainful. To deal with an ancient ferocious beast like the Qilin, there was no need to waste words, just fight. Beat it into submission. If once isn't enough, try twice. If twice isn't enough, try 3 times, until it completely submits. The Qilin is still a child. Yi Tian will use his fists to completely imprint his mark on its young mind. Such a Qilin with extremely high bloodline concentration. The future is bound to be incredibly strong. Roar. Boy, this Qilin will kill you. A powerful aura erupted from within the mountain, shattering the 100-jong-high peak. The Qilin cub transformed into a flame, its front paws lashing out at Yi Tian. This is too damn embarrassing for a Qilin. In a contest of strength, Only ancient ferocious beasts have ever been able to send humans flying. Today, it was actually sent flying. Not convinced? Then this imperial prince will beat you into submission. The power of the ancient god flowed, all converging into his right fist. Now, Yi Tian's physical strength had reached 50 million jin, the strength of an ordinary 1-star. Ancient god is within 10 million jin. A supreme 1-star ancient god's strength exceeds 10 million jin, meaning their physical body has broken through the eternal limit. But it won't exceed 30 million jin. Yi Tian already has 50 million jin, and this isn't even his limit at 1 star. In other words, Yi Tian, this supreme ancient god, is even stronger than the supreme ancient gods of the ancient god clan due to the essence of Pengu's blood. Boom! The next instant, Qilin Zi was sent flying again. Roar! 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 Come on, little brat! Qilin, refused to believe it. Boom! Boom! Next, Qilin Zi kept charging towards Yi Tian, only to be repeatedly smashed into the mountain. Excellent! Excellent! Before Tianer, those ancient ferocious beasts, pure-blooded beings, and true dragon cubs are nothing more than a punch away. He's more ferocious than any beast. He's practically inhuman. He's an ancient god. This matter must not be publicized, only we know. Yes, seal the news. From now on, use the family's resources as you please. Even if we have to pile them up, my Yi family will create a supreme 8-star ancient god. Remember, tell Tianer not to rush to strengthen his ancient god body, strive to achieve supreme ancient god status with each star. The ancestors will find what he needs. A chaos Dao body, plus a supreme ancient god body. How are the geniuses of other races supposed to survive? Fortunately, he's a member of my Yi family. Otherwise, the ancestor, would never let such a monster live past tomorrow. A dozen ancestors spoke one after another. A moment later, the Qilin child lay in the pit like a dead pig. Its bones felt like they were shattered. Its eyes were filled with doubt towards the Qilin child, all its previous arrogance gone. Do you submit? Yi Tian stood on the edge of the pit, looking down at the Qilin child. No. You think beating this Qilin child will make it submit? Absolutely not. The Qilin child struggled to its feet, but before it could regain its footing, it collapsed again. Hey, since a beating doesn't work, then this imperial prince will beat you every now and then. With that, Yi Tian turned and left. In the pit, the Qilin child. So sad, so depressed. The Qilin child seemed to have already foreseen its miserable days, but its arrogance remained. Even if you beat this Qilin countless times, this Qilin will never submit. The Qilin will never be a slave. The Yi family's patriarchs didn't linger, each returning to their respective secluded cultivation locations. Yi Tian approached the 10th patriarch. A bright smile graced his face. Patriarch, bring me a few dozen more mountain peaks, find some sturdier ones. The Qilin child's physical body is still very strong. My right hand is still slightly numb. In the pit, hearing this, the young Qilin child felt a chill run down his spine. Dozens of mountain peaks. This was a prelude to frequent beatings. A slightly numb hand. The Qilin child seriously doubted Yi Tian's true nature. His physical body was incredibly strong. Yi Tian continued. Ancestor, my resources are all gone. Get me 5 boxes of pills first, the big kind. Don't get it wrong. 200 caddies of ferocious beast blood, and at least 2,000 caddies of immortal liquid. Yi Tian spoke thoughtfully. In the past 3 years, he had consumed a vast amount of resources to condense the supreme ancient god body. It could be described as massive. Even the 10th ancestor felt a pang of heartache seeing it. It was fortunate that the Yi family was an ancient clan, with a long and distinguished lineage. If it were an ordinary aristocratic family, their resources would have been insufficient to withstand such a burden long ago. However, there was no other way. The growth of every ancient god is built upon countless resources, but it's all worth it. Ancient gods are terrifying, otherwise, they wouldn't be called gods. Although Yi Tian currently has no cultivation, not even reaching the blood transformation realm, he is a 1-star supreme ancient god. He can fight across 2 major realms. Furthermore, his power far exceeds the scope of a 1-star supreme ancient god. In other words, Yi Tian can kill cultivators at the Sea of Wheels stage. He might even be able to fight against cultivators at the Yuan Mansion stage. 9 realms of cultivation. blood transformation, spirit gathering, sea of wheels, Yuan mansion, cave heaven, venerable, emperor, saint, great emperor. Therefore, there are rumors that. Chapter 12 Cultivation soars, Empress sister wants some peace and quiet. There are rumors that the ancient god race disappeared because they plundered too many resources from heaven and earth. This disrupted the balance of the world, leading to their extermination. There are also rumors that the ancient god race was too powerful, even the heavenly Tao feared them. Therefore, the heavenly Tao destroyed the ancient god race. Of course, these are currently unverifiable. Tian needs to find the answers himself. Tianer, today is the day of the sermon. You will accompany the ancestor to the Tao Palace. It's time for you to cultivate your power. The 10th Ancestral Tao. Ding. Reminder to host. The check-in location has refreshed. Please check in at the Tao Palace. Every year, Tian's ancestors would give sermons to their clansmen. The location was the Tao Palace. The Yi family was an ancient and powerful family. They had been a major overlord of the true martial heaven domain for millions of years. But how many years this tradition had lasted, even the Yi family patriarch didn't know. Perhaps the ancient ancestors knew. Above the Yi family patriarch were ancient ancestors with even more terrifying cultivation. The annual Tao Palace lecture was a grand event for the Yi family, with hundreds of thousands of junior members sitting cross-legged in various locations, attentively listening to the patriarch's teachings. Open black lens bracket. Ding close black lens bracket open black lens bracket check in requirements met. Would you like to check in? Close black lens bracket. Check in, open black lens bracket. Ding close black lens bracket open black lens bracket check in successful. Reward. 500 Qilin fruits close black lens bracket Tian didn't immediately check the system's reward. At this moment, a surprised smile appeared on his face. Because on the futon in front of him sat a little girl, also 3 years old, the Empress's younger sister, Ling Hanmeng. Wearing a blue dress, her jet black hair cascaded down her back. Her features were like a masterpiece of nature, unforgettable at first glance, so beautiful. It's not hard to imagine that when Ling Hanmeng grows up, she will undoubtedly be a beauty capable of captivating all. But she exudes nobility and coldness, making people hesitant to approach, and inspiring the slightest thought of disrespect. Sister, you've come to listen to the ancestor's sermon too. Tian quickly went to a nearby futon and sat down cross-legged. The Empress's eyes unconsciously revealed a hint of joy. After all, she and Tian were siblings. They shared a blood connection, but that joy vanished in an instant, and she reverted to her aloof queenly demeanor. Wow, sister, you're already at the early stage of the Yuanfu realm. Such a fast cultivation speed. Tian exclaimed in surprise. In just 3 short years, Ling Hanmeng had already reached the early stage of the Yuanfu realm. She had advanced 3 major realms. This would absolutely shock countless people. Seeing the surprise on Tian's face, Ling Hanmeng felt happier than if she had eaten candy. She felt a surge of pride. HMPH. Finally, she had regained some ground. In the past 3 years, she had cultivated day and night, retracing the path of cultivation, because of the knowledge and experience of her previous life as a great emperor. Her foundation in this life was incredibly solid. It could be said to have been tempered through countless trials. Although she was currently only at the early stage of the Yuanfu realm, she was not afraid of facing those at the great perfection of the Yuanfu realm. On the path of cultivation, many powerful individuals choose to reincarnate and cultivate anew. This is to make up for the deficiencies in their cultivation path in their previous lives, to solidify their foundation. Thus, they can take another step forward. Suddenly, Ling Hanmeng's delicate brows furrowed slightly, because she couldn't sense any cultivation power from Tian. Your qi and blood power is quite strong. Why don't you have any cultivation? Have you not cultivated for the past 3 years? Ling Hanmeng asked. No, I'm starting to cultivate my cultivation power today. In the past, I've been cultivating a technique related to the physical body. Tian said. For the past 3 years, he had indeed been cultivating the ancient god technique. A physical body cultivation technique. The Empress's sister's first thought was that this technique must be extraordinary. But she didn't ask further. The ancestor gave me 3 chances to challenge Tian. I used it once 3 years ago, should I use it again today? Ling Hanmeng pondered. She came to the Taoist temple this time. The main purpose was to see Yi Tian's strength. Let's see if we can get our revenge. Thinking of Yi Tian's words, so cool, from 3 years ago, Ling Hanmeng still feels a little wronged, after her cultivation level reached the Yuanfu stage. The power of ice now is definitely not as simple as just being cold. She glanced at Yi Tian's handsome face again. The Empress hesitated for a moment. This strikingly handsome young man, with a radiant smile and an aura of otherworldly grace, was a true oddball. She couldn't judge a book by its cover, otherwise she would definitely suffer a great loss. Just then, the 10th ancestor's voice rang out. All right, the ancestor will begin his sermon. He sat cross-legged not far from Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng. Currently, there were only 3 people in the Dao Palace, the 10th ancestor, Yi Tian, and Ling Hanmeng. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng both sat cross-legged. The Great Dao has 3,000 paths, encompassing all things. Each of you must find the path that suits you. The 10th ancestor's voice slowly resounded. Although not loud, it echoed throughout the entire Dao Palace and the surrounding 1,000 miles. Furthermore, an invisible aura of the Great Dao was generated. Within this realm, his mind was clear. 2 minutes later, the spiritual energy within the Dao Palace surged towards Yi Tian. Boom. Spirit Gathering Realm. Yes, you read that right, Yi Tian broke through to the Spirit Gathering Realm. The Empress's admirer's eyes widened in surprise. He broke through already. But thinking about it, she understood. After all, Yi Tian possessed a Chaos Dao body and had cultivated his physical body for 3 years. His easy breakthrough was understandable. But 5 minutes later, mid-stage spirit gathering. 15 minutes later, late-stage spirit gathering. 40 minutes later, great perfection of spirit gathering. The Empress's sister frowned slightly. This was too fast. The 10th ancestor looked at Yi Tian, nodded in satisfaction, and continued his sermon. Others might not know, but he knew Yi Tian's foundation was solid, and he should be able to break through to the Wheel C realm. Sure enough, an hour later, Yi Tian's aura changed again. Early Wheel C realm. 2 hours later, mid-Wheel C realm. 4 hours later, Yi Tian had already reached the great perfection of the Wheel C realm. The next step was the Yuan Mansion realm. The Empress's younger sister was utterly shocked. What kind of freak is this? Even with the Chaos Dao body, this kind of breakthrough method is unacceptable. This is a serious disrespect for cultivation realms. I refuse to believe you can break through to the Yuan Mansion realm. The Empress's younger sister pouted. You must know, she herself was the reincarnation of the Empress, and it took her 3 years to break through to the Yuan Mansion realm. The further one progresses in cultivation, the harder it is to break through. 3 hours passed unnoticed, and Yi Tian's aura remained unchanged. HMPH. I knew you couldn't break through to the Yuan Palace. If you could truly break through to the Yuan Palace, then I would be your sister. Boom. Before the Empress's sister could finish speaking, a powerful aura emanated from Yi Tian, Yuan Palace. This. The Empress's sister was stunned. Suddenly, he broke through. It was at this moment that Yi Tian opened his eyes, 2 golden lights flashing within them. Sensing the change in his cultivation, Yi Tian let out a soft exclamation. He had been immersed in enlightenment and hadn't noticed his breakthrough. Yuanfu. Sister, look, I've reached Yuanfu too. The same realm as you. Yi Tian happily told Ling Hanmeng, Empress sister. What could she say? It took her 3 years to reach Yuanfu, while Yi Tian only took a few hours. Comparing the two, there's no comparison. Even riding a rocket wouldn't be this fast. Looking at the freak beside her, the Empress felt powerless. A question couldn't help but arise in her mind. When will I be able to defeat him? Can I defeat him? Is he someone I can defeat? A few breaths later, the Empress sister stood up from the futon, looking aggrieved at Yi Tian. I know you've reached Yuanfu. Freak. Then, after slightly bowing to the 10th ancestor, she flew out of the Dao Palace. She needed some peace and quiet. Calm her wavering Dao heart. Chapter 13, Taking the Empress as a Follower. A 3-year-old cave heaven realm expert. Look at Yi Tian before him. Then look at the hundreds of thousands of Yi family members outside the Dao Palace. The 10th ancestor felt a deep sense of unease. His once unwavering Dao heart began to waver slightly. Some clansmen cultivated day and night, even facing near-death experiences, to finally achieve a breakthrough. Others had it relatively easier, but even so, They still expended considerable effort. However, there was one clear exception. He was simply cheating. Breaking through cultivation levels was as easy as eating and drinking. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Fortunately, Tian didn't break through again in the following period, and his cultivation eventually stabilized at the early stage of the Yuanfu realm. Otherwise, the 10th ancestor felt he wouldn't be able to continue his sermon. He needed some peace and quiet. After the sermon, Tian didn't return to the ancestral land with the 10th ancestor, but instead went to the palace the family had prepared for him, the imperial palace. Not far from the imperial palace stood another magnificent hall, forged from millennia-old ice, the goddess palace. That was the palace prepared by the Yi family patriarch for Ling Hanmeng. The Dao palace wasn't short of the imperial palace, so Tian found a white crane. He sat cross-legged on it. His incomparably handsome face, his radiant black hair, his flowing white robes, he possessed an ethereal, otherworldly air, like a little deity. A poem says, an immortal rides a white crane, descending to the south of the Yangtze River in spring. Women by the lake blushed, constantly stealing glances. This is a poem the author suddenly felt inspired to write. I wonder what you, the readers, think. Along the way, he attracted countless women who didn't want to leave. Look, what a handsome little brother. Like a little god, I've never seen such a good-looking man before. What, you little brat, are you smitten? Aren't you tempted? Tempted. Of course I'm tempted. I wonder which clan he belongs to, I've never heard of him before. Yeah, it's really strange. Such a handsome little brother must be quite famous. Should we go up and flirt with him? He's so young, can we even handle him? We'll find out if we try. Let's go. Two bold women prepared to flirt with Tian. Meanwhile, Frozen Valley, another blessed land of the Yi family. It was forged from a piece of frozen ice by an ancestor of the Yi family using supreme divine power. It's extremely useful for clansmen who cultivate ice-based techniques. On a 100-jong-high ice platform, a group of over 100 members of the Yi family surrounded her, whispering amongst themselves. Who is that little girl? I don't know, but she's already so stunning at such a young age. What will she be like when she grows up? She'll definitely charm countless men. Absolutely. How did she offend the 10th sequence? I heard the 10th sequence wanted her to follow them, but she refused. Why did she refuse? That's a sequence. Yeah, if the 10th sequence wanted me to follow them, I'd be so happy I wouldn't be able to sleep for half a month. Is she too young and immature? Ling Hanmeng seemed oblivious to the surrounding discussions. After leaving the Dao Palace, she arrived at the Frost Valley. The frigid temperature there allowed her Dao heart to quickly calm down. Little sister, I'll ask you one more time, will you follow me? Yi Leng spoke. This was the third time she had extended an olive branch. Today, her cultivation had broken through to the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm, and she had just finished her seclusion. Unexpectedly, she encountered Ling Hanmeng upon emerging from seclusion. As a prodigy cultivating the path of ice and snow, she keenly sensed Ling Hanmeng's terrifying talent in this field. Therefore, she conceived the idea of subduing her. But Ling Hanmeng completely ignored her. She merely glanced at her indifferently. That was all. The younger generation of the Yi family has 10 ranks. Each rank is earned through genuine combat strength. They hold a very high position in the Yi family. Yi Leng, as the 10th rank member of the Yi family, possesses strength, beauty, and status. Countless people fight tooth and nail to become her followers every day. Now, he was being ignored by a 3-year-old. Especially in front of so many people, Yi Leng felt somewhat embarrassed. Ling Hanmeng frowned slightly. A sense of displeasure rose in her heart. Follow Yi Leng. Is that even possible? Even if reincarnation ends and the Great Tao collapses, she will not follow Yi Leng. She is the reincarnation of the Ice Realm Empress. After gaining a general understanding of the 14th ancestor's mastery of ice and snow techniques, Ling Hanmeng, half a year ago, casually offered her some guidance. At that time, the 14th ancestor went into seclusion, because Ling Hanmeng had resolved a mystery that had puzzled her for tens of thousands of years. This gave the 14th patriarch a profound insight. You don't need to bother anymore, I won't follow you. Ling Hanmeng spoke calmly. Then she took a step, preparing to leave. Wait. At this moment, a woman beside Yi Leng stepped forward to block her path. She was one of Yi Leng's followers. It's your honor to have gained Mrs. Favor. Perhaps you're too young and ignorant. I'm kindly advising you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the woman's eyes, Ling Hanmeng was undoubtedly an ordinary member of the clan. Although she possessed an extraordinary air, she knew all the members of the Yi family's lineage and their followers. The only ones she didn't recognize were the goddess Ling Hanmeng, born 3 years ago, and the imperial prince Yi Tian. But both of them were currently cultivating in the ancestral land, so what was she worried about? Her only concern now was preventing the little girl before her from leaving, thus causing the 10th lineage to lose face. Get out of the way, or I'll make my move. Ling Hanmeng warned the woman. If it weren't for the kinship ties, and the fact that Yi Leng hadn't gone too far, Ling Hanmeng would have already made her move. Little sister, what did you just say? You wanted to talk to me, your older sister. Before the woman could finish speaking, she was sent flying backward. She crashed into the iceberg behind her. She was unconscious. Without even glancing at the woman, Ling Hanmeng continued forward. Hiss. The sudden scene caused the surrounding onlookers to gasp. What a terrifying little girl. They hadn't even seen how Ling Hanmeng had attacked. Yi Leng narrowed her eyes. Stop. Then she shouted, her eyes filled with anger. Yi Leng was furious. She had been ignored 3 times before. Now, she had even been beaten by her follower right in front of her. Even a clay figure would be enraged. Moreover, she was a member of the Yi family, a noble lineage. So arrogant and unreasonable at such a young age. As your elder sister, I must teach you a lesson today. With that, Yi Leng casually made a move. A long whip formed from ice and snow coiled towards Ling Hanmeng. She couldn't discern Ling Hanmeng's cultivation level. Because both Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng were shrouded in layers of mist by the Yi family patriarch, concealing their true strength. But based on her own guess, it shouldn't be high. After all, she was too young. A cold glint flashed in Ling Hanmeng's eyes. She gently clapped her small hand forward, and a palm print formed from condensed ice materialized out of thin air. In an instant, it struck the long whip, directly shattering the whip into a cloud of snow mist. Then, Ling Hanmeng formed a hand seal. In a flash, more than a dozen ice swords appeared around her. With a whoosh, they pierced towards Yi Leng. How is this possible? Yi Leng's pupils constricted sharply. Her face was filled with shock. Because in her perception, each of those ice swords possessed the power of the early stage of the Cave Heaven realm. This meant, that little girl was at least at the Cave Heaven realm, the same level as her. A 3-year-old Cave Heaven realm cultivator. It's simply terrifying. Even the entire true martial heaven domain would struggle to find someone like her. When did the Yi family acquire such a monstrous talent? How could she not know? If Yi Leng knew that Ling Hanmeng's true cultivation was only at the early stage of the Yuanfu realm, she would definitely question the meaning of life. Chapter 14 You bullied my sister. I'll beat you up. A single, powerful blow. The current situation left Yi Leng no time to ponder. As the 10th ranked member of the Yi family, after 13 years of cultivation, Yi Leng's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Cave Heaven realm. She was a renowned prodigy in the true martial heaven domain. Yet, compared to the little girl before her, she seemed so ordinary. She almost appeared to have an unstable Dao heart. 9 realms of cultivation: blood transformation, spirit gathering, sea of wheels, Yuan mansion, Cave Heaven, venerable, emperor, saint realm, great emperor. With a wave of her jade hand, an ice wall appeared before Yi Leng. It blocked all the incoming ice swords. Little sister, I didn't expect you to be so easily underestimated. Ice and snow prison. As the words fell, Yi Leng used all her cultivation power. She slammed her hand on the ground. Instantly, 4 transparent ice walls appeared around Ling Hanmeng, sealing off all directions, radiating the powerful aura of the Cave Heaven realm, cross-suppressing Ling Hanmeng, attempting to make her submit. Yi Leng had made up his mind. No matter how monstrous this little girl was, he had to teach this cousin a lesson today. Otherwise, what kind of order would she be? Ungrateful. This time, Ling Hanmeng was enraged. Although Yi Leng was at the mid-stage of the Cave Heaven realm, a whole realm higher than her, but making her submit so easily was absolutely impossible. As an empress, she possessed tens of thousands of cultivation techniques in her mind, including dozens of forbidden secret techniques. Moreover, she had now comprehended the Ice Phoenix's great divine power. A cry. A phoenix's cry rang out. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura surged into the sky from within the ice wall. It directly shattered Yi Leng's blockade. The next instant, the Yi family members watching saw an ice phoenix several dozen feet in size appear in the arena. Memories in their minds were awakened. Looking at the cold-faced little girl, they recalled that night 3 years ago. They also vaguely knew the little girl's identity. At the same time, a furious roar came from the sky. "You dare bully my sister!" Sky-piercing strike. Like thunder from the heavens, it exploded in everyone's ears, making them uneasy. They hurriedly turned their heads to look, and saw something dozens of feet thick was crashing down from midair. The power contained within it cracked the ground beneath their feet. Holy crap! What is that? Quick, quick, get out of the way! The Yi family members watching hurriedly scattered in all directions, afraid of being a step too slow. But Yi Leng didn't move, because the long staff was coming down on her. Her pride and strength wouldn't allow her to dodge. Frosty hand. With a delicate shout, Yi Leng's right hand was covered in ice. She reached out to grab the sky-piercing staff. But the moment she extended her hand, she hastily withdrew it. Her expression changed drastically. She felt an incredibly terrifying power emanating from the staff, as if it could destroy her. The cells in her body screamed wildly, urging her to dodge. Without hesitation, she swiftly dodged to the side, landing on a small iceberg. Boom! With a deafening crash, the sky-piercing staff slammed heavily onto the platform. The earth seemed to tremble. Those from the surrounding Yi family members, who hadn't been able to get out of the way, lost their footing. Snowflakes swirled all around, a vast expanse of white. When everyone's vision returned to normal, they saw a child standing before Ling Hanmeng. Clad in white, with anger in his eyes, he held a wooden stick in his right hand. His aura surged, radiating power, like a little war god. The original platform was smashed to pieces. The ground within 100 meters was completely cracked, not a single patch intact. Hiss. Terrifying. The Yi family members watching stared at Yi Tian as if he were a monster. Where did this ferocious child come from? Yi Leng stood at a distance, having dodged the blow, but the strong wind had tousled her hair. Deep fear filled her eyes. "Sister, are you all right?" Yi Tian turned around, looking at Ling Hanmeng with concern. On the way, the two Yi family beauties had tried to flirt with him when someone mentioned the situation at Frost Valley. Yi Tian's intuition told him that the little girl was the Empress's sister. Without a word, he immediately rode his white crane over. This exhausted the white crane, making it very dissatisfied with Yi Tian. "It's all right." Ling Hanmeng withdrew the ice phoenix phenomenon and said gently. At this moment, the scene of Yi Tian standing in front of her just now still floated in her mind. His small figure was about the same height as hers. However, he shielded her from the wind and snow ahead. A warm feeling welled up in her heart. At this moment, Ling Hanmeng suddenly realized that it was quite nice to have someone protecting her. In her previous life, she was the Ice Realm Empress. She was the only one protecting others, never anyone protecting her. It would be nice if he were my brother. But then, no. He could protect me as my younger brother too. Who says only older brothers can protect younger sisters, and not younger brothers can protect older sisters? Proud as an empress, she would be the older sister. "You are, the emperor's son and the goddess?" Yi Leng asked tentatively. Ice Phoenix phenomenon, siblings, cave heaven realm, terrifying power. All signs now indicate that the two before them are indeed the imperial prince and goddess, born 3 years ago. Eternal Ice Phoenix physique and chaotic Tao physique. Wow! A heated discussion immediately erupted around them. Sure enough, that little girl is the goddess. She was born with the Ice Phoenix phenomenon. So they are the imperial prince and goddess. Today we've finally met them in person. The goddess reached the cave heaven realm at 3 years old. Her talent is simply enviable. The imperial prince's strike, so powerful. Absolutely. The imperial prince broke through the eternal limit realm at birth, possessing the strength of tens of millions of jinn. His strength must have increased many times over now. Have you all noticed how cute the imperial prince is? I really want to pinch his cheeks. Looks like you've forgotten how powerful the imperial prince's wooden stick is. The surrounding Yi family members all stared at Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng with shining eyes. Especially the women. A radiant smile graced their faces, their beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yi Tian. Those gazes made Yi Tian feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he were surrounded by a pack of wolves. "Greetings, Imperial Prince." Greetings, goddess. Someone reacted first, bowing respectfully. The rest followed suit. The imperial prince and goddess were only slightly lower in status than the clan chief. Even some of the Yi clan elders had to bow to them. This was the Yi clan's rule. Why did you bully my sister? Yi Tian asked Yi Leng, his voice filled with anger. I didn't mean to. Yi Leng replied. Then you did it on purpose. Yi Tian retorted. When he first arrived and saw Ling Mengan being bullied, his heart was filled with boundless rage. That rage remained unabated. Your Highness, Yi Leng stared directly at Yi Tian, not expecting him to be so unforgiving. Taking a deep breath, Yi Leng continued. Your Highness, in my Yi family, it's perfectly normal for those with talent to want to take them as followers. Fights during the recruitment process are also perfectly normal. Strength is the best means. The implication was that her conflict with the goddess was not wrong. It was in accordance with the Yi family rules. Moreover, she didn't know it was the goddess. Even if you are the emperor's prince, you cannot use your status to force her. Hey, Yi Tian chuckled. While what you say is true, but, you bullied my sister, no matter your reason, it's unacceptable. I'm going to beat you up. Swish. As the words fell, Yi Tian flashed towards Yi Leng. You bullied my sister, I'll beat you up. A domineering yet gentle statement. Looking at Yi Tian, who resembled a little war god, Ling Hanmeng's lips curled into a happy smile. This caused the surrounding light to dim slightly. The sky-piercing staff slammed down from midair. The immense power whistled through the air. Yi Leng dodged. She knew clearly the immense power contained within that wooden staff, more terrifying than a true dragon cub. Imperial Prince, this is utterly unreasonable. You'd better stop now, or don't blame me for disregarding your status as an Imperial Prince. Yi Leng spoke coldly. Bang. The answer she received was another strike from Yi Tian's staff. HMPH. Yi Leng snorted coldly, anger flashing in her eyes. Yi Leng unleashed his full power, channeling his mid-stage cave heaven cultivation. He blocked the sky-piercing staff. However, the force of the attack still forced Yi Leng back several steps. His arm trembled slightly. Yi Tian, on the other hand, seemed unaffected, swinging his staff again. Imperial Prince, I won't hold back. Ice and snow flying swords. Hundreds of flying swords formed from ice and snow appeared behind Yi Leng. Each one possessed the power of a mid-stage cave heaven cultivator. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the flying swords pierced towards Yi Tian from all directions. Chapter 15 2-3-year agreements. The Empress's sister leaves, go see. The Emperor's Prince is fighting the 10th sequence. What? The Emperor's Prince? The child of the Chaos Dao body from 3 years ago. Why is the Emperor's Prince fighting the 10th sequence? I heard it's related to the goddess, but I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. And the goddess? That eternal ice phoenix body. I've read countless books, don't lie to me. What good would it do me to lie to you? True. The battle in Frozen Valley quickly spread throughout the Yi family. Countless clansmen rushed towards Frozen Valley. The Emperor's Prince, the goddess. The twins born to the Yi family 3 years ago, many had never seen them. Unexpectedly, after years of absence, they appeared today and are fighting the 10th sequence. I absolutely have to go see. In a pavilion within the Yi family compound, 4 people were drinking tea. 2 of them were Ling Susu and Yi Wushuang. The other 2 were an old man and a little girl. The old man had white hair and beard, yet showed no signs of age, possessing a serene and otherworldly air. He exuded an air of otherworldly grace. Ling Zhaofeng. Ling Susu's biological father, a powerful figure with terrifying cultivation. The little girl was 6 years old. She had beautiful features, eyes that shone like stars, and her full head of black hair was tied up with an exquisite ribbon. Ling Miaoke. The pride of the Ling family, the 9th Dao child. Born with a water spirit physique. The Yi family had 10 sequences, and the Ling family selected the 9th Dao child. The 2 had arrived 3 days ago, to bring Ling Hanmeng and Ling Susu to their maternal home. The Ling family was also an ancient and powerful clan with a rich history. Madam, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened, madam. The whole clan is saying that the Imperial Prince and the 10th sequence are fighting. Just then, a maid rushed in. What happened? Ling Susu quickly stood up and asked. I don't know either, I heard it's related to the goddess. Now many people are rushing towards the Frost Valley, madam. The maid's words were cut short. She noticed that the 4 figures were no longer in the pavilion. 3 breaths later, Yi Wuxiang and the other three appeared beside Ling Hanmeng. Hanmeng, why did my brother fight with Yi Leng? Ling Susu asked hurriedly. She bullied me. Ling Hanmeng answered simply and directly, then continued watching the battle in the distance. Who bullied you? Yi Leng. How did she bully you? Knowing their daughter's personality, the couple knew that Ling Hanmeng obviously wasn't going to explain much. So, the two had no choice but to ask someone nearby. This is my granddaughter. Ling Xiaofeng didn't watch the battle, but instead looked at Ling Hanmeng with delight. This was the first time he had seen his granddaughter. 3 years ago, when Ling Hanmeng and Yi Tian were born, he was in seclusion. At a crucial moment, he had just emerged from seclusion recently and rushed to the Yi family. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Her temperament, talent, and appearance were all impeccable. Ling Miaoke's eyes also lingered on Ling Hanmeng. Then she came to a conclusion. This cousin is a bit cold. She was a water spirit, exceptionally sensitive to icy energy. Standing beside Ling Hanmeng, she felt a chill run through her body. Boom. At this moment, with a loud crash, Yi Tian smashed down 100 jong tall iceberg with a single blow, incredibly powerful. Ling Xiaofeng happened to witness this scene, and his eyelids twitched. Good lad. No wonder he was born to break through the eternal limit. Ling Xiaofeng was equally satisfied with Yi Tian. His temperament, appearance, aptitude, and combat power were all impeccable. A true little war god. I must have done many good deeds in my past life. To have such outstanding grandson and granddaughter in this life, haha. Ling Xiaofeng stroked his beard. A humanoid beast. This was the label Ling Miaoke gave Yi Tian. However, his appearance is quite good. Meets my aesthetic standards. 2 dimples appeared on Ling Miaoke's face. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. Can Tianer win? Ling Susu asked, looking at Yi Wuxiang. From the surrounding clansmen, they already knew the cause and effect. Don't worry, Tianer will definitely win. My son, Yi Tian, has the potential to become an immortal emperor. Yi Wuxiang affirmed. Dozens of icebergs were successively smashed, shattered into pieces. Just like Yi Leng's mood at this moment, it was incredibly frustrating. She felt that Yi Tian was even more ferocious than a beast, with thick skin and flesh. All her attacks were useless. This freak. How did he cultivate his physical body? So strong. The more they fought, the greater the pressure on Yi Leng became, and she gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. In a certain instant, boom. Yi Tian slammed down with his staff, directly smashing Yi Leng into an iceberg, where she couldn't get up for a long time. What is a genius? High comprehension, fast cultivation speed, and the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels. Yi Tian is a genius beyond genius. A monster. His foundation is too solid. He can suppress a mid-stage cave heaven cultivator at the early stage of the Yuanfu realm. This is only possible because Yi Leng is a high-ranking cultivator. Furthermore, Yi Tian didn't use the power of a supreme ancient god. He used only his cultivation power. Otherwise, Yi Leng would have been suppressed long ago. Hiss. Hiss. Tens of thousands of Yi family members gasped, some even several times. This made the frozen valley feel slightly warmer. The Emperor's son truly lives up to his name. Amazing. In this life, the Emperor's son will surely lead the way. Yes, he'll lead us to glory. How laughable that I once doubted the Emperor's son. I was just a clown. Yes, I once felt it was unfair. I admire the Emperor's son above all others. The Emperor's son is mighty. The Emperor's son is incredibly handsome. During these years, while Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng were cultivating in the ancestral land, discussions about the two never ceased. Everyone in the Yi family knew that a goddess and an emperor's son had joined the family. Their status was above the Yi family's top 10 ranks. Many followers of the ranks felt indignant on behalf of the ranks. They felt it was unfair. The Yi family's top 10 ranks were selected from hundreds of thousands of descendants. The honor was earned through strength. Although Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng's physiques were indeed formidable, their direct placement above the top 10 ranks was something that couldn't convince the public. This caused much private discussion within the Yi family. Today's battle made many in the Yi family understand that the titles of imperial son and goddess were not bestowed arbitrarily. Both are unparalleled geniuses. Both of them are qualified. A moment later, Ling Susu led Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng back to the pavilion. The family sat down for a meal together. Ling Xiaofeng was overjoyed. His granddaughter sat to his left, and his grandson to his right. He couldn't be happier. Especially his grandson, who had a wonderful personality and spoke sweetly, constantly making him laugh heartily. That evening, Ling Hanmeng found Yi Tian, and the two went to the pavilion. Yi Tian, I want to make a 6-year promise with you. 6 years from now, on the day we are born, we will have a final showdown. If I win, I will be the older sister. Otherwise, you will be the older brother. The Empress's younger sister said, a 6-year promise. Okay. Yi Tian answered without hesitation. It's a deal. After saying that, Ling Hanmeng got up and left the pavilion. Wait, Hanmeng, can you call me brother? I've never heard that before. Yi Tian asked hurriedly, his big eyes filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Ling Hanmeng continued walking without stopping or turning back. However, her lips moved. Yay! Yi Tian saw it. In that instant, he saw it. Although he didn't hear a sound, he knew Ling Hanmeng had called him brother. Happy. So happy. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yi Tian slammed his fist on the stone table in front of him. Instantly, the stone table shattered into pieces, and then the pavilion collapsed. Yi Tian. Yi Tian, did the pavilion offend you? Ling Miaoke, who happened to be passing by, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but ask. No, I didn't mean to. Yi Tian explained. Then you did it on purpose. Yi Tian. How familiar those words were. The next morning, Ling Susu, with Ling Hanmeng, left the Yi family along with Ling Zhaofeng, going back to my parents' home. Chapter 16 Instant Understanding. Yi Tian is even more prodigious than the immortal Emperor Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in at the Imperial Palace. Reward. Instant mastery. Instant mastery. Regardless of the cultivation technique, a single glance is enough to instantly achieve perfection. If the technique is incomplete, the subsequent parts will be automatically deduced, and the technique will reach perfection. 2 days later. Ancestral land. Yi Tian and the 10th ancestor sat cross-legged facing each other. Tianer, from today onwards, your ancestor will teach you cultivation techniques. My Yi family has countless cultivation techniques. After discussion, we, your ancestors, have selected several extremely powerful techniques for you. They are, the Immortal Slaughtering Sword Technique, the Annihilation Palm, the Heaven-Turning Seal. My mastery of the Immortal Slaughtering Sword Technique is the deepest. The other 2 techniques will be taught to you by the 15th and 19th ancestors. To fully unleash the power of this sword technique, one must first possess the heart to slay immortals, and only then can one cultivate the intent to slay immortals. A single blade of grass can cleave the sun, moon, and stars. That single sword strike can split the heavens and earth, annihilating countless gods and Buddhas. As these words were spoken, the 10th ancestor pointed forward and made a slight gesture. Instantly, Yi Tian felt a slight fluctuation emanate from it. A sword light appeared in his eyes. The stars shifted. Space-time shifted. Yi Tian found himself seemingly transported to another world. High above the 9 heavens, 5 figures, as terrifying as heavenly might, were shrouded in celestial light. They sat high in the 9 heavens, overlooking all living beings. In a fleeting moment, a sword light slowly emerged, slashing towards the immortals at a measured pace. No matter how the 5 immortals dodged and defended, it was all in vain. In the end, they were annihilated into nothingness in the sword light. At the same time, the cultivation method of the slaying immortal sword technique appeared in Yi Tian's mind. Tianer, remember that feeling. Although you haven't learned swordsmanship before. But this ancestor believes that for a prodigy like you, learning swordsmanship will be very beneficial for you. Suddenly, the 10th ancestor's voice abruptly stopped. He was stunned. Because, with a gentle slash of Yi Tian's small hand forward, a silent sword light appeared. From that sword light, the 10th ancestor seemed to see countless immortals bleeding and Buddhas falling to their deaths. Perfect. Ultimate. This was the level that could only be achieved by mastering the immortal slaying sword technique to its ultimate limit. Shocked, shocked, and shocked again. Unbelievable, unbelievable, and unbelievable again. The 10th ancestor stared intently at that sword light. He had once seen an ancient ancestor of the Yi family use it, and it only conjured images of dozens of immortals falling. Unlike Yi Tian now, where immortals and Buddhas fell like rain. This meant, although Yi Tian had only just come into contact with the immortal slaying sword technique, he had already reached the perfect state. The 10th ancestor was unaware of his extraordinary ability. Such a miraculous scene. This stirred up a tidal wave of emotions within the 10th ancestor, almost overwhelming him. Ancestor, what's wrong? How will learning swordsmanship affect me? You haven't finished speaking, Yi Tian asked, tilting his head back. His large eyes were filled with confusion, looking utterly innocent. Thanks to the instant learning skill rewarded by the system. Therefore, the moment he received the cultivation method, Yi Tian was already at the maximum level. Learn. What was that character? It's nothing, it's nothing. Ancestor, I feel that learning swordsmanship is very easy for you. Yes, it's very easy. The 10th ancestor nodded. Tianer, have you learned this technique before? Although he knew Yi Tian hadn't, the 10th ancestor still asked. He hoped to get a positive answer from Yi Tian, even if he had to lie to him. To stabilize his Tao heart. It's like when we buy a cake in our daily lives, we always want to ask the vendor when it was made. We always hope the vendor will say it was just made. Even if we know it wasn't just made. Just for psychological comfort. But, no, Yi Tian answered very honestly. This, young man, how can you be so honest? Oh, no. The 10th ancestor's tone changed several times, his heart pounding. He nodded slightly. Then he continued, Tianer, unleash a few more sword lights, and I'll take a look. Yes, ancestor. With that, Yi Tian pointed his fingers and unleashed 5 sword lights in a flash. The 10th ancestor's gaze was fixed on those sword lights. He seemed to have gained some insight. Seeing this, Yi Tian again used his small hand to unleash dozens more sword lights, which appeared before the 10th ancestor like a rain of swords. To truly perfect the immortal slaying sword technique, one must actually slay an immortal. Therefore, neither the Yi family's ancestor nor that ancient ancestor had truly perfected it. Something was always missing. The 10th ancestor found inspiration in the sword lights Yi Tian unleashed. A moment later, a cry. The sword cry of Wusheng rang out, and the 10th ancestor slashed forward with his fingers. Swordlight appeared. Among them were dozens of strange phenomena signifying the fall of immortals. I never expected this. Originally, it was me teaching you, but now it's you teaching me. The 10th ancestor stroked his beard with a sigh. At the same time, a passage he had once read in an ancient text surfaced in the 10th ancestor's mind. The ancient text recorded, there once existed a peerless immortal emperor in the world. From the beginning of his cultivation, any cultivation technique, no matter how profound or complex, he could reach perfection in at most half a quarter of an hour. Some only required a few dozen breaths. Terrifying. An immortal emperor. A great emperor among immortals. Even immortals are legendary beings, let alone a great emperor among immortals. Just the name alone conveys the absolute power of such a figure. With a wave of his hand, he could cause the heavens to collapse. Could Tianer also possess such power? The 10th ancestor wondered. Let's try it. Tianer, take another look at this, Silent Annihilation Palm. Silent Annihilation Palm. A single strike annihilates all things. It's a terrifying killing move. Watching Yi Tian close his eyes to learn the technique, the 10th ancestor's eyes were filled with anticipation. He hoped Yi Tian could learn it quickly. 2 breaths later, a dozen palm prints, each tens of feet in size, descended from the sky, carrying the intent of annihilation. Each one had reached the perfected state of the silent annihilation palm. Good. The 10th ancestor laughed loudly. Tianer, take another look at this, heaven-turning seal. Heaven-turning seal. Cultivate a golden seal, concentrating all power within it, transforming it into gravity. It then descends from the heavens. The immense power contained within can overturn heaven and earth. 2 breaths later, a golden imperial seal, several dozen feet in size, descended from the heavens, suppressing everything in its path. The power contained within was almost enough to kill a venerable. Yi Tian not only infused his cultivation power into it, but also the power of an ancient god. Good. Ha ha ha. The 10th ancestor uttered 3 consecutive, good-s. He laughed heartily. Then, he took out dozens of cultivation techniques and handed them all to Yi Tian. Without exception, except for the time it took to browse the contents, Yi Tian learned each one instantly. The entire process took no more than 2 breaths. This matter also became known to the other ancestors of the Yi family. Bang! 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 One by one, the coffin lids were opened again, and the heads of the Yi family reappeared. They were all shocked and overjoyed. The crucial point is that, through testing, they also discovered something else. That is, even if a cultivation technique is incomplete, Tian can complete it and cultivate it to a perfect state. This impressively terrifying, simply unheard of, unseen. It completely shattered their understanding. Tianer, he's even more monstrous than that immortal emperor. Ancient god body, chaos Dao body, breakthroughs in cultivation are like drinking water, learning techniques is instantaneous. If you ask who in the world can become an immortal, it must be our clan's imperial son. If you ask who among the immortals can become an immortal emperor, it must still be our clan's imperial son. Everyone knows that Wang Detang of the Wang family has the potential to become a great emperor. But they don't know that our clan's imperial son, Tian, has the potential to become an immortal emperor. Ha 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 ha. This matter should not be publicized, only we know. Good. Agreed. All right. The elders of the Yi family looked at Tian as if he were a priceless treasure, their eyes shone brightly. Alas! If the Empress sister knew about this, she would surely. Chapter 17. Getting beaten up by Tian is a great fortune for this Qilin. If the Empress's younger sister knew about this, her Dao heart would surely waver again, she would surely fall silent again, and she would inevitably ask subconsciously, is Tian human? And the answer would automatically surface in the Empress's younger sister's mind, he's a freak. He's a banished immortal. He's an ancient god. He's definitely not human. And she would realize once again that she couldn't regain her footing. Fortunately, the Empress's younger sister didn't know. Tianer, whatever cultivation technique you want to learn in the future, go to the library and find it yourself. Or the ancestor will give you the beginning of a cultivation technique. You can perfect it yourself. The 10th ancestor instructed. Based on the current situation, Tian's cultivation doesn't need his guidance. He can go and rest now. After the ancestors left, Tian sat cross-legged, his small eyes filled with contemplation. No rush to break through cultivation levels. I already have many cultivation techniques, so I don't need to cultivate them for now. Then, next, is the cultivation of the ancient god body. The power of a one-star supreme ancient god is between 30 million and 50 million jin. But I feel my power can increase much more. And there's the Qilin child. I can't forget that guy, I have to beat it up every now and then. It must follow me. With a slight thought, an item resembling a large grape appeared in Tian's hand. Qilin fruit. A system reward. Primordial era. The first calamity of the Dragon Han era. A great war broke out between the Dragon clan, Phoenix clan, and Qilin clan. Legend has it that the ancestor of the Qilin clan, the ancestral Qilin, died at the Nanming Li volcano, and his blood nourished a sapling. After 10,000 years, the sapling grew into a divine tree. It bears fruit once every million years. The fruit is called the Qilin fruit. After consuming the Qilin fruit, the Qilin clan can increase the concentration of their bloodline. They continuously move closer to the ancestral Qilin. Currently, the Qilin divine tree is nowhere to be found in the cultivation world. 3 days later, I'll go beat up that Qilin brat. He put away the Qilin fruit. He pulled himself back from his thoughts. Tian began refining the resources, cultivating his ancient god body. Soon, 3 days passed. Nanming Mountain. The Yi family patriarch brought dozens of mountains from the outside world and refined them into one using his immense magical power. A place specially prepared for the Qilin child. The cultivation resources inside were abundant and plentiful. Regarding the Qilin child, the Yi family patriarchs did not use forceful methods. Instead, they offered him ample benefits, because they firmly believed the Qilin child would definitely be subdued by Tian. Boy, what are you doing here? But upon seeing Tian, Qilinzi's face hardened with wariness. Didn't I say last time? Since one beating isn't enough, then I'll beat you a few more times. Tian laughed. He keenly noticed that Qilinzi was considerably stronger than before. Without further ado, whoosh. Tian swung his fist, aiming for Qilinzi. He didn't choose to use the heaven-turning seal. Because that didn't feel as good as a direct punch. Roar. Kid, you really think I, Qilinzi, am easy to bully? You think you can just hit me like that? This time, I, Qilinzi, will definitely wash away my shame and show you the terror of Qilinzi. The battle erupted instantly. Boom. 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 The result was the same as last time. Even though Qilinzi's strength had increased significantly, he was still no match for Yi Tian. A moment later, he was beaten and lay sprawled in the pit like a dead dog. He couldn't even stand up. Here, take this as a reward for you. Yi Tian tossed a Qilin fruit a short distance in front of Qilinzi. HMPH. Qilinzi snorted coldly with utter disdain. He glanced at the Qilin fruit. Boy, you gave me grapes, you think. What is that? Suddenly, the Qilin's words stopped abruptly. It sensed an aura emanating from that grape-like thing, an aura that excited and craved its bloodline. This is. An idea flashed through the Qilin's mind. Whoosh. It didn't know where it got the strength, but it instantly rushed to the Qilin fruit. This Qilin, damn it. This is the Qilin fruit. Qilin fruit. Ah. The Qilin child was incredibly excited, its eyes shining, its body trembling. It couldn't believe it. It couldn't believe that what was before it was the legendary Qilin fruit. Lightning speed. The Qilin child swallowed the Qilin fruit in one gulp. Kid, you. The Qilin child originally wanted to ask Yi Tian where the Qilin fruit came from, but Yi Tian was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? HMPH. Next time I come, this Qilin will definitely find out. First a beating. Then a super sweet treat. Yi Tian believed that he could subdue the Qilin child in no time. 1 month later, Yi Tian returned to Nanming Mountain. Boy, do you want to spar with this Qilin? Sure. However, this Qilin child has one condition. You must tell me where the Qilin fruits came from. And you must give me 5 Qilin fruits first. The Qilin child extended its forepaw. Previously, it had refined the Qilin fruits and keenly sensed that its bloodline was purer. The concentration was higher. Its strength had also greatly increased. If it could obtain more Qilin fruits, it might very well become a pure-blooded Qilin, successfully revert to its ancestral form. Even surpassing its ancestor, taking its bloodline power to a higher level. These past few days, it had eagerly awaited Yi Tian's arrival. It had waited so long it was almost withered. Thank goodness for the Qilin ancestor, today it had finally waited. Seeing that Yi Tian ignored it, the Qilin's eyes darted around, and one of its claws disappeared. 4. No less. Yi Tian still ignored it. However, he felt a sense of wonder. How did the Qilin's make its claws disappear? The Qilin's wasn't human. It couldn't simply retract a finger like a human. Interesting. 3. This is my final bottom line. The Qilin's disappeared another claw, its expression resolute, a few breaths later. 2. At least 2. Give me 2 and I'll spar with you. The Qilin's made a scissor-like gesture with its front paws, indicating it wouldn't lower its demands any further. A few breaths later. Looks like you don't have that many. Alright, give me a Qilin fruit, and I'll spar with you. The Qilin child stated his bottom line. Yi Tian answered this time. However, he answered with his fists. A moment later, the Qilin child lay sprawled in the pit like a dead dog. Qilin child, you need to understand the situation. Whether I beat you or not is up to me, the Emperor Prince. I don't need your consent. With that, Yi Tian left a Qilin fruit and departed. 3 months later, the Qilin child lay sprawled in the pit like a dead dog. Yi Tian, why did you leave? You haven't given me my Qilin fruit yet. Yi Tian glanced at the Qilin child indifferently. Who said I'd give you a Qilin fruit after beating you up? Whether I give it or not depends on my mood. And also on your performance in the battle. Time flew by. Before they knew it, a year had passed. Nanming Mountain. The Qilin child stared towards the entrance, its eyes filled with intense longing. Where's Yi Tian? It's been a year. Why hasn't he come to beat this Qilin up yet? In this year, the Qilin child had obtained 5 more Qilin fruits. Its bloodline was purer. Its aura was stronger. Now, even in its dreams, the Qilin child hoped Yi Tian would come and beat it up. For the Qilin fruits. It was willing to be beaten by Yi Tian. It craved being beaten by Yi Tian. No. Not being beaten up. The Qilin child believed that it was a painful price it had to pay to obtain the divine Qilin fruits. After all, you have to give to receive. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Furthermore, in its battles with Yi Tian, its strength and defense were constantly honed. Thus, it became even stronger. Therefore, being beaten by Yi Tian seems to have brought him great benefits. It's a great opportunity. It's a great fortune. He's made a killing. When his strength surpasses Yi Tian's in the future, he will repay him tenfold. A Qilin can be killed but not humiliated. Right now, he's enduring humiliation. He's biding his time. Chapter 18 Forbidden Ancient God. A blind date with a Buddhist maiden. As for Qilinzi's self-comforting thoughts, Yi Tian was unaware. Now, he was sitting cross-legged. The various resources around him were constantly being refined by him, becoming the source of his power. Between his brows, the ancient god star spun rapidly. It was undergoing a profound change. At a certain moment, it seemed to have broken some kind of boundary. The originally white ancient god star erupted with astonishing light, turning golden. At the same time, a sense of enlightenment surfaced in Yi Tian's mind. A forbidden ancient god. So, above the supreme ancient god, there is a forbidden ancient god. 100 million jin of power. Throughout the year, Yi Tian's power had continuously increased. After reaching 100 million jin, he discovered that the ancient god star was undergoing a transformation. Today, the transformation was complete. The ancient god star between his brows changed from white to gold. He too transformed from a supreme ancient god into an even more terrifying forbidden ancient god. Ancient gods. Tens of millions of years ago, terrifying beings who roamed the heavens and earth. They reigned supreme among the heavens. Even the heavenly Tao bowed before them. They were divided into 9 stars, from 1 to 9 stars, corresponding to the 9 realms of cultivation, blood transformation, spirit gathering, sea of wheels, primordial palace, cave heaven, venerable, emperor, saint realm, great emperor. As long as one is an ancient god, regardless of talent or strength, they can fight beyond their level. And they can fight beyond the entire realm. Ordinary ancient gods can fight beyond 1 level. Supreme ancient gods can fight beyond 2 levels. Like prodigies, even during the golden age of the ancient god race, supreme ancient gods were extremely rare. As for forbidden ancient gods, they can fight beyond 3 major realms. 3. A 1-star forbidden ancient god can challenge and even kill cultivators at the Sea of Wheels realm. A 6-star forbidden ancient god is comparable to a fully formed ancient sacred body. They can fight great emperors. Fighting across 3 major realms is one of the terrifying aspects of a forbidden ancient god. The second is forbidden techniques. However, these are terrifying techniques that can only be comprehended and awakened from 3 to 4 stars. More on this later, including ancient god star shattering. What is forbidden? It is a monstrous existence that transcends comprehension and breaks previous rules. Forbidden beings only emerge during an incomparably brilliant golden age, or when the heavens are about to be destroyed. Therefore, there is an ancient saying in the cultivation world: forbidden beings are either born to destroy the world or appear to save it. A brilliant golden age is about to arrive. The Yi family paid a great price to delay Yi Tian's birth by 100 years, so that he could lead the trend in this great age, striving for a lifetime on the path to immortality. For countless years, the number of forbidden figures appearing in the cultivation world can be counted on one's fingers. In the ancient god clan, apart from their progenitor, no other forbidden ancient god has appeared in later generations. Yi Tian is the second. This is also why it's not recorded in the ancient god manual. Now, after countless years, the forbidden ancient god has reappeared. When he reaches the 6th star, all the heavens will tremble. The fear in the hearts of all races may be reawakened. All beings prepare to tremble. 3 days later, Yi Tian's figure appeared in Nanming Mountain. The Qilin child, who had been listlessly lying in the pit, suddenly had bright eyes. He soared into the sky, roaring, "Yi Tian, you've finally arrived. This Qilin has been waiting for you for a long time." The roar was powerful and resounded throughout the entire Qilin mountain. The echo lingered for a long time. The great divine power of the Qilin. Upon arriving, Qilinzi unleashed the terrifying killing technique of the Qilin clan. In the void, a fire Qilin, tens of feet in size, its body engulfed in terrifying flames, appeared. The Qilin's claws, carrying overwhelming power, slammed towards Yi Tian. "Not bad. Your strength has increased significantly. Even a great perfection cultivator would have to exert all their strength to withstand it." Feeling the immense power within the Qilin's claws, Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. He slowly clenched his right fist. Powerful energy gathered from all parts of his body. He now possessed a strength of 100 million jin. Yi Tian threw a punch. Boom. The Qilin phantom in midair was directly torn apart. then slammed heavily into Qilinzi. Bang! Qilinzi crashed heavily into a mountain tens of feet high behind him. The entire mountain shattered with a deafening roar. This Qilin, damn it! How did he become so strong? After muttering weakly, the Qilin child fainted. Before, it could withstand several punches from Yi Tian. Today, it was knocked down with a single punch. 2 full hours later, the Qilin child finally opened its eyes, and then it saw 2 Qilin fruits in front of it. Pain. But also great joy. For you, my beloved Qilin fruits, this Qilin is willing to endure such pain. Time flies. More than 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Tian is almost 9 years old. At this moment, in the Yi family's reception hall, the 10th ancestor sat in the main seat, with 2 women dressed as nuns in the guest seats. Fellow Taoist Yi, this humble nun was passing by and decided to stop by for a while. It's been over 10,000 years since we last met. Fellow Taoist Yi's strength has improved considerably. Master Jinghui said. She looked to be around 30 years old, but was actually hundreds of thousands of years old. Master, your Buddhist teachings have also improved a lot. It won't be long before you attain Buddhahood. The 10th ancestor smiled. He and Master Jinghui had explored the secret realm together before, and their relationship was quite good. Is this the Chengxin Buddhist maiden? The 10th ancestor looked at the young woman standing to the side, her hands clasped together. Yes, fellow Taoist Yi, this is indeed my disciple, the Chengxin Buddhist maiden. Master Jinghui said. The Chengxin Buddhist maiden. A peerless genius renowned throughout the great Brahma realm. And the most beautiful young woman in the great Brahma realm. Born with a Chan heart, she was born to cultivate Buddhism. She also possessed a pair of discerning eyes, capable of seeing things others could not. She possessed the potential of a Buddha. She was on par with Fahai, the naturally born Buddha of the Golden Mountain Holy Temple, a sacred Buddhist site in the great Brahma realm. Senior. The Zen Heart Buddhist maiden clasped her hands together in greeting. Fellow Taoist Yi, this humble nun has heard that the Yi family's imperial son was born to break through the eternal limit. I wonder if I could meet him. It would be good for these 2 juniors to get to know each other. Master Jinghui suggested. Of course. The 10th ancestor agreed without hesitation. Then, he changed his hand seals and sent out a message. The Imperial Palace. Brother Tian, the ancestor wants you to go to the main hall. He said to meet the Zen Heart Buddhist maiden and her master, Master Jinghui. The Qilin child came to Yi Tian's side and said. Now, it had completely become Yi Tian's little follower. Yi Tian's terrifying strength, the Yi family's formidable resources, and the terrifying allure of the Qilin fruit. All these factors combined. All of this made it willingly follow Yi Tian. There's another reason. That is, Yi Tian didn't intend to make it a mount, but rather a follower. Yi Tian treated it very well. Moreover, all of the Qilin child's relatives perished in the great calamity billions of years ago. It was left alone. From Yi Tian, it once again felt the warmth of family. Okay, I'll go right away. Yi Tian stood up. Brother Tian, do you think the ancestor might be setting you up on a blind date? Based on my experience, these kinds of meetings where 2 elders introduce 2 juniors, were almost always blind dates. But I feel something's off. A blind date with the Buddha maiden. This, Qilinzi frowned, seemingly worried for Yi Tian. A blind date. Yi Tian frowned slightly. He really wanted to ask Qilinzi. How the hell did you connect this to anything? Over the past few years, he'd discovered that Qilinzi had a very peculiar thought process and wasn't exactly serious. He lacked any of the demeanor of a demon king's son. But his talent and strength were terrifying. Even as a child, he could suppress a late-stage venerable cultivator. Of course, he still couldn't beat Yi Tian. Are you asking for a beating again? Leaving those words, Yi Tian headed towards the reception hall. Are you asking for a beating? Qilinzi's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. How long has it been since Brother Tian beat me up? A year, or 2. Chapter 19 The Tribulation of the Zen-minded Buddhist Woman. You are destined to fly a moment later. The Zen-hearted Buddhist nun seemed to sense something. Her beautiful eyes, full of wisdom, turned towards the hall entrance. And there she saw, a young man dressed in snow-white robes walked in, hands clasped behind his back. He was tall and slender. His back was as straight as a pine tree. He radiated a hazy glow, his aura ethereal, like a celestial being untouched by the world. Especially his face, so handsome it was unimaginable. a woman who saw him would involuntarily think, a gentleman like jade, unparalleled in the world. No, these words couldn't describe his charm. He was a peerless gentleman, utterly indescribable in words, like a celestial being among celestials. Who is he? The moment she saw Yi Tian, the Zen-hearted Buddhist nun's pure, untainted heart trembled violently. It wasn't because of Yi Tian's charm. It was because of her discerning eye, which saw a scene emanating from Yi Tian. All the Buddhas in the heavens were kneeling before Yi Tian. How could this be? How could this be? The Zen-hearted Buddhist nun kept asking herself these questions. Her Zen-hearted mind, originally filled with the great principles of Buddhism, was rapidly shifting. Amitabha. The Zen-hearted Buddhist nun quickly withdrew her gaze, no longer looking at Yi Tian. But her heart couldn't find peace. Master Jinghui frowned slightly. She noticed the Zen-hearted Buddhist nun's unusual behavior. What exactly did Zen-hearted see? Her disciple possessed innate discerning eyes, able to see many things others couldn't. Truly a dragon among men. Master Jinghui praised with a smile, with her cultivation level so high, she only needed to glance at him to know the aptitude of her juniors. Greetings, senior. Yi Tian bowed to Abbess Jinghui, then slightly bowed to the Buddhist nun Changsun. Tianer, take Changsun around for a stroll, the 10th patriarch said. He had naturally noticed Changsun's unusual behavior earlier, so an idea formed in his mind. Letting Yi Tian interact more with Changsun might bring unexpected surprises. Haha. Yi Tian gave the 10th patriarch a meaningful look. Buddha, please. In the pavilion at the mountaintop, Yi Tian and Changsun sat facing each other. Young master, may Changsun ask you a question? Changsun asked softly. Of course. Yi Tian picked up the teapot and poured Changsun a cup of tea. Young master, what do you think Buddha is? The Zen-hearted Buddhist nun asked. Her wise eyes gazed quietly at Yi Tian. Has anyone ever said that a Buddhist nun's eyes are beautiful? Yi Tian smiled. He genuinely thought the Zen-hearted Buddhist nun's eyes were beautiful, sparkling with wisdom. Young master, you've gone off topic. The Zen-hearted Buddhist nun swayed slightly, a blush creeping across her face. She quickly looked away. What woman doesn't like to be praised? Especially by a peerless man like Yi Tian, who is like a banished immortal. Then let me get back to the point. Buddha's daughter, this imperial prince does not understand Buddhism. However, this imperial prince believes that Buddha is merely a group of monks with profound cultivation. It is also a path. And Buddha is just a title. If this imperial prince's cultivation is strong enough to make people willingly believe in me and worship me, then, this imperial prince can also be called Buddha. If I, the imperial prince, am stronger than the Buddha you speak of, then I am the Buddha of Buddhas. Yi Tian's resounding voice rang out. The Buddha of Buddhas. The Zen-heart Buddhist maiden looked at Yi Tian, the scene of all Buddhas kneeling in worship reappearing before her eyes. Amitabha. Hands clasped together, the Zen-heart Buddhist maiden chanted a Buddhist prayer. The Zen-heart swayed again. Then the Zen-heart asks you again, young master, what is the great Tao you pursue? Yi Tian looked at the Zen-heart Buddhist maiden and smiled. Freedom. The great Tao I, the imperial prince, pursue is very simple, it is freedom. Yi Tian picked up his teacup and took a small sip, elegant and magnanimous. The Zen-heart asks you a third question, young master, what is true freedom? Yi Tian thought for a moment. A few breaths later, he stood up, a serious expression on his face. Seeing this, the Zen-heart Buddhist maiden also stood up. She noticed an inexplicable aura emanating from the ethereal young man before her. It subtly influenced her Zen-like state of mind. The next instant, where this emperor's gaze falls, even the heavens dare not obstruct. Where this emperor's body resides, even the earth dares not shed dust. If this emperor says something exists, it must exist. If this emperor says something doesn't exist, even if it exists, it must vanish. With these words, Yi Tian pointed forward, the immortal slaughtering sword technique. A sword light appeared, within which countless immortals bled, and countless Buddhas and demons were annihilated. Moreover, signs of the collapse of the heavens and the fall of all realms appeared. Clearly, due to the influence of Yi Tian's state of mind, the immortal slaughtering sword technique underwent some different changes at this moment. It became more profound and stronger. Beside her, the Zen-like Buddhist nun's heart trembled violently. The devout faith in Buddha within her Zen-like heart crumbled continuously. Meanwhile, boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous booms echoed in succession from the heavens, the sound of great karma. Some things cannot be said. Speaking them will bring the consequences of karma, and even divine punishment from the heavenly Tao. Half an hour later, Master Jinghui left the Yi family with the Buddhist nun Changsun. The two boarded a flying boat and headed towards the great Brahma realm. At the bow of the boat, the Buddhist nun Changsun stood facing the wind. Her brows were furrowed. Changsun, your heart is not at peace. What has disturbed it? Master Jinghui approached from behind. Although she asked this, Master Jinghui knew the reason. Yi Tian. It was definitely because of Yi Tian, the imperial son of the Yi family. Ever since she met Yi Tian, her disciple had been acting strangely, lacking her usual composure. Disciple, what did Yi Tian say to you? And what did he do to you? Why did it have such a great impact on you? It even shook your Zen heart. Master Jinghui had many questions in her mind. She had no doubt about her disciple's Zen heart. Once, when the Zen heart Buddha was 3 years old, a faint remnant soul of a saint tried to possess her mind. But it was ultimately purified by the Buddha. This shows the steadfastness and terrifying power of the Zen heart Buddha's Zen heart. Master, your disciple doesn't want to return to the great Brahma realm. Your disciple wants to stay with the Yi family. The Zen heart Buddha spoke her mind. Master often says that the way to eliminate inner demons is not to escape, but to face them directly. Young Master Yi can disturb your disciple's mind. Your disciple wants to stay by young Master Yi's side for a while. Face young Master Yi directly. This is to restore your former Zen mind. Otherwise, your Zen mind will always have flaws. Upon hearing this, Master Jinghui didn't answer immediately, but frowned slightly. She thought to herself. Is this the tribulation destined for Zen mind? Many years ago, Master Jinghui encountered a fortune teller with terrifying cultivation. He called himself the commoner divine physician. He told Master Jinghui that the Zen Buddha maiden was destined for a tribulation. If she chose correctly, her future path would definitely reach a very high level. If she chose incorrectly, she would be doomed. As for what the Great Tribulation was and when it would occur, the commoner divine physician didn't specify. He only said that when the Great Tribulation appeared, the Zen Buddha maiden would sense it. Now it seems that this Great Tribulation is Yi Tian. Alright. Buddhism emphasizes cause and effect, so don't force yourself too much. Remember, your master will always be behind you. Master Jinghui smiled. Thank you, Master. Zenshin Buddhist nun bid farewell to Master Jinghui and headed towards the Yi family alone. Watching her disciple depart, Master Jinghui clasped her hands together, murmuring, Amitabha. May Buddha bless you. I hope Zenshin's choice is right. In truth, Master Jinghui harbored deep worries because Yi Tian was too special. She worried that her disciple would become deeply entangled, unable to extricate herself. The Yi family's main hall. After Zenshin Buddhist nun explained her purpose, the 10th patriarch readily agreed. He had sensed an unexpected surprise before. Now it seemed that was indeed the case. Moreover, the 10th patriarch felt it was even more than that. There would be an even greater surprise. He was quite satisfied with the Zen-hearted Buddhist nun. The family elders were satisfied with that. Well, you know, they all understand, right? Beside him, Qilinzi looked at the Zen-hearted Buddhist nun. Somewhat speechless, he thought to himself. Should I say you're devoted to the Tao? Or should I say you're stupid? Using Brother Tian as a test subject, have you lost your mind from practicing Buddhism? Facing Brother Tian, men are all right. Women, even those who practice Buddhism, are destined to fall. HMPH. As outstanding as I am, with my unyielding spirit, I initially refused to submit to anyone. But in the end, I was still conquered by Brother Tian. Suddenly, Qilinzi frowned. No, what conquer? That word is wrong. This Qilin isn't a woman. We have to change the word. But, which word should we use? Qilinzi fell into deep thought. Chapter 20 Fahai crosses the heavens and challenges Yi Tianjia. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, the Zen-heart Buddhist maiden faced Yi Tian directly every day, discussing the Tao with him. The 10th ancestor had sternly instructed Yi Tian that he must treat the Zen-heart Buddhist maiden well. As someone who had been reborn, Yi Tian was acutely aware of what these family patriarchs were thinking. Alas! What could he do but sigh heavily in his heart? However, these 10 days of discussions made the Zen-hearted Buddhist nun's Zen mind even more unstable. Some Buddhist scriptures are extremely profound. Previously, the Zen-hearted Buddhist nun would spend a long time understanding even a part of them, but Tian understood them instantly. He only needed to read the content to clearly point out the profound meanings contained within. This caused the Zen-hearted Buddhist nun's Zen mind to waver greatly. What made her Zen mind most unstable was that Tian had actually cultivated a Buddha-like self within these 10 days. Buddha, are you joking with Zen heart? Zen heart, Buddha asked, looking westward. When Buddhist cultivators reach a certain level of understanding of Buddhism, they will conjure a phantom of Buddha behind them. Many Buddhist cultivators conjure images of existing Buddhas. For example, the 18 Arhats, the sleeping Buddha, etc. But the true self Buddha image conjures up one's own image. That is, the true self. I am Buddha, Buddha is me. As far as the Buddha knows, in the great Brahma realm over the past 2 million years, only one person has conjured a true self Buddha image. Only Jin Chanzi, who has attained enlightenment. Even Fahai, the naturally born Buddha of Jinshan Holy Temple, has not conjured one. But, Tian is not a Buddhist cultivator, he has never practiced Buddhism before, and he has only read Buddhist scriptures for 10 days. Yet he has conjured a true self Buddha image. For a moment, Zen heart Buddha even thought that Tian was the reincarnation of Buddha. Otherwise, how could this be? On the 11th day, the Zen-hearted Buddhist nun no longer sought to discuss the Tao with Tian. Instead, she remained alone in her cultivation room. Because her faith in Buddha had completely vanished, and Tian's image slowly appeared in her Zen mind. Amitabha. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, profound practice. Hands clasped together, the Zen-hearted Buddhist nun continuously chanted Buddhist scriptures. She wanted to restore her faith in Buddha. But no matter how many times she chanted, the image in her Zen mind remained Tian. Master, what should your disciple do? Only with Buddha in one's heart can one cultivate the Dharma. At this moment, she had no Buddha in her heart, only Tian's image, which grew clearer and more profound. Could Tian be her Buddha? She had never before regarded a peer as Buddha. At this moment, the Zen-hearted Buddhist nun was bewildered. For a moment, her wisdom eyes could not see the road ahead. All she could see was a vast white mist. She's already succumbed after only 10 days. This Qilin originally thought she could at least hold out for a while longer. As excellent as my brother Tian. Qilinzi shook his head. He was also present when Tian and the Buddhist maiden discussed the Tao. Qilinzi could almost sense the changes in the Buddhist maiden's state of mind every day. Therefore, the Buddhist maiden of Zen heart dared not see Tian again, which meant she had already succumbed. Tian could sense the Buddhist maiden of Zen heart's situation, but he didn't have time to pay attention now, because he was in seclusion. Unbeknownst to him, half a year had passed. The cultivation world is vast, and no one has yet been able to explore it all. 9 heavens and 10 earths, otherworldly realms, the sea of severed souls, the outer heavens, and the unspeakable unknown lands. The so-called 9 heavens refer to the 9 great celestial domains of the upper realm. Each celestial domain is vast and boundless. Besides the true martial celestial domain, there are 8 other great celestial domains, including the endless demon celestial domain, the 100 kingdoms celestial domain, and the great Brahma celestial domain. The great Brahma celestial domain, primarily the domain of Buddhist cultivators, it also contains other cultivators and demonic beasts. However, Buddhism is the most prosperous. The Golden Mountain Holy Temple is one of the oldest temples in the great Brahma celestial domain. Countless monks, believers are spread throughout the entire 9 heavens. Millions of years ago, a highly accomplished monk attained Buddhahood. In this era, the Golden Mountain Holy Temple has produced a born Buddha, Fahai. Legend has it that when Fahai was born, a rosary bead was held in his mouth. A rain of swastikas fell from the sky. Countless illusory images of Buddhas appeared, chanting resounded throughout the heavens, and endless Buddhist light descended. The light lingered for 3 days. It shocked the entire great Brahma realm. He was appointed the Buddha's son of this era by the Holy Son of Jinshan, representing Jinshan Holy Temple in the world. He was personally instructed by a highly virtuous monk. On this day, a young monk slowly walked out of Jinshan Holy Temple. His face was fair, and his appearance was dignified. He wore a cloud dragon robe. In his left hand he held a Vajra staff, and in his right hand he held a large golden alms bowl. His body radiated dazzling Buddhist light. A Buddhist halo was also visible behind his head. It was none other than the Buddha's son of Jinshan Holy Temple, Fa Hai. The great era had not yet arrived, it was not yet his time to roam the world. But, when Fa Hai heard that the Chengxin Buddhist maiden was with Yi Tian, he resolutely left Jinshan Holy Temple. He had met the Chengxin Buddhist maiden. He knew she possessed innate wisdom in the path of Buddhism, especially her Zen-like heart. Fa Hai had originally planned to discuss Buddhism with her more often in the future. People are foolish, and all are prone to falling into demonic possession. It seems the Buddhist maiden has been bewitched by the Yi family's imperial son. This humble monk has a responsibility to awaken her. Amitabha. Fa Hai strode forward, though his steps were small. Each step covered 100 jong. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. The true martial heaven domain became exceptionally lively because of a challenge. Hey buddy, have you heard? Hear what? Fa Hai, the Buddhist disciple of the Golden Mountain Holy Temple in the Great Brahma realm, has challenged Yi Tian, the imperial son of the Yi family, to a duel at the true martial platform. I heard. 2 days ago, Fa Hai went to the Yi family to issue a challenge. The battle is scheduled for 10 days later. Everyone knows this. Why? Same question. The two have never met, and the Yi family and Jinshan Holy Temple have virtually no dealings. Fa Hai came across the heavens. Could it be just to fight the Yi family's imperial son? Possibly. I heard Fa Hai has cultivated the invincible golden body of Buddhism, while the Yi family's imperial son was born with the power to break through the eternal limits. Does Fa Hai want to see if the Yi family's imperial son can break his invincible golden body? You can even think of such a reason. Truly a genius. What, fellow Taoist, do you have other news? Yes, I heard it's because of a woman. A woman? Who? The Zen heart Buddhist maiden. That woman, who rivals Fa Hai in fame, possesses an innate Zen heart and discerning eyes. Moreover, she is the most beautiful young woman in the great Brahma domain. Now, that Zen-hearted Buddhist nun has returned to secular life to follow Yi Tian, the imperial son of the Yi family. Holy crap. Fellow Taoist, according to you, Fa Hai did it for a woman. For love, possibly. That's truly astonishing. But Fa Hai is a monk, does he understand love? This. Fellow Taoist, you've stumped me. I feel that Fa Hai probably doesn't understand love. What do you mean, probably? Fa Hai, definitely doesn't understand love. Who cares if he understands love or not? What does it have to do with us? We're just spectators watching the show. Right. 10 days left, hurry up. Fa Hai crossed the celestial domains, issuing a challenge to Yi Tian. 10 days later, a duel was to be held on the true martial platform in the true martial heaven domain. And so, countless cultivators rushed to the true martial platform from all directions. One was a born Buddha from the great Brahma heaven domain, possessing the potential of a Buddha. The other was the imperial son of the Yi family, an immortal clan, born to break through the eternal limit, and possessing a chaos Tao body, famous throughout the 9 heavens. For many years, there had been no news of him. Who was stronger? The Yi family. The Zen heart Buddhist maiden's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Young Master Yi is in seclusion and knows nothing of this matter. This battle was started because of me, and it is my responsibility to handle it. Muttering to herself, the Zen heart Buddhist maiden left the Yi family. He headed towards the true martial platform. 5 days ago, the Qilin child also went into seclusion, otherwise, she would definitely have gone with him. The true martial heaven domain was vast. The region is divided into the eastern region, western region, southern region, and northern region. Countless cultivators spend their entire lives without ever completing their assigned region. Southern region. The moon worship cult. A super powerful sect with a long history and profound foundation, only slightly inferior to the Yi family. But that's relative. The Holy Maiden's Palace. A dozen or so beautiful maids stood in a row, each holding a luminous image. The images all featured handsome men. That's all. The current Holy Maiden, Zan Yu, said unsatisfied. Xiao Dai, what kind of people have you found? Not a single one is handsome. Take them away quickly, or my eyes will be clouded. Zan Yu rubbed her eyes. Xiao Dai waved her hand. The dozen or so maids put away the images and left. They felt those men were already quite charming, but why didn't the Holy Maiden find them appealing? Holy Maiden, we've searched through all the family prodigies, sect saints, and dynasty princes in the southern region several times over. Xiao Dai was exasperated. Her Holy Maiden had created a list of handsome men. It was specifically for men with striking good looks and extraordinary talent. They couldn't be more than 10 years older than her. Age didn't matter. They could wait. The southern region was vast, with many men, but few who met the criteria. Either they were handsome but lacked talent, or they had talent but weren't good-looking. After looking at tens of thousands, Zhan Yu's list of handsome men currently only had 3 people. If the southern region doesn't have them, then go look. In the eastern region, western region, and northern region. Zhan Yu reclined in the chair, her jade-like hands supporting her snow-white chin. A hint of languor graced her exquisite face. Her stunning figure was on full display. Her jet-black hair cascaded down, partially obscuring her bright, beautiful eyes. Yes, Xiao Dai responded, then asked. Miss, shall we go watch the battle between Fa Hai and the Yi family's imperial prince? The Yi family's imperial prince. Zhan Yu seemed to remember something, and abruptly sat up. Chapter 21 Fa Hai, you cultivate Buddhism, but you don't understand Buddhism. Zhan Yu and Ling Miaoke were best friends. They shared a common hobby, handsome men. Several years ago, after Ling Miaoke met Yi Tian at the Yi family, she told Zhan Yu about it. However, Yi Tian was only 3 years old then. Too young. According to Ling Miaoke, he was just a flower bud, not yet fully bloomed. They needed to wait. In a few more years, they would know whether Yi Tian, this flower, would bloom beautifully or not. Judging by the time, the Yi family's imperial son should have basically grown up. Let's go see. Anyway, I'm just killing time. This holy maiden hasn't seen a handsome man in ages. I hope that brat Ling Miaoke isn't lying to this holy maiden. Otherwise, a wicked smile appeared on Zhan Yu's lips. A strange glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. A moment later, an exquisite flying boat departed from the Baiyu sect. It sped towards the Junwu platform. The true martial platform. The true martial heaven domain's dedicated arena for top-tier prodigies to engage in decisive battles. It wasn't built by any particular power. It has always been there. It exudes the aura of time. To engage in a duel on the true martial platform, one must pass its examination. Those deemed unqualified by the true martial platform will be barred from entering. There are countless cultivators, but only a handful are qualified to step onto the true martial platform. Very few indeed. Now, countless cultivators have already gathered around the true martial platform. They've all come to watch the spectacle, some arrived early, others just now. Is that Fa Hai? He seems to have some skill. In the very center of the true martial platform, Fa Hai sits cross-legged, hands clasped together, eyes closed. His Vajra staff stands motionless to the side, 3 inches off the ground. His expression remained expressionless, neither pleased nor saddened. He seemed completely oblivious to the heated discussions around him. Truly worthy of being a born Buddha's son, radiating Buddhist light from his very being. This is already the 10th day, the final day. Why hasn't the Yi family's imperial son arrived yet? Could he refuse the challenge? Possibly. After all, the Yi family didn't respond after Fa Hai issued the challenge. He should come, it concerns the family's reputation. Just then, they're here. They're here. The Yi family is here. A cultivator pointed excitedly at a flying ship in the distance, bearing the Yi family's battle flag. Everyone looked in that direction. Fa Hai also opened his eyes and stood up. In the distance, a massive warship approached, a large flag bearing the character, Yi, fluttering in the wind at its bow. The Zenheart Buddha maiden and a group of Yi family juniors stood at the bow. One point needs clarification. Although the Buddhist nun Chengxin practiced Buddhism, she didn't wear a robe, but rather dressed simply and elegantly. She also had long hair. Master Jinghui had told her since childhood, as long as you have Buddha in your heart, your appearance doesn't matter. Moreover, Chengxin was the most beautiful young woman in the great Brahma realm. Master Jinghui didn't want to use certain rules to obscure her beauty. On her way here, Chengxin encountered a junior from the Yi family, and so they traveled together. Upon seeing Chengxin, the junior from the Yi family once again felt that the emperor's son was truly outstanding. He could actually captivate such an extraordinary woman. Wow! Everyone spontaneously made way for the warship. The Zen-hearted Buddhist nun flew from the bow of the ship and landed effortlessly on the true martial platform. Who is that woman? So beautiful. The most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Why isn't she the Yi family's imperial prince? Could she be the Yi family's goddess, Ling Hanmeng? The entire true martial heaven domain knew about Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng, the twins. No, no. The Yi family's goddess possesses the eternal ice phoenix physique, she should exude coldness from her very core. But this woman is simple and elegant. Her aura is off. Therefore, she definitely isn't the Yi family's goddess. Holy crap. Fellow Taoist's insight is truly convincing. Of course, I'm an expert in this area. The surrounding cultivators speculated and discussed endlessly about this peerless beauty who suddenly appeared on the true martial platform. Fahai, why bother? I voluntarily stayed by young Master Yi's side. The Zen-hearted Buddhist nun's calm voice rang out. Zen-minded Buddhist maiden, this humble monk can see your Zen mind is disturbed. This humble monk has come to awaken you. Come back with this humble monk. Go before the Buddha and sincerely repent. Fahai said, his hands clasped together, his tone calm and unwavering. Zen-minded Buddhist maiden. What? Those around were slightly taken aback. Clearly, they hadn't expected the woman involved in the incident to be here. I didn't expect the Yi family's imperial prince to be absent, but the Buddhist nun has come in person. It seems the Buddhist nun is very protective of the Yi family's imperial prince. Didn't you hear that? The Buddhist nun said she voluntarily stayed by the Yi family's imperial prince's side. Voluntarily, understand. Hiss. Just what kind of charm does the Yi family's imperial prince possess that could make the Buddhist nun of Zen heart do such a thing? How should I know? Tisk tisk, no wonder she's the #1 beauty of the younger generation in the great Brahma realm. I understand Fahai now. If it were me, I would also challenge the Yi family's imperial prince to a duel for a woman like that. Ha! You, Fahai, you should leave. You're right, Zen heart's heart is in turmoil. Until Zen heart finds the true Buddha within her heart, she will not return with you. The Buddhist nun of Zen heart's eyes shone with determination. The true Buddha. Can she find the true Buddha in the Yi family? Ha! Amitabha. Zen-hearted Buddhist nun, it seems you have been completely bewitched, deeply entrenched. Fahai sighed and shook his head. Fahai, Buddhism is a pursuit, a faith. But in Zen-hearted Buddhist nun's view, although you cultivate Buddhism, you do not understand Buddhism. Zen-hearted Buddhist nun added. Hearing this, Fahai's eyes narrowed. His mind trembled slightly. Clearly, Zen-hearted Buddhist nun's words about cultivating Buddhism but not understanding it had disturbed his peace of mind. Since that's the case, then this humble monk will have no choice but to resort to force. With that, Fahai chanted a mantra. Endless Buddhist light swirled around him, and a magnificent Buddhist chant resounded throughout the heavens and earth. In the void, rolling spiritual power condensed into a golden seal, crashing down on Zen-hearted Buddhist nun like Mount Tai. A powerful magical force enveloped her. So powerful. No wonder he's a born Buddha. His power was evident from the very first move. He could easily obliterate a cultivator from a grotto heaven realm. Judging by the time, Fahai is only 12 years old. Heavens. A mere 12 years old with the combat power of a venerable one, simply monstrous. Although there was a distance between them, the onlookers could still feel the immense power of Fahai's golden seal. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. The Zen-heart Buddha maiden keenly sensed that the space around her seemed to be imprisoned. She was no match for Fahai. But so what? Flower-picking finger. Her jade-like hand formed a hand seal, pointing towards the golden seal. Boom. A tremendous impact resounded. The golden seal continued to press down. The Zen-heart Buddha maiden was forced back a few steps. Thousand-handed Buddha. She cried out softly. The hand seals in the Zen-heart Buddha maiden's hands changed, and a phantom image of a female Buddha appeared behind her. It had 1,000 hands, each hand was forming a different hand seal. Stubborn to the end, Arhat fist. Fahai roared, his left hand forming a series of hand seals. Behind him, various illusory figures of the 18 Arhats appeared. Some were subduing dragons, some were taming tigers, some were riding elephants, some were meditating. In a flash, the 18 Arhats simultaneously opened their eyes, radiating a soul-capturing light, a fierce, Vajra-like glare. You wicked creature. Then they simultaneously pressed down on the 1,000-armed Buddha. Great golden bowl, trap. Fahai changed his hand seals again, and the golden bowl in his hand rose into the air, the great golden bowl. one of Fa Hai's 3 great treasures. Like Mount Sumeru containing a single crystal, it could hold an entire world and suppress countless demons. In an instant, the great golden bowl grew to 100 feet in size, pressing down on the Zen heart Buddha maiden from midair. Boom. 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 A fierce clash of spells ensued. Although both were at the cave heaven realm, the power of their attacks rivaled that of venerables. The onlookers were filled with astonishment, truly worthy of being prodigies. The Zen heart Buddhist maiden used every trick in the book, but ultimately she was no match for Fa Hai. Half an hour later, she was trapped in the golden alms bowl. Her exquisite face was pale, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. It was a sight that evoked pity. Was the Zen heart Buddhist maiden weak? No, it was because Fa Hai was too strong. Fa Hai glanced indifferently at the Zen heart Buddhist maiden, then turned his gaze to the Yi family members. Tell Yi Tian that this humble monk will wait for him here. As long as he doesn't come, this humble monk will convert the Chengxin Buddhist maiden for one day. If Yi Tian is afraid to fight this humble monk, then just tell this humble monk, and this humble monk will leave immediately. Of course, this humble monk will also bring back the Chengxin Buddhist maiden. Fa Hai's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a great distance and echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Monk, stop being so arrogant. A furious shout came from the Yi family's warship. Chapter 22 Yi Tian emerges from seclusion. Little cow takes a rocket. Monk, stop your arrogance. Upon hearing Fa Hai's words about Yi Tian's fear, a figure flew out from the Yi family's warship, landed on the true martial platform. Yi Lei, the 9th rank of the Yi family, Wind and Thunder battle body. His thunderous techniques had reached a level of perfection, mid-stage venerable realm. Also the strongest Yi family member to arrive this time. Monk, the Yi family has never had the word fear. My clan's imperial son is currently in seclusion. Today, I've come to first learn from your superior skills. Yi Lei's strength was slightly greater than that of the Zen heart Buddha maiden. Benefactor, this humble monk does not strike nameless individuals. But if you insist on offering yourself up for this humble monk to strike, then this humble monk will naturally not be polite. Fa Hai smiled. However, that smile seemed somewhat fake, more like a habitual gesture. Wind and Thunder palm. Yi Lei stopped wasting words with Fa Hai. Monks are all eloquent and persuasive, and Yi Lei knew he couldn't out-argue them. A palm print, several dozen feet long, carrying the force of wind and thunder, whistled as it struck towards Fa Hai. Amitabha. Fa Hai chanted a Buddhist prayer, calm and composed, his expression unchanged. Great Compassion palm. With a flick of his right hand, he unleashed a palm strike. Boom. The Wind and Thunder palm and the Great Compassion palm collided instantly, the powerful aftershocks spreading in all directions. Stumble, stumble, stumble. Yi Lei was forced back, his arm trembling violently. Such a powerful monk. He sensed that Fa Hai possessed the cultivation of a great perfection of the cave heaven realm. But his true strength, based on his current understanding, was already at the late stage of the venerable realm, perhaps even stronger. The title of Born Buddha's Son was definitely not undeserved. Although he himself was a prodigy, capable of challenging those of higher levels, however, compared to Fa Hai, he was still a step weaker. Before Yi Lei could think further, Fa Hai's attack came again. Benefactor, this humble monk advises you to surrender voluntarily and step down from the true martial platform yourself. That way, at least you won't be beaten down by this humble monk. The Great Compassion palm struck again. The Great Compassion mantra seemed to resonate within the palm. HMPH. Even if I, Yi Lei, die in battle, I will never surrender. Wind and Thunder slash. A bolt of lightning, several dozen feet long, carrying a hurricane, slashed towards Fa Hai. Stubborn to the end. Since that's the case, then this humble monk will suppress you here as well. Let the Yi family's imperial son come and take him away. As the words were spoken, golden light shone around Fa Hai, and at the same time, a Vajra phantom appeared behind him, a 16-foot golden body. The Invincible golden body technique, very famous in Buddhism. Impervious to blades and spears, unaffected by water and fire, it possessed extremely strong defensive and offensive capabilities. Vajra strike. Fa Hai took a step forward, throwing a punch at Yi Lei. Boom. 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 A great battle ensued. Fa Hai's moves were filled with Buddhist supernatural powers. The power was immense. Yi Lei could initially defend, but later he was reduced to a passive defense. Finally, bang. Yi Lei could no longer withstand it and was struck by the Vajra staff. He coughed up blood and flew backward. Collect! Fa Hai shouted. Instantly, a powerful suction force emanated from the great golden bowl, pulling Yi Lei inside. Amitabha. Fa Hai clasped his hands together and chanted a Buddhist prayer. Esteemed members of the Yi family, is there anything else you wish to learn from this humble monk? Or perhaps, all of you together would be welcome. This humble monk will certainly use Buddhist teachings to enlighten you all. If you are not prepared to learn from this humble monk, then flee back to the Yi family. Tell your clan's imperial son, Yi Tian, that this humble monk is waiting for him here. Upon hearing this, the younger members of the Yi family on the warship were all filled with rage. Let us escape. Monk, don't even think about it. Attack together. The Yi family only has men who die in battle, not cowards who flee. Kill. The Yi family members on the warship all flew off. They charged towards Fa Hai. Even though they knew they could not win and would be seriously injured, but this was the family's honor. The Yi family only has men who die in battle, not cowards who flee. Just then, enough. Fa Hai, in 5 days, someone from my clan will come to find you. An aged voice echoed in the void. A mysterious power emerged, carrying away the younger generation of the Yi family and their warship. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During these days, the news of Fa Hai easily suppressing the Buddha maiden and Yi Lei spread like wildfire throughout the true martial heaven domain. More and more people rushed towards the true martial platform. I wonder which sequence the Yi family will be in. Perhaps the Emperor's son. Rumor has it that Fa Hai's strongest technique is the Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon True Technique. It's a great supernatural power of Buddhism. Besides that, there's also the Great Luo Mantra, also a Buddhist supernatural power. Hiss. It seems that Fa Hai didn't use his full strength in the battle a few days ago. Truly worthy of being a born Buddha's son. The Yi family, the younger generation was furious. If it were any other member of the family, or a prince or goddess, would that monk be allowed to act so arrogantly? Damn it, we are still too weak. From now on, we must strive to become stronger, and there can be no next time. The younger generation of the family, spurred by shame, became even more determined to improve. They trained even harder. The imperial palace. Yi Tian stepped out, his hands behind his back. 2 golden stars and 1 white star spun between his brows. A 3-star supreme ancient god. Suddenly, Yi Tian frowned slightly. He sensed an unusual aura permeating the air within the clan. What happened? Just then, Tianer, now that you've emerged from seclusion, there are some matters that need to be resolved. The figure of the 10th ancestor appeared. Then he pointed a finger at Yi Tian's brow. The next instant, Yi Tian understood everything that had happened in the past few days. Fa Hai. This world actually has this guy. In his previous life, Yi Tian had read the legend of the white snake several times, and his impression of Fa Hai was stubborn and incorrigible. Incapable of love, using the name of Buddhism to practice un-Buddhist ways, using it as a pretext to become a demon. Ancestor, rest assured, leave it to me. If Fa Hai suppressed my patriarch for 5 days, then I will suppress him for 5. Yi Tian said in a deep voice. The 10th ancestor nodded in satisfaction, then frowned slightly. Tianer, your cultivation level. He discovered that Yi Tian's cultivation level was still at the early stage of the Yuanfu realm 4 years ago. Just as the 10th ancestor was about to continue speaking, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly towards Yi Tian. Then, Yi Tian's cultivation level increased to the mid-stage of the Yuanfu realm. Late stage of the Yuanfu realm. Great perfection of the Yuanfu realm. Early stage of the cave heaven realm. Middle stage of the cave heaven realm. Late stage of the cave heaven realm. Great perfection of the cave heaven realm. His breakthrough speed was like a rocket, reaching the great perfection of the cave heaven realm in just a dozen breaths. In fact, he could have gone one more step, stepping into the venerable realm. But Yi Tian didn't do that, because his great perfection of the cave heaven realm cultivation was enough to suppress the Dharma sea. Ancestor, realm isn't a problem at all. Yi Tian smiled. His realm could have been broken through long ago. However, in the past few years, he had been refining resources to enhance his ancient god body. He consumed a massive amount of resources. He had only reached the 3-star Supreme Ancient God level. There was still a long road ahead. Moreover, before the 3-star Ancient God level, as long as resources and talent were sufficient, one could break through. But after the 3-star level, specific items were required for breakthrough. For example, to break through from a 3-star Ancient God to a 4-star Ancient God, one item is required, a 4-leaf clover. Moreover, it must be hundreds of thousands of years old and stained with a drop of Emperor's blood. Without it, the breakthrough is impossible. Hearing Yi Tian's words and seeing his radiant smile, the 10th ancestor. The scene of Yi Tian's breakthrough 4 years ago seemed to reappear before his eyes. This time, it was even more shocking than last time. A meteoric rise. As the old saying goes, a little cow riding a rocket, a powerful red figure with lightning. Sigh. The 10th ancestor sighed heavily in his heart. He had decided that he would never ask Yi Tian about his cultivation level again. He was just asking for trouble. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Reminder to the host, the check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the True Martial platform. Close black lens bracket. A moment later, accompanied by his protectors, Yi Tian quickly headed towards the True Martial platform, but as for the protector beside him. Chapter 23. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to declare themselves undefeated? Sister Yu, being my protector isn't an easy job. I'll be relying on you in many ways from now on. Yi Tian smiled, looking at the woman before him. He was somewhat surprised to see this protector. What was the 10th ancestor thinking? The protector he was assigned was a woman, and incredibly charming. Fair skin, exquisitely beautiful face. Her well-fitting clothes perfectly showcased her alluring figure. Especially her mature charm. Every smile, every gesture, exuded 1,000 kinds of allure. What is allure? A woman, before reaching a certain age, can't fake it, no matter how hard she tries. It requires the refinement of time. A man, before reaching a certain age, also cannot understand the meaning of allure. Your Highness is too kind. Luo Yu spoke softly. Her voice was soft, tinged with a sob. She was extremely satisfied with Yi Tian, the imperial prince. His cultivation aptitude was unquestionable, his appearance was impeccable, and his charm was indescribable. More importantly, he was polite. She was already hundreds of thousands of years old, a patriarch of patriarchs in a major sect. Yi Tian called her Sister Yu, making her feel many years younger. It was very comfortable. Being chosen as Yi Tian's protector, Luo Yu naturally had her special qualities. Imperial Prince, at our speed, we can arrive before sunset the day after tomorrow. Perfect timing. An ancestor of the Yi family had said 5 days later. The day after tomorrow was the last day. Alright, then I'll go cultivate. Yi Tian went to his room and sat cross-legged. He and Luo Yu were traveling on a flying magical artifact with many rooms. The Ling family. Ling Miaoke looked at the woman before her, her eyes filled with deep amazement. Several years had passed. Ling Miaoke had grown increasingly beautiful and charming. She possessed a water spirit constitution. Her entire being exuded a gentle, water-like grace, her clear, bright eyes sparkling, and absolute beauty. But now, all she felt was envy, and more envy. Hanmeng, how can you be so beautiful? How many men must she have captivated? Although Ling Miaoke was a woman, her heart still pounded when she saw Ling Hanmeng. Her white robes fluttered. Her ethereal chi-ji was like that of a celestial being. Her exquisite features were a masterpiece of nature, as if all the beauty of heaven and earth had been bestowed upon her. A coldness tinged with the nobility of an empress. Looking at her, one felt no sense of disrespect. You're quite beautiful too, the empress's sister said. But compared to you, my beauty is insignificant. Ling Miaoke sighed. How's the matter of Fahai you inquired about? The empress's sister asked. Oh, I was so busy admiring your beauty that I forgot. The Yi family sent word that Yi Tian is already on his way, so you don't need to intervene. Ling Miaoke smiled sweetly. Good. With that freak taking care of things, we don't need to worry about it. Thinking of Yi Tian, Ling Hanmeng smiled slightly. That smile dimmed the surrounding light considerably. The world itself seemed to lose its color. Fahai, though strong, is definitely no match for that freak Yi Tian. He'd be suppressed in a heartbeat. Even the Empress's sister herself hadn't noticed that Yi Tian had In her heart, he was gradually becoming invincible. In a few more days, it will be the day of the 6-year agreement. I wonder how strong Yi Tian is now. Ling Hanmeng murmured to herself. Even though she had already broken through to the Emperor realm, she was still uneasy. In her memory, Yi Tian was not human. Breakthroughs were as easy as drinking water, and his physical strength surpassed that of ancient ferocious beasts. Yes. You read that right. Her younger sister, the Empress, who was not even 10 years old, was already at the Emperor realm. It would absolutely terrify anyone if word got out. In the true martial heaven domain, it would be hard to find another like him. But, does he really have that much charm? He can make the Zen heart Buddha maiden's heart waver. She even said she would use him to cultivate her Zen heart. The Empress's younger sister expressed some doubt. Although at the age of 3, little Yi Tian already possessed the talent of a god. Besides, she also had some curiosity and anticipation. She was curious about Yi Tian's current appearance. She looked forward to seeing him. More than a day had passed. The sun was setting. In 2 more hours, the 5-day deadline set by the Yi family would be over. Why hasn't anyone from the Yi family come yet? Yes, it's already the 5th day. Could they not come? Probably not. The Yi family is an immortal family. If no one comes, wouldn't that be a slap in their face? The onlookers, waiting to see the spectacle, were all discussing amongst themselves. On the true martial platform, Zen heart Buddhist maiden, it seems the Yi family's imperial son doesn't care about you. Why don't you believe in this humble monk? This humble monk is Fahai, and I will surely become a world-honored one in Buddhism in the future. Fahai clasped his hands together. His expression was full of confidence. Zenheart Buddhist maiden glanced at Fahai but ignored him. Seeing this, Fahai frowned deeply, anger flashing in his eyes. Stubborn to the end, once I suppress the Yi family's imperial son, you will know the extent of my Buddhist practice. Those who believe in me, once I attain enlightenment, will also achieve eternal life in their reincarnations. The Zen-hearted Buddhist nun frowned slightly, because, just now she had seen boundless bloodshed on Fahai. Where was this Buddhism? Outside the true martial platform. Not far away, a colossal flying beast hovered in the air. On the beast were more than a dozen ancient beings, surrounding a woman like stars around the moon. The woman wore purple robes, flames flickering in her eyes. Her brows were filled with arrogance. Feng Zishan. The Phoenix Maiden of Phoenix Mountain, reborn twice, possessed formidable strength. Phoenix Mountain, an ancient royal family with profound foundations in the northern region of the true martial heaven domain. Many years ago, their ancestor, the undying Phoenix, underwent 9 rebirths, achieving emperorhood with an immortal body. His power shook the true martial heaven domain. Later, after the opening of the immortal path, he vanished without a trace. If no one from the Yi family comes this time, it will be a huge embarrassment. Yes. However, that's not the most embarrassing thing. The most embarrassing thing is that the Yi family comes, but they are suppressed. Then, ha 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 ha, a group of ancient beings burst into laughter. Phoenix Mountain and the Yi family also had a grudge. They were very happy to see Fahai humiliate the Yi family. If the outcome was as they predicted, so, putting everything else aside, they will definitely let everyone in the true martial heaven domain know about this. From 90-year-old grandfathers, to newborn children, and they will let this matter ferment for 100 years. Phoenix Maiden, I heard you have already undergone nirvana twice, is that true? A bird-headed demon beast asked. Yes. Feng Zishan nodded. Her expression held undisguised arrogance. Although I have undergone nirvana twice, compared to my cousin Aoshin, I am still far inferior. He has already undergone nirvana 5 times. Mentioning her cousin, Feng Zishan was filled with respect. Her eyes held a strange light. Phoenix Aoshin. The absolute core of Phoenix Mountain, a leader of the younger generation, possessing the undying phoenix body, rumored to have awakened his ancestral bloodline. 5 nirvanas. Hiss. The surrounding ancient beings all gasped in shock. They knew that the phoenix's rebirth was an extremely dangerous process. The flames of rebirth were terrifying beyond measure. Lord Aoshin has the potential to become an emperor. Yes, Lord Aoshin will surely follow in the footsteps of the undying phoenix and tread the path to emperorhood. Suppress all races. The Yi family's imperial prince and goddess are nothing but trash before Lord Aoshin. That's right, the Chaos Dao body and the Eternal Ice Phoenix body are nothing before Lord Aoshin's undying phoenix body. The surrounding ancient beings showered her with flattery once more. Although it wasn't meant to praise her, Feng Zishan still felt very comfortable, because her worship of Phoenix Aoshan reached its zenith. My brother Aoshan will surely sweep across the path to emperorhood in the future. Invincible in the world, Phoenix Aoshan was Feng Zishan's eternal god. Just then, a mocking voice came from afar. Invincible in the world, just because that scruffy phoenix is arrogant. Hey, utterly ignorant of its own limitations. In this world, who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to say they are undefeated? Chapter 24, Challenging this imperial sun, which Buddha gave you the courage. In this world, who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to boast of being undefeated? Even the mighty man who reigned supreme for eternity wouldn't dare say so. Now, a group of juniors actually dared to say that Phoenix Aoshan, that fledgling, still barely out of feathers, will be invincible. Ha! They simply don't know how high the sky is, how thick the earth is, how deep the sea is. Ignorant and foolish. Who? Feng Zishan roared angrily. Someone actually dared to call her cousin, her idol Feng Aoshan, a scruffy bird. Unforgivable. It is this imperial prince. As the voice rang out, Yi Tian and Luo Yu appeared in everyone's sight. What can you do to me? Yi Tian stood in the void, his gaze sweeping indifferently over Feng Zishan. Then he looked at Fa Hai on the true martial platform. Are you Yi Tian, the imperial prince of the Yi family? Feng Zishan asked coldly. The answer she received was a palm strike from Yi Tian, descending from midair, the annihilation palm. A gigantic palm of spiritual energy, hundreds of feet in size, carrying overwhelming force, pressed down. Like a hand capable of destroying the world. It intended to obliterate everything. These ignorant demonic beasts of Phoenix Mountain dared to insult the Yi family and Han Meng. They must pay a terrible price. Awoo! The gigantic palm of spiritual energy hadn't even landed. But its power already caused the giant beast riding Feng Zishan and the others to let out a desperate howl. It sensed death. Resist with all your might. Quick! Feng Zishan's expression changed drastically. Every cell in her body screamed. She needed to escape immediately. A raging sea of fire erupted from Feng Zishan's body. It condensed into a phantom fire phoenix several dozen feet in size. They charged towards the giant palm. The remaining demonic beasts also unleashed their most powerful techniques. Many instantly reverted to their original forms. A barrage of powerful spells bombarded the giant palm of spiritual energy, but like pebbles thrown into the ocean, they only created small ripples. They were utterly unable to stop the annihilation palm. Boom! 2 breaths later, the annihilation palm crashed down. The surrounding mountains shattered instantly. The flying behemoth and the dozen or so demonic beasts on it were all reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Only the blood-soaked, disheveled Feng Zishan remained. How is this possible? How could he be so strong? Looking at the ethereal man in midair, Feng Zishan shook her head repeatedly. Her eyes were filled with terror from the depths of her soul. She was a phoenix maiden of Phoenix Mountain. She possessed life-saving techniques bestowed upon her by a powerful being of Phoenix Mountain. Therefore, she had survived. However, all her meridians and the fire seeds condensed through her 2 rebirths had been shattered. She was practically crippled. Yi Tian, you just wait. I will definitely kill you. With a roar, Feng Zishan crushed a jade slip. A spatial fluctuation rippled through the air. Feng Zishan's figure vanished. Yi Tian watched this scene indifferently, without intervening. Not because he couldn't, but because it wasn't worth it. Wasting the powerful methods given to him by his ancestor for a defeated opponent was simply not worth it. He wasn't afraid of Feng Zishan's revenge. She was nothing but an ant. The entire battle, seemingly long, actually took place in less than 5 breaths, extremely fast. Many people didn't even have time to react. Many women were still immersed in their infatuation with Yi Tian. My God, is he the crown prince of the Yi family? How can there be such a handsome man in the world? Is he even human? The emperor's prince is definitely not human. He's a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Yes, he's my white moonlight. He's my faith. If I were a Zen-hearted Buddhist nun, I would also follow the emperor's prince. From now on, this is the emperor's prince's exclusive label. That transcendent aura, that peerless handsome face, coupled with such immense power. Ah! I love it. Many women screamed wildly with joy, their bodies trembling violently with excitement. Their eyes sparkled with desire. They covered their faces with their hands, then their chests. Some even fainted. Luo Yu looked at the excited girls and smiled slightly. She understood. Not to mention these girls. When she first saw Yi Tian, her heart, which hadn't stirred for hundreds of thousands of years, skipped a beat. This trip was worthwhile. Zhan Yu's eyes lit up, and she stood up abruptly. Ling Niaoke wasn't lying to me. I'm going to put him at the top of the handsome men list. Little brother, I've got my eye on you. Looking at the female admirers around him, Fa Hai's eyes flashed with jealousy. He was, after all, a man. Even if he had entered the Buddhist order to cultivate the Dharma, he couldn't remain completely indifferent. At least not yet. He was actually quite handsome, with a good temperament. It was just that he paled in comparison to Yi Tian. The world is too foolish. Appearance is merely a shell, the soul is the most important. When this humble monk attains enlightenment, I will surely use boundless Dharma to save all sentient beings. To let them understand the true meaning of the great Tao. Then, Fa Hai looked at Yi Tian. His expression was extremely solemn. Although he could suppress demonic beasts like Feng Zishan, it was nothing like Yi Tian's effortless and casual action just now. It seemed like he had only done a trivial matter. He had to be extremely careful. Regarding the reactions of the crowd, Yi Tian smiled faintly, ignoring them. He was used to it. With a flash, Yi Tian appeared on the true martial platform without any hindrance. Open black lens bracket. Ding, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Host, you have met the sign-in requirements. Do you wish to sign in now? Close black lens bracket. Sign in, open black lens bracket. Ding, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Congratulations, host, on your successful sign-in. Reward. The cultivation technique, Buddha's palm, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket automatic activation, instant learning close black lens bracket open black lens bracket host has now mastered the Buddha's palm. To perfection close black lens bracket the great golden bowl, the cloud dragon Kasaya, and the Vajra staff, the standard 3-piece set for Fa Hai. Fa Hai. Long time no see, your majesty. Yi Tian stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze indifferent. Oh, you knew this humble monk before, your highness. Fa Hai asked Yi Huoda. Before. More than before. This emperor prince knew you in his past life. I've wanted to beat you up for ages. Of course, Yi Tian wouldn't tell Fa Hai this. And even if he did, Fa Hai probably wouldn't believe him. Monk, since you dare to challenge this emperor prince, then let this emperor prince see just how strong you are. With that, Yi Tian struck Fa Hai with a palm, 70% of his cultivation power. This palm could easily kill a late-stage venerable and severely injure a great perfection venerable. Seeing the giant palm coming towards him, feeling the terrifying power contained within it, Fa Hai dared not underestimate it and immediately used his strongest technique. The Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon Scripture. The Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon's Vajra staff. Break. Then, a golden dragon phantom coiled around Fa Hai. It roared silently at Yi Tian. Simultaneously, Fa Hai gripped the Vajra staff. Amidst the roaring magical power, the rings on the Vajra staff collided violently. Boom. The giant hand and the Vajra staff collided. A terrifying force surged through the Vajra staff into Fa Hai's body. Instantly, Fa Hai felt his internal organs churning as if in a raging storm, and the Vajra staff slipped from his grasp. His steps were forced backward uncontrollably. He was at a disadvantage in a single blow. Complete defeat. Wow. Brother Emperor is so amazing. Absolutely. That monk dared to provoke the Emperor, he's courting death. HMPH. A mere trick, yet he dares to show off his meager skills before the Emperor. Just wait and see how the Emperor deals with him. This young lady believes the Emperor is invincible, undefeated in this world. That's right. The sun rises in the east, and only the Emperor is undefeated. Not only in the east, even if there were no sun in the world, the Emperor would still be undefeated. The thousands of women watching looked at Yi Tian with excitement and admiration. Some even waved their little fists fiercely. They looked at Fa Hai with disdain. Sigh. As the ancients said, as long as the older brother is handsome, one's values follow his looks. The facts prove, the ancients were right. Monk, you've crossed the heavens to challenge this imperial sun. Is that all you've got? If that's truly the case, then this imperial son is quite curious, which Buddha gave you the courage to challenge this imperial son? Yi Tian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Upon hearing this, Fa Hai's eyes flashed with anger, and golden light radiated from his body. He roared. Great mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored Saitagarbha, Chapter 25. The Tathagata Palm, suppressing Fa Hai for 5 years, great mighty heavenly dragon. World-honored one Saitagarbha. Prajna Buddhas. Prajna. Paramita. Fa Hai's hand seals changed rapidly, his cloud dragon robe fluttering in the wind. Buddha light radiated in all directions, like golden lotuses blooming. Besides the golden dragon phantom, a fierce-looking Buddha figure, tens of feet tall, appeared behind him, a venerable arhat. At the same time, Fa Hai's body also turned golden, as if he had become a true arhat, invincible golden body. Another powerful divine power of Buddhism, after being used, impervious to swords and blades, and immune to all evil, Fa Hai was now unleashing his full power. All his powerful techniques were used. Great mighty heavenly dragon, subduing dragon and tiger arhat Vajra fist. With a roar, Fa Hai punched Yi Tian. The golden dragon phantom behind him coiled around the arhat venerable's phantom, forming a shape resembling a celestial dragon carrying him. This was Fa Hai's strongest punch. Comparable to the full-force attack of an early-stage emperor-level cultivator. He was at the great perfection of the cave heaven realm, capable of contending with an early-stage emperor-level cultivator at full strength, almost 2 major realms above. Truly worthy of being called a born Buddha's son. He could be considered a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. But alas, Fa Hai encountered Yi Tian, a forbidden being. Before a forbidden being, even a monster is only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Heaven-turning seal. As Yi Tian's words echoed, a golden seal 100 feet in size condensed in the void. It descended with the force of a thunderbolt. This was also Yi Tian's full-force attack, easily killing an early-stage emperor-level cultivator, severely injuring a mid-stage emperor-level cultivator. Boom! A tremendous roar resounded, blinding golden light illuminating all directions. PFF'd. 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 Amidst the terrifying aftershocks, Fa Hai was thrown backward. Blood gushed from his mouth. Bang! He slammed heavily onto the true martial platform. Before he could rise, Yi Tian's indifferent voice rang out again. Monk, you have disappointed this imperial prince too much. It's time to end this. As the words left his lips, Yi Tian soared into the sky, then struck down with a palm from the heavens, the Tathagata palm. Suddenly, a grand chant resounded throughout the heavens and earth. In the void, 100-foot-tall golden phantom sat cross-legged. Like a Buddha among the heavens, it was Yi Tian's true self, the Buddha image. The illusory golden palm of Yi Tian struck straight down. How is this possible? How could he have condensed a Buddha image of his true self? Fa Hai's expression changed drastically, a tidal wave of shock surging within him, almost overwhelming him. He was a born Buddha. Yet he hadn't condensed a Buddha image of his true self. Yi Tian, someone who didn't cultivate Buddhism, had actually condensed a Buddha image of his true self. Fa Hai's Tao heart was deeply shaken. PFF'd. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Beside him, the Zen heart Buddha maiden's eyes shone brightly. Yi Tian's 100-foot-tall Buddha image of his true self in the void, and the golden palm pressing down. They dispersed the fog before her eyes. The path to the future reappeared. On that path, there was only a figure radiating Buddhist light. The shattered Zen heart also reformed, and on it, there was also a figure. It was Yi Tian. Master, your disciple has found it. Master, your disciple has finally found the true Buddha in her heart. Young Master Yi. The Zen-hearted Buddhist nun's eyes shone brightly. A smile that could bewitch all beings appeared on her exquisite face. Unlike the joy of the Zen-like Buddhist nun, that palm technique is actually the Tathagata palm. How does Yi Tian know the Tathagata palm? Ah! Fa Hai screamed hysterically in his heart. He recognized the technique Yi Tian was using. It was the supreme divine power of Buddhism, the Tathagata palm. However, it had been lost for tens of millions of years, and Buddhism had searched for it for a long time without success. Only legends of this palm technique remained. Yi Tian, how could you? Dewey. PFF'd. Fa Hai was just about to unleash his ultimate move again when he spat out blood once more. His Tao heart was almost shattered. But he couldn't care less about his injuries now. He knew the terror of the Tathagata palm, especially when it was used by Yi Tian. He had to block it. If he wasn't stopped, he would definitely die. Great mighty heavenly dragon. Great Luo mantra. Great Luo golden bull protective shield. With a roar, Fa Hai once again exerted all his strength to condense an invincible golden body. At the same time, he retrieved the Great Luo golden bowl. Densely packed Buddhist characters were imprinted on the Great Luo golden bowl. This was his strongest defense. HMPH. What do I, the Imperial Prince, know? Do I need to explain to you? Fa Hai. You suppressed my clansmen for 5 days. Today, I, the Imperial Prince, will suppress you for 5 years. Boom. A golden palm print descended from the sky. It directly knocked the Great Luo golden bowl back to its original form, then shattered Fa Hai's invincible golden body. Finally, it transformed into Five-Finger Mountain, completely suppressing Fa Hai in the center of the true martial platform. PFF'd. PFF'd. This humble monk. Fa Hai suddenly coughed up mouthfuls of blood. He immediately fainted. This palm strike was not only the culmination of Yi Tian's entire cultivation, but also the power of a 3-star supreme ancient god. It was his full force attack. For every star an ancient god gains, their physical strength doubles. A 1-star forbidden ancient god's strength is 100 million jin. A 2-star forbidden ancient god's strength is 200 million jin. A 3-star forbidden ancient god's strength is 400 million jin. A 4-star forbidden ancient god's strength is 800 million jin. A 5-star forbidden ancient god's strength is 1.6 billion jin. Therefore, once an ancient god reaches the 6-star level, they are incredibly terrifying. Yi Tian is currently a 3-star supreme ancient god. Although not yet a 3-star forbidden ancient god, his strength is already 300 million jin. 300 million jin. What does that mean? Furthermore, fighting 3 levels higher, his physical defense can ignore any attack from a venerable level. Suffering such an attack, even if Fa Hai didn't die, he would definitely lose most of his life. Without external help, it would take decades for him to recover. The Imperial Prince, so strong. Ninth Order Yi Lei exclaimed in shock. Originally, he was somewhat unconvinced by Yi Tian's status as the Imperial Prince, but now he was completely convinced. He admired Yi Tian more than any wall. The Imperial Prince is mighty plus. The battle came to an end. Yi Tian suppressed Fa Hai with absolute power in less than 2 minutes. A moment later, amidst the reluctant gazes of countless women, Yi Tian left. Besides the Zen Heart Buddha Maiden, the Protector Luo Yu, and Ninth Order Yi Lei, there was also a very proactive young lady, Zan Yu. It's not that women aren't proactive, and there's never been any aloof goddess. It's just that many men's own conditions aren't good enough, not charming enough. Take Zan Yu, for example. In the hearts of countless male cultivators, she was an unattainable figure, the holy maiden of the immortal power moon worship sect. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her cultivation aptitude was top-notch, a true goddess. But in front of Yi Tian, Zan Yu showed none of her aloof goddess demeanor. She was incredibly enthusiastic and proactive. She was practically an enhanced version of a devoted fangirl. Of course, this was partly due to her proactive personality. Yi Tian satisfied her in every way, exceeding all her standards. Now, she had placed Yi Tian at the top of her list of handsome men. No. The list of handsome men no longer existed, only Yi Tian. Compared to the handsome Yi Tian before her, those other handsome men were utterly ordinary. At this moment, on the flying boat, in Yi Tian's room, Zan Yu's eyes lit up as she looked at the young man before her, her thoughts completely undisguised. Your Highness, why don't you visit my moon worship sect sometime? Your Highness, how about I visit the Yi family for a few days? We can discuss the great Tao together. Your Highness, I know a quiet place, perfect for discussing life. Your Highness. A full half-hour passed. Only when Luo Yu's voice came from outside the door did Zan Yu reluctantly leave. She smiled before leaving. Your Highness, let's talk again another day. Watching Zan Yu's departing figure, Luo Yu smiled. Then she asked. Your Highness, what do you think of Zan Yu? His appearance and talent are both top-notch, and he has a lively and enthusiastic personality. Yi Tian commented. Does Your Highness have any ideas? Luo Yu asked again with a smile. Opinions. Yi Tian was slightly taken aback. He really didn't have any ideas. He was only 9 years old, still a child. What thoughts could he possibly have? Although he lived to be over 20 in his previous life, he had even had one romance. But this life was different. This was a world of cultivation, and he wanted to reach the pinnacle of the great Tao. He hadn't even thought about matters of the heart. Imperial Son, the 10th ancestor has some words for you. With that, Luo Yu smiled meaningfully, then crushed a jade slip. A screen of light appeared. The figure of the 10th ancestor appeared within it, a radiant smile on his face. Combined with Luo Yu's previous words, instantly, a sense of foreboding washed over Yi Tian. Chapter 26 The Buddhist Maiden Wants to Follow. Yi Tian is the true Buddha, Tianer. In the light screen, the 10th ancestor's smile was brighter than any flower. If the Zen Heart Buddha Maiden wishes to follow you, then accept her. We, the elders, are all very satisfied with that little one. In the light screen, the 10th ancestor nodded in satisfaction. Then he continued, in the future, if any women of outstanding qualities come along, you may keep them by your side. The cultivation world is dangerous. Don't let them face it alone. You are the imperial son of the family. From birth, you have shouldered the great mission of revitalizing the family. For the prosperity of the family, you must dedicate your energy. The elders will not say more. You are so intelligent, you surely understand. Ha ha. At this point, the 10th ancestor's smile grew even brighter in the light screen, somewhat cunning. Regarding this matter, our ancestors have already convened a family meeting for your father. He is the patriarch. He ultimately expressed his complete agreement. Both sides in favor. All right, ancestor, I'm going into seclusion. Ancestor, I reiterate once more, always remember you are the family's imperial son. The light screen dissipated. After reading this, Yi Tian didn't know what to say. Just then, Luo Yu's expression shifted slightly, for she sensed a beautiful figure approaching. Imperial Son, speak of the devil. The Zen Heart Buddha Maiden is here. I have some matters to attend to, I'll be leaving now. Don't forget what the ancestor said. With that, Luo Yu smiled and left. Yi Tian. With a heart full of trepidation, the Zen-hearted Buddhist nun arrived outside Yi Tian's gate. She wanted to become Yi Tian's follower. Because, at this moment, in her heart, Yi Tian was the true Buddha. Yi Tian's image was deeply imprinted on her heart. Originally, she was very confident in herself. After all, her qualities were undeniable. But after thinking of Yi Tian's unparalleled brilliance in easily suppressing Fahai, she felt some worry. The Zen-hearted Buddhist nun worried that Yi Tian wouldn't accept her as a follower. Therefore, she specially dressed up to make herself look better. Although she didn't wear makeup, it didn't diminish her breathtaking beauty in the slightest. Her jet black hair was half loose at the back of her head. It was tied into a bun with only a wooden hairpin. Her fair skin was like fine jade. Her thin lips were red without lipstick. Her willow leaf eyebrows were naturally dark. What is beauty? A beautiful woman is someone who, regardless of circumstance, situation, clothing, or appearance, is always beautiful. For example, after a bath, she is like a lotus emerging from clear water, possessing a natural, pure beauty. Or, when injured, she possesses a pitiful beauty, evoking feelings of pity. Zen-heart Buddha Maiden is a standard, super beauty. Although her attire is simple, it exudes a rustic and elegant beauty. She fully deserves the title of the most beautiful woman among the younger generation of the great Brahma realm. Her jade-like hands clenched tightly. She took a deep breath. Calm Heart Buddha Maiden calmed her tense mind and asked softly. Young Master Yi, do you have time now? The door opened in response. Come in. Yi Tian's calm voice came from inside. Zen-heart Buddha Maiden stepped inside. Then she saw Yi Tian, seated upright at the tea table, like a god. Young Master Yi, Chengxin wishes to become your follower. The Buddhist nun Chengxin mustered her courage and said. Please sit. Yi Tian smiled and gestured to the seat beside him, then poured Chengxin a cup of tea. Why do you wish to become my follower? The Buddhist nun Chengxin did not sit down. Because in Chengxin's heart, young Master Yi is the true Buddha. Chengxin firmly believes that by following you, young master, Chengxin's path can go much further. When I first met you, young master, then, the Buddhist nun Chengxin recounted in detail everything that had happened since meeting Yi Tian. Yi Tian listened quietly. He hadn't expected to have such a profound influence on the Buddhist nun Chengxin. She actually regarded him as the true Buddha. Yi Tian could tell that the Buddhist nun Chengxin wasn't lying. Young Master Yi, may Chengxin become your follower. Thump, thump, thump. After asking the question, the Zen-hearted Buddhist maiden could hear her own heartbeat. Her two jade-like hands clasped tightly together, they were sweating. She was both nervous and worried. She had never experienced this feeling before. Every breath felt like an eternity. A moment later, the Zen-hearted Buddhist maiden emerged from the room. Her exquisite face was flushed, and she wore a smile that could eclipse the heavens and earth. Clearly, she was very satisfied with the result. Inside the room, Yi Tian sighed softly in his heart. A moment later, 9th rank Yi Lei entered Yi Tian's room. He stated his purpose directly. He also wanted to become Yi Tian's follower. The Yi family's ranks were selected from hundreds of thousands of descendants, chosen as seed-level figures. They were, one could say, outstanding. No less than the holy sons and holy daughters of some immortal sects. Yi Tian was somewhat surprised by this. A dignified 9th-ranked individual, lowering himself to become someone else's follower. This required a high degree of reverence and loyalty towards the strong. However, Yi Tian neither said he would accept Yi Lei nor refused. He only said that Yi Lei needed to become stronger. At the time, Yi Lei expressed his determination to become stronger and strive to become Yi Tian's follower as soon as possible. As for the Zen heart Buddha maiden, if it weren't for the family patriarch's strict order, Yi Tian wouldn't have immediately accepted her. He would wait. It wasn't that the Zen heart Buddha maiden was bad. It was simply that Yi Tian's requirements for followers were extremely high. Followers, in a sense, are equivalent to one's representatives, and one must be responsible for their path to enlightenment. Yi Tian's followers, in terms of talent, they must at least be at the level of a monstrous genius like the Qilin child. Who is the Qilin child? He was the only offspring of the entire demon king of the demon race billions of years ago. It once tore apart a true dragon cub with its bare hands. Its bloodline concentration is extremely high, incredibly powerful. Now, having received the Qilin fruit from Yi Tian, its future achievements are absolutely limitless. Its potential cannot be described as merely that of a great emperor. If the Qilin child hadn't been in seclusion, it could have suppressed Fahai without Yi Tian's intervention. Monk, you think you can challenge my brother Tian? Hey, this Qilin can kill you with a single slap. On the Great Tao, followers must possess a steadfast and kind heart, pure in nature. Moreover, having heard the Tao in the morning, one can die content in the evening. Phoenix Mountain boasts 3 extraordinary prodigies: Phoenix Maiden, Phoenix Prince, and the infamous Phoenix Aocean. While Yi Tian was returning to the Yi family, in a fiery cave on Phoenix Mountain, "Ancestor, please help me kill Yi Tian." Feng Zishan was covered in blood, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Deal with your own enemies." A figure shrouded in flames spoke. His face was obscured. However, the intense heat distorted the surrounding space. Even the air within 10 feet was burned away. The burning heaven ancestor. An old monster from Phoenix Mountain with terrifying cultivation, whose fearsome reputation shook the true martial heaven domain. The life-saving techniques Feng Zishan possessed were left by him. "Deal with them yourself." Feng Zishan's expression turned sorrowful. All her meridians were destroyed, her nirvana fire seed shattered. How could she possibly save herself? The great era will arrive soon, and the supreme battlefield will open. That's where the final battle will take place. The essence of nirvana is rebirth from destruction. Your meridians are severed, your nirvana seed shattered, it's equivalent to destruction. If you can undergo nirvana again, it's equivalent to rebirth. Born from destruction, you will be stronger than before. This may not be a bad thing for you. I will send you to the Phoenix Ancestral Shrine. Whether you can be reborn from nirvana depends on yourself. Upon hearing this, Feng Zishan's eyes shone with renewed light. That's right. The essence of nirvana is rebirth from destruction. If she undergoes nirvana again, there will definitely be earth-shattering changes. And the Phoenix Ancestral Shrine is the place where many powerful figures of Phoenix Mountain left their legacy after their deaths or when their time was up. Great opportunities and great fortune await. Yi Tian, you just wait. No matter what pain I endure, I will be reborn. And then, I'll kill you. The burning heaven ancestor waved his hand, and a rift opened in space. Then, Feng Zishan vanished from the spot. Chapter 27. If the Emperor's prince thinks it's okay, then it's okay. Buddha demon body Yi Tian knew nothing about Feng Zishan's situation. Even if he did, he wouldn't care too much, just an ant. Even if she became powerful, she'd still just a slightly larger ant. He'd crush her underfoot as usual. When Yi Tian returned to his clan, many members of the Yi family were already waiting outside to greet him. They lined the street to welcome him. Their eyes shone with light, filled with deep admiration. The smiles on their faces were brighter than blooming flowers. Their respect for this rarely seen imperial prince grew even stronger. I'll wait to see the emperor. See the emperor's son. Welcome the emperor's son back to our clan. Emperor, you are my idol. The emperor is mighty. Whoever speaks ill of the emperor from now on will be the first one to be beaten by me. Count me in. And me. Emperor, do you need a maid? Yes, your son. I am proficient in playing chess, calligraphy, painting, playing and singing. Yi Tian smiled and cupped his hands around. That's a response. Strength is the best way to make people respected. Emperor Yi Tian suppressed Fa Hai with a flip of his hands and safeguarded the reputation of our clan. Reward 50 strains of the best holy level elixir. A top quality holy weapon. The voice of the ancestor of the Yi family rang in the air. Although these rewards are not particularly precious to Yi Tian, but its meaning is different. Ancestor, when will the imperial son choose his followers? Someone in the crowd asked. Yes, ancestor, what are the conditions for the imperial son's followers? The younger generation of the Yi family eagerly awaited an answer. A few breaths later. 3 years later, when the imperial son is 12 years old. There's only one condition. That is, if the imperial son thinks it's acceptable, then it's acceptable. 3 years later, if the imperial son thinks it's acceptable, then it's acceptable. Nice. From that day on, many of the younger generation of the Yi family cultivated desperately, because they desperately wanted to become Yi Tian's followers. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The entire true martial heaven domain was abuzz with news of the battle between Fa Hai and Yi Tian. Aside from the time of his birth, there has been no news of the Yi family's imperial prince for 9 years. I never imagined he would grow to such a level. I wonder who is stronger between him, the young emperor of the Wang family, and Phoenix Aocean of Phoenix Mountain. It's hard to say. All three have the potential to become emperors. However, everyone outside is saying that, regardless of strength, if we're talking about looks, the Yi family's imperial prince is absolutely number one. The most handsome young man in the true martial heaven domain. The most handsome young man in the true martial heaven domain. This was the conclusion reached by the women who saw Yi Tian that day. No one objected, everyone wholeheartedly agreed. Sigh. Fellow Taoist, why are you sighing? I was thinking, if I had even a tenth of the Yi family's imperial prince's charm, I wouldn't still be single. A tenth? Brother, you're too greedy. If I had even 1,000th of the Yi family's imperial prince's charm, I'd be willing to live 100 years less. Countless male cultivators were filled with envy and jealousy. Background, looks, strength, talent. Yi Tian is the most dazzling guy. Besides discussing and envying Yi Tian's combat power and looks, there was another matter being discussed in the true martial heaven domain. Fa Hai suppressed Yi Lei for 5 days. Yi Tian said he would suppress Fa Hai for 5 years. But, can the power left behind by the Yi family's imperial prince really suppress Fa Hai for 5 years? I doubt it. No matter what, Fa Hai is a born Buddha, a monstrous talent. Unless the Yi family's imperial prince can strengthen his power periodically. Yes, I think so too. Besides, will the Golden Mountain Holy Temple really just stand by and watch their Buddha be suppressed on the true martial platform? Probably not. For prodigies like them, 5 years is a lot of time to grow. Dude, your information is a bit outdated. How so? I heard that 2 days ago, monks from Jinshan Holy Temple came to Junwu platform, wanting to take Fa Hai back to treat his injuries. But they were stopped by an ancestor of the Yi family. The two fought, and the monk was no match. Afterwards, the Yi family ancestor declared, "My imperial son said he would suppress Fa Hai for 5 years, and that means 5 years. Not a breath less." Hiss. Holy crap. This actually happened. In that case, Fa Hai will definitely be suppressed for 5 years. 5 years. I wonder how Fa Hai will survive these 5 years. The Yi family is truly domineering. So powerful, aren't they afraid that Jinshan Holy Temple will start an immortal war? Hey, brother, do you think the immortal war is some kind of something? Something you can just start whenever you want. On the true martial platform, Fahai opened his eyes. Feeling the immense power pressing down on him, he felt incredibly aggrieved, but he couldn't resist. Yi Tian, even if this humble monk becomes a demon, I will definitely kill you. A wisp of black energy flashed in Fahai's eyes. Buddha or demon, it doesn't matter. Buddha and demon are merely thoughts in the heart. I will become a Buddha, and I will also become a demon. 5 years. This humble monk, Fahai, is the future world-honored one of Buddhism, and a giant of the demonic path. Fahai had no intention of escaping. He had an even more insane plan. He would utilize the power left behind by Yi Tian, and the immense humiliation he had suffered, to transform it into his source of power, to achieve the Buddha demon body. From this, it can be seen that Fahai was also a ruthless person. Moreover, a ruthless person with near demonic talent, Buddha demon body. An extremely powerful physique. One can cultivate both Buddhist and demonic scriptures. At times, as a Buddha, one can save all sentient beings, receiving the blessing of faith. At other times, as a demon, one can slaughter millions of lives, incurring divine punishment. Buddha and demon in one, terrifying beyond measure. For tens of millions of years, the Buddha demon form has only appeared twice in the cultivation world, yet each appearance has unleashed boundless carnage, infinitely close to forbidden. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Imperial Palace. Yi Tian opened his eyes from cultivation, his brows furrowed tightly. What's wrong? These past few days, why have I been so uneasy? I have a feeling something is about to happen. Yi Tian stood up. His gaze swept outside the Imperial Palace, his mind racing through various possibilities, but he couldn't pinpoint the possibility. System, why do I keep having bad premonitions? Sigh, host. The system sighed heavily in his mind. System, do you know something? Tell me quickly. Yi Tian asked urgently. Host, of course this system knows. This system is a supreme being transcending this world, and knows everything about this world. However, this system must also abide by the clan rules of the system clan. Host, this system can only tell you that what is destined to come will come, what is destined to happen will happen. And in the not too distant future. The system clan rules. Yi Tian. In the following days, Yi Tian's emotions became increasingly unsettled. He was completely unable to calm down and cultivate. One morning, boom. A powerful aura soared into the sky from the Yi family's ancestral land, stirring up the winds and clouds in all directions. Immediately afterwards, Luo Yu tore through space and appeared before Yi Tian, her expression extremely anxious. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Madam is in trouble. The 10th ancestor wants you to go to the ancestral land immediately, then to the Ling family. Mother is in trouble. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's expression changed drastically. In that instant, he also confirmed the source of his unease. What happened to my mother? Yi Tian grabbed Yu Luo's arm and asked. Your Highness, Madam has likely been struck by a curse cast by the forbidden zone of life using black blood. She's in grave danger. We must get to the Ling family immediately. Ding. Reminder to the host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Ling family. Given the host's current condition, this system will automatically check in once the check-in conditions are met. Chapter 28 Black Blood. A curse from the forbidden zone of life. Forbidden zone of life. The power of the curse. Boom. Yi Tian's aura surged skyward. His eyes instantly turned blood red. 2 golden stars and 1 white star spun rapidly between his brows. The phantom of a forbidden ancient god appeared behind him. Ancient. The ancient god's silent roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. That was the wrath of heaven and earth. It was a terrifying, overwhelming killing intent against the forbidden zone of life. Ah. Black blood. Yi Tian naturally knew about black blood. It was something even great emperors dared not touch. Now, his mother, Ling Susu, was cursed with black blood by the forbidden zone of life. That was absolutely extremely dangerous. Whoosh. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Tian rushed into the torn space. At this moment, he forgot that his strength was simply insufficient to survive in this spatial void. He would likely be torn apart by the spatial turbulence. At this moment, Yi Tian's heart was filled only with overwhelming hatred and killing intent. Forbidden zone of life. Ah. At this moment, Yi Tian wanted to completely erase it from the world. Not even a trace was left. Your Highness, be careful. Luo Yu hurriedly followed inside. She couldn't let anything happen to Yi Tian, the ancestral land of the Yi family. Boom. 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 One terrifying figure after another appeared, and the entire Yi family's protective formation was fully activated. Quick, activate the teleportation array. Full power. We need to get to the Ling family as quickly as possible. Forbidden zone of life. Damn it, another forbidden zone of life. We must wipe out those scum. The Yi family patriarchs roared, their figures appearing within the teleportation array. Take the family's resources and go. A hoarse voice, steeped in the weight of time, rang out. It seemed as if they hadn't spoken in a long time. Beside the 10th patriarch, a figure dressed in simple clothes appeared. His eyes seemed to hold a terrifying vision of shattered mountains and rivers, the collapse of the great Tao, and the shifting of stars. The 9th patriarch of the Yi family. A terrifying old monster who had lived for millions of years, a being approaching the level of a great emperor. Patriarch, you must save Su Su. Yi Wuxuang's eyes were bloodshot. When he learned that his wife was cursed by the forbidden zone of life, he was like an ant on a hot pan. The curse of the forbidden zone of life was no joke. Especially after Ling Xiaofeng told him his guess, black blood. Anything that comes into contact with it will suffer an incurable and ominous fate. Ancestor, hurry, let's go. Hurry, 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 hurry. Yi Tian and Luo Yu appeared in the ancestral land. The next instant, the 9th ancestor waved his right hand, his magical power enveloping Yi Tian. Boom. In a flash of light, the Yi family's ancestors disappeared into the teleportation array. The Yi family was far from the Ling family. A large teleportation array was built at great cost so that the two families could help each other in times of crisis. It could teleport them to the Ling family within half a quarter of an hour. Meanwhile, the Ling family. Bang. The door was forcefully broken open by Ling Hanmeng. She had just been cultivating when Ling Miaoke suddenly informed her that Ling Susu was in trouble. So she rushed over. In a flash, Ling Hanmeng arrived at the bedside. Mother. Ling Hanmeng called out, but Ling Susu did not respond. Grandpa, my mother. Ling Hanmeng looked at Ling Xiaofeng. Ling Xiaofeng looked exhausted. He had exhausted all his strength to suppress the curse's power. The other ancestor, Ling Changqing, also looked exhausted. At this moment, Ling Susu lay weakly on the bed, her face pale and her breath shallow. Her expression was one of immense pain. Her body emanated a strange and ominous black aura. Many black spots covered her skin, attempting to spread, but they were blocked by a force. That was the spell cast by Ling Xiaofeng and the other ancestor of the Ling family to stop the curse's spread. Hanmeng, I have already informed your father. They should be here in about half an hour. This curse comes from a forbidden zone of life, and it was cast by at least a supreme being. A murderous intent flashed in Ling Xiaofeng's eyes. Ling Susu was his daughter, and now he was helpless. His heart ached as if it were being torn apart. The curse's power had come very suddenly. 2 minutes ago everything was normal, then suddenly Ling Susu collapsed. Grand Master, is there any way to save my mother? Ling Hanmeng asked again. Her heart was pounding. Although Ling Xiaofeng hadn't told her what the curse was, she was almost certain. Black blood. Tens of thousands of years ago, when she was still the Ice Realm Empress, she had fought against creatures tainted by black blood. She remembered that aura. She knew the terror of that eerie and ominous black blood. If her cultivation could return to its former level, perhaps she could temporarily suppress the black energy. But only temporarily. As far as she knew, once tainted by black blood, there was no saving her. What to do? What should she do? Ling Hanmeng had never felt so worried and panicked. She felt utterly helpless. For some reason, the image of her brother, Yi Tian, flashed into her mind. A freak. Can you save mother? If you can save her, I won't fight you anymore. You can be the brother, and I'll be the sister. Ling Hanmeng prayed silently. They should have a way to save her. Ling Xiaofeng spoke. Should. His words clearly implied uncertainty. Hanmeng, a million years ago, we attacked the forbidden zone of life. One of the Yi family's ancestors was cursed by the forbidden zone's supreme being. The situation was critical, but he was ultimately saved. So don't worry, they should have a way. Yes, they should have a way. Ling Xiaofeng spoke words he himself wasn't sure of. It was also his way of comforting himself. He hoped the Yi family had a way. Forbidden zone of life. Deep within, The red-haired monster looked at a drop of black blood in front of it and let out a cold snort. HMPH. The surrounding space trembled. Do you think you can suppress my magic? It could sense that its spell was encountering resistance. It must be the ancestor of the Yi or Ling family using magic to suppress it. Your Yi family child should have died too, yet he was born prematurely. Disrupted my plans. 100 years ago, the forbidden zone of life was preparing. They paid a tremendous price. The red-haired monster wanted to use the power of a curse to kill Ling Susu and her unborn child before the 100-year mark arrived. To destroy the Yi family's century-long preparations, just as they were about to succeed. But the Empress's appearance ruined his plans. No matter what, someone from the Yi family must die. Let you feel once again the helplessness of 1,000,000 years ago. With that, the red-haired monster formed hand seals. With its claws, it chanted incantations. The power of the curse suddenly intensified. Soon, this sovereign will make sure the true martial heaven domain knows this. I will make your Yi family a laughingstock for future generations. You couldn't even protect the patriarch's wife. What face does your Yi family have left to exist in this world? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ling family, in a room. Not good. The curse power has intensified again, my cultivation power can't withstand it. Ling Zhaofeng exclaimed. This isn't a supreme curse, it's the work of the Forbidden Zone sovereign. Another super ancestor of the Ling family appeared. He frantically poured his cultivation power into Ling Susu's body, suppressing the spread of the curse power. Forbidden Zone sovereign. Upon hearing those 4 words, Ling Zhaofeng's heart sank to the bottom. He felt utterly exhausted. The reason the Forbidden Zone had existed for so long was because it contained a terrifyingly powerful ruler, red-haired monsters. Each red-haired monster represented eeriness and misfortune, and the curse they personally cast, combined with the black blood, would corrupt even a quasi-emperor, causing their death. Ling Susu was only at the Saint Realm. How could she possibly withstand it? Moreover, this curse came incredibly swiftly, and its power was extremely strong. This was clearly intending to kill Ling Susu in a very short time, giving her no chance of rescue. Use our reserves. Even if we exhaust them all, we must hold out until the arrival of the Yi family's patriarchs. Another Ling family patriarch said in a deep voice. Chapter 29. The system takes action, the curse is lifted, and the Luo Shen clan. In less than a quarter of an hour, 9 ancestors of the Yi family, including the 9th and 10th ancestors, descended upon the Ling family with overwhelming power. Among them, the 10th ancestor was covered in wounds, his aura weak and unstable, clearly injured. It should have taken half a quarter of an hour. But considering Ling Susu's critical situation, the 10th ancestor, who cultivated the Tao of space, directly accelerated during the teleportation process. Disregarding his own safety, he used a great divine power to speed things up. That's why he was injured. Open black lens bracket. Ding, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Check-in conditions met. This system will automatically check in. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Ding, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Check-in successful. Reward. 1 black blood refinement, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Black blood refinement. Can refine the black blood within the host's body, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Method. The curse must first be transferred to the host, then the system will refine it, close black lens bracket. The 9th ancestors quickly arrived at the room. Mother. Looking at the weakened Ling Susu, Yi Tian's eyes were bloodshot. His mind was reeling. He could feel his mother's life force, like a candle flame in the wind. It might dissipate in the next second. System, begin refining. Hurry, 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 hurry. Yi Tian urged the system. He had to save his mother. Open black lens bracket. Yes, host, close black lens bracket. As the system's voice faded, a strange connection appeared between Yi Tian and Ling Susu. Then, the black energy on Ling Susu's body flowed continuously towards Yi Tian. Why is the curse power dissipating? The Yi family's patriarchs noticed the anomaly. They had just entered the room. Before they could even check the situation, they discovered that the curse power affecting Ling Susu was rapidly receding. At this moment, Yi Tian, what's wrong? Ling Hanmeng exclaimed in shock. She noticed black energy continuously emanating from Yi Tian's body. Tianer. Yi Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. He instinctively thought Yi Tian was also cursed. Tianer, stop. Don't act rashly. The ninth ancestor shouted. He had discovered the clues. The curse power on Ling Susu's body was continuously flowing towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian's expression was resolute. There was only one explanation. That is, Yi Tian was using some method to transfer the curse power to himself. Just as he was about to stop him, an unparalleled power instantly appeared in the arena. The system intervened. Open black lens bracket. The curse transfer process cannot be interrupted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Host. This system will use forceful means to ensure the smooth transfer of the curse. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Spatial freezes. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Time stops. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, whether it was the patriarchs of the Yi family or the patriarchs of the Ling family, they were all frozen in place. They maintained their previous expressions. Inside the room, the only one who could move and sense the passage of time was Yi Tian. The black aura around his body continued to increase. On his arms, where his once fair skin had begun to develop black spots. As for Ling Susu, the curse power around her was decreasing, and her aura was gradually returning to normal. Her complexion was also slowly changing. Is the system powerful? Very powerful. Extremely powerful. It can be said to be the most awesome cheat code. Independent in this world, outside the six paths, outside the cycle of reincarnation, even the heavenly Tao can't do anything about it. No, it should be said that even the heavenly Tao doesn't know of its existence. Forbidden zone of life. What's going on? The red-haired monster was puzzled. He felt the curse power sever its connection with him. Severed all causal ties with the surroundings. Too late. My curse technique is complete. The Yi family, ha ha ha. I await your arrival deep within the forbidden zone. A jet black chain stretched across the sky, like the order of heaven and earth. The sovereign's spell is complete. Let's see how the Yi family responds. Hey, how can they respond? Just like a million years ago, they can only watch their people die. Hey. Are you all ready? Ready. When the Yi family arrives, they will be annihilated. The supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone cheered. This plan had been brewing in the Forbidden Zone for a century, and at a great cost. Now, perfectly executed. All that's needed is to wait for the Yi family to walk right into the trap. A moment later. Host, the curse has been transferred. This system is now beginning to refine black blood for you. The next instant, Yi Tian sensed a force sweeping across his entire body. Host, the black blood has been refined. It has been placed in the system space. You can check it at any time. Yi Tian probed into the system space with his divine sense. He saw a drop of black blood, the size of a mung bean, floated quietly. It looked perfectly ordinary. It didn't exude the slightest eeriness or ominous aura. It even possessed a certain beauty. It was a pure black, without any impurities. This surprised Yi Tian. He had originally thought black blood would be something extremely ominous. Host, this is the purified blood from this system. It's genuine black blood. If it hadn't been purified before, it would have emitted evil, eeriness, and misfortune, as you imagine. I see. Host, the curse has been lifted. Your mother is now out of danger. You've regained your handsome appearance. Now, this system will lift the blockade. System, thank you. Host, you're welcome. We're practically family. The next instant, the system's power to seal time and space was released. The activities of the Yi family patriarchs and the Ling family patriarchs returned to normal. Then, they all showed expressions of shock. They looked at Yi Tian, then at Ling Susu. Both the Yi family and the Ling family patriarchs were terrifyingly powerful figures. They could tell at a glance that Yi Tian and Ling Susu were both unharmed. Elders, I know what you're wondering about. But please forgive me, I cannot tell you. Yi Tian smiled. He wouldn't reveal the system. Besides, it was something that couldn't be explained clearly. Without possessing one, you'd never truly experience the wonders of the system. Upon hearing this, the ninth ancestor and the other elders gave Yi Tian a deep look. Then they nodded. The Empress's sister looked at Yi Tian with a puzzled expression. After not seeing him for several years, the Empress's sister found her brother even more powerful. And more mysterious. He could even resolve the black blood. In my previous life, I had a terrible headache when I encountered black blood. How could you resolve it? The Empress's sister couldn't understand. It seems, even after 6 years, I still can't compare to you. At this moment, the Empress's younger sister felt no resentment. In fact, she was somewhat pleased. This was something the Empress's younger sister herself didn't even realize. Beside her, Luo Yu's tightly clenched hands slowly loosened. Her palms were sweaty. When she saw Yi Tian transfer the curse, she was extremely worried that something would happen to him. Before, when she saw Yi Tian's ancient god body at the Yi family, Luo Yu was extremely excited. She had finally seen an ancient god again. The Luo god clan, tens of millions of years ago, an extremely powerful clan. Also the first subordinate force of the ancient god clan. At its peak, its strength could suppress the entire true martial heaven domain. After the destruction of the ancient god clan, the Luo god clan suffered a devastating blow. Furthermore, they were cursed by the heavenly Tao, unable to become an emperor. The once powerful Luo Shen clan steadily declined. Ultimately, to escape their enemies, they were forced to hide in a desolate world. They were waiting for the reappearance of the ancient gods. But the Luo Shen clan knew the possibility was extremely low. Those lackeys of the heavenly Tao in all the myriad realms would never allow the ancient gods to return to the world. But, now, she had seen Yi Tian's ancient god body. At this moment, Luo Yu seemed to understand. She understood why the 10th ancestor had arranged for her to protect Yi Tian. Anyone could reveal the secret of Yi Tian's ancient god body. But she, Luo Yu, would not. And she would protect Yi Tian with her life. My people, I see hope. Luo Yu's beautiful eyes shone brightly. Chapter 30 Yi Tian's crazy ideas, and the origins of his family. A moment later, in a cultivation room of the Ling family, Yi Tian sat cross-legged. Black blood floated silently before him. The 9th ancestor and several other elders, the Empress's sister, and Yi Wushuang stood to the side. Their expressions were tense, because of Yi Tian's crazy idea, refining black blood. It wasn't that no one had considered refining and controlling black blood before, but no one had ever succeeded. Moreover, several powerful figures had even had their minds corrupted by the black blood, falling into eternal darkness. Therefore, when Yi Tian proposed it, the 9th ancestor and the others' first thought was no way. Too dangerous. But seeing Yi Tian's resolute gaze, they finally agreed. However, there was a condition: they had to be by his side. In case of any unforeseen circumstances. The Empress's sister was also worried about Yi Tian. But for some reason, she felt that Yi Tian could definitely refine and control the black blood. Anything impossible, seemingly, anything Yi Tian could achieve. Tianer, are you really decided? Yi Wushuang asked again. This was his son, and he was incredibly worried. Don't worry. My life, unless I give, otherwise, even the king of hell can't take it. Yi Tian said confidently. Host, if you are ultimately killed by darkness, this system will find you in reincarnation. In the next life, I will still be your system. I will lead you to conquer the source of darkness. Yi Tian. In Yi Tian's view, although the black blood was terrifying, it was also a kind of power, and any power can absolutely be controlled. Just like a woman, no matter how aloof or goddess-like she is, she will be conquered by a man. If he could seize this opportunity to refine and control the black blood, he wouldn't be powerless when he encountered it again in the future. Because, black blood is scarce in the 9 heavens. It hasn't appeared in the 9 heavens for millions of years. There hasn't even been a trace of it. Encountering even a single drop is extremely difficult. Moreover, this drop has been purified by the system. It's genuine black blood. It can be said that danger and fortune coexist. After some thought, Yi Tian decided to refine it. He took a deep breath. Yi Tian's hand seals changed, and the black blood entered his body. The next instant, Yi Tian's robes fluttered without wind, and his hair flew wildly. Black energy appeared in his eyes. The once ethereal and beautiful young man now looked extremely evil. Part of the black blood eroded Yi Tian's soul. The other part entered Yi Tian's flesh and blood, corroding his body. At this moment, the 3 star-like points between Yi Tian's brows spun rapidly, emitting a bright light. Ancient. The forbidden ancient god reappeared behind him, roaring to the sky. He was resisting the black blood. That is, after the ancient god's phantom appeared. The black blood power that was corroding Yi Tian's flesh and blood was severely suppressed. It was even slowly dissipating. The ancient god's physical body can actually restrain the black blood. The 9th ancestor and the others were extremely surprised. They didn't know this. Moreover, there was no record of this in the family's records about the ancient gods. Beside them, the Empress's younger sister's heart was filled with turbulent waves. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Ancient god. She never expected that Tian was actually an ancient god. Are you kidding me? A chaotic Tao body is one thing, but an ancient god body. This is too difficult. The Empress felt she could never defeat Tian in her entire life. There are still 3 months left until the 6-year agreement. This, should they still agree? The Empress felt. Sigh. It seems, it doesn't matter whether they agree or not. Actually, in the Empress's heart, she had already accepted Tian as her brother. She was just a little resentful. In reality, the ancient god body can only suppress the black blood. But it cannot make the black blood dissipate. What truly makes the black blood show signs of dissipating is the residual Pengu essence blood in Tian's body. At birth, the system rewarded him with more than a dozen drops of Pengu essence blood. Because Tian was just born at that time. Therefore, the essence blood rewarded by the system only possessed 1/1,000,000th of the power of complete essence blood. After all, the essence blood of the primordial god Pengu was terrifying. Just 1 drop. Yes. Just 1 drop. It could destroy a continent. Tian refined it all, using a large portion to condense his ancient god body. A small portion remained within Tian's body, improving his physique. Although the black blood was terrifying, it was somewhat insignificant compared to Pengu's essence blood. However, the amount of Pengu's essence blood remaining in Tian's body was far too small. It could only slightly dissipate the black blood. If it were complete Pengu's essence blood, even 1/1,000,000th of it, it would definitely be able to completely dissipate the black blood within Tian's body. Even so, the black blood seemed to sense a deadly danger, gradually gathering together. Finally, it actually flew out of Tian's body on its own. This caused Tian to pause slightly. Open black lens bracket. Host, are you wondering? Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Why didn't the black blood flee on its own when the curse was transferred? Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. That's because this system suppressed it. Close black lens bracket. System, you really understand me? Tian did indeed have this question. Open black lens bracket. Absolutely. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You are my host, and I am your system. Close black lens bracket. Tian. The black blood's automatic escape also signified Tian's failure in refining the black blood. But, although the black blood had only stayed in his body for a short while, Tian's face remained deathly pale. His aura was somewhat weak. It seems that to refine the black blood, first, I need to gather the remaining Pengu essence blood power within my body. The two cannot meet. However, the existence of Pengu essence blood also means I don't need to worry about being corrupted by the black blood. Black blood, hey, this imperial sun will definitely refine you. Beside them, the 9th ancestor of the Yi family and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were shocked. They had just sensed a faint fear from the black blood. Clearly, the black blood had come out on its own. What did it encounter? Is there something in the world that black blood fears? Tian seems to have many secrets. Ancestor, I understand him less and less. The 9th ancestor sighed. Before, even if Tian hadn't lifted the curse on Ling Susu, the Yi family still had a way. The Yi family. The immortal family of the true martial heaven domain. Millions of years ago, they arrived in the true martial heavenly domain from elsewhere. Then they remained unknown. At that time, the world knew of the Yi family. However, the Yi family's reputation and strength were unremarkable. Several million years passed in this way. Under the instruction of the Yi family's patriarchs, the Yi family began to reveal a small portion of its strength. They defeated 2 immortal families. Thus, they established themselves as an immortal force. Therefore, everyone in the true martial heaven domain believed the Yi family was a local power, and that their status as an immortal force was due to accumulated family wealth and certain fortuitous encounters. Wrong. They were utterly wrong. Even if they racked their brains, they would never figure out where the Yi family actually came from. They also would never understand just how terrifying the Yi family's true strength was. How could a frog in a well know the vastness of the heavens? Regarding the family's past, even the 9th ancestor, who had lived for over 3 million years, had only heard a few things from his grandfather back then. Not to mention those younger than him, those born within the last 3 million years of the Yi family. They knew even less. They only knew that the Yi family had an ancestor, and a legendary figure who, after becoming an emperor millions of years ago, disappeared not long after, the Star Emperor, Yi Xingyu. Currently, in the Yi family's ancestral land, several jade slips bearing the marks of time are still preserved. One of them belongs to the Star Emperor. The owners of the others are unknown, but they must be the incredibly powerful ancient ancestors of the Yi family, above the ancestor or ancient ancestors. Meanwhile, in the forbidden zone of life, the red-haired monster rose from his throne. The time was almost up. He estimated that Ling Susu was either dead or about to die. It was time to proceed with the next step of the plan. Chapter 31 Two Imperial Weapons. The Yi family patriarch enters the forbidden zone of life. Deep within the forbidden zone of life, the red-haired monster rose from its throne, its form rapidly expanding, instantly reaching a height of 10,000 feet. A terrifying pressure caused countless beings within the forbidden zone of life to tremble. They all knelt before it. They cried out, "Your Majesty." Black iron chains stretched across the sky. A powerful aura surged upwards, stirring the heavens like a hurricane. Two eyes, like blood-red suns, pierced through the clouds. A single glance instilled a profound fear in all who beheld them. What has happened? What does the red-haired monster want? Judging from its aura, it's stronger than before. Could it lead the beings of the forbidden zone of life to attack us? The supreme beings outside were speculating about the red-haired monster's actions. The Yi family. The red-haired monster roared. "A million years ago, although you lifted the curse on my forbidden zone, that old fellow still died quickly. Today, this sovereign personally casts a spell. Using the power of the curse's origin, Ling Susu should be dying soon." Ha ha ha. The voice, amplified by his cultivation power, quickly spread throughout the entire true martial heaven domain. The red-haired monster wanted the entire true martial heaven domain to know. The Yi family's patriarch's wife was about to be killed by the power of the curse, and he was the one who did it. This was a calculated move. He was clearly declaring a life or death battle against the Yi family, provoking them to attack the forbidden zone of life. Whoa. The red-haired monster's words plunged the entire true martial heaven domain into shock. "A million years ago, I was wondering why the Yi family patriarch fell. It turns out he was cursed. Ling Susu is cursed too. How did the red-haired monster cast the curse? When was the curse cast? No wonder I sensed that both the Yi and Ling families activated their protective formations. Now I understand." The red-haired monster's words continued. "Originally, your Yi family's imperial prince and goddess should have died in the womb. They escaped a calamity. But Ling Susu wasn't so lucky. To break the curse, you must defeat this sovereign. This sovereign awaits you in the forbidden zone of life." Ha 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 ha. A jet-black chain stretched across the sky. It exuded a strong sense of eeriness and foreboding. Shocking. Extremely shocked. This time, the red-haired monster's words caused an even greater uproar than before, because of the information revealed within. Holy crap. I never expected the forbidden zone of life wanted to kill Ling Susu and her child. It's been almost a century. The secret technique the Yi family used back then was to delay the child's birth by a century. Hiss. So, if the Yi family's two children hadn't been born prematurely, wouldn't that have resulted in the loss of 3 lives? So ruthless. Yeah, really ruthless. The red-haired monster is so openly announcing this to the world. Isn't he afraid of the Yi family? Are you stupid? The red-haired monster dares to say this. He must have already prepared a trap, waiting for the Yi family to fall into it. Moreover, the forbidden zone of life has a powerful foundation. It might not be weaker than the Yi family. While everyone was discussing intensely, boom! A figure soared into the sky from the Yi family ancestral home. A terrifying aura, nearly reaching that of a great emperor, swept across all directions, the 8th ancestor of the Yi family. And currently, the strongest among the Yi family's patriarchs. Without a word, the 8th ancestor suddenly grabbed towards the Yi family's ancestral land. A sword radiating intense imperial might shot into the sky, held in the 8th ancestor's hand. The heaven-piercing sword. The Yi family's imperial weapon. Swish, 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 swish. 5 earth-shattering sword beams slashed towards the forbidden zone of life. The void shattered, the wind and clouds reversed. The entire eastern part of the true martial heaven domain was plunged into great terror. Countless cultivators prostrated themselves on the ground. They dared not raise their heads, much less look at the sword beams. These were the 5 sword strikes unleashed by the 8th ancestor using all his cultivation power. With his terrifying cultivation approaching that of a great emperor, coupled with the heaven-piercing sword, an imperial weapon, these 5 sword strikes were already faintly comparable to a great emperor's attack. Roar! The red-haired monster roared. Immediately afterwards, within the forbidden zone of life, one after another, jet-black iron chains stretched across the sky. They were desperately trying to block the 5 sword strikes. The terrifying aftershocks killed countless creatures in the forbidden zone of life. After the 5 sword strikes, the 8th ancestor, wielding the heaven-piercing sword, directly flashed into the forbidden zone of life. It wasn't over yet. Boom. 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 In the ancestral land of the Yi family, 3 more figures soared into the sky. They were the 11th, 12th, and 13th ancestors of the Yi family. The 11th ancestor held a blade in his hand, the blade of judgment. Another imperial weapon of the Yi family. The 12th and 13th patriarchs each possessed a top-grade quasi-emperor weapon. You're courting death. Kill. The 3 patriarchs of the Yi family, wielding 1 emperor-grade weapon and 2 top-grade quasi-emperor-grade weapons, following the 8th patriarch of the Yi family, charged into the forbidden zone of life. The outside world instantly erupted in uproar. The Yi family patriarchs have made their move. My God. Besides the heaven-breaking sword, the Yi family actually possesses emperor-grade weapons. 2 of them. They were clearly stunned. An imperial weapon. That's no ordinary weapon. Even having one among the immortal powers is incredibly powerful. But the Yi family produced 2 at once. Back when the Yi family established its dominance in the true martial heaven domain, they fought against the 2 great immortal powers using only the heaven-breaking sword. Does the Yi family have any more imperial weapons? I don't know. I think they probably don't. Those are imperial weapons. Even if the Yi family has produced a great emperor before, they couldn't possibly have many more. I think so too. Boom. Bang. Thud. An earth-shattering battle unfolded. The battle raged from the start. One deafening roar after another echoed in all directions. The wind and clouds swirled, mountains and rivers shattered. The earth cracked, the void trembled. The heavens and earth dimmed, the sun and moon lost their light. The true martial heavenly domain hadn't witnessed such a terrifying battle in many years. Led by the red-haired monster, more than a dozen supreme beings from the forbidden zone of life besieged the 4 patriarchs of the Yi family. But the forbidden zone of life only possessed 1 emperor-level weapon. For a time, they were unable to suppress the 4 patriarchs of the Yi family. The Yi family might lose several patriarchs this time. Yes, I think so too. The red-haired monster, plus more than a dozen supreme beings from the forbidden zones, the lineup is absolutely terrifying. The forbidden zones have clearly set a trap. The Yi family has walked right into it. If it weren't for the Yi family possessing 2 emperor-level weapons, they might have been completely wiped out. Utterly foolish. Yes, very foolish. They should have endured it first, then sought revenge. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Nonsense. 3 cowards. I support the Yi family. To be bullied like this, even in death, they must be driven into the forbidden zone of life. This is dignity. This is courage. Even if they perish, they will have no regrets. And no regrets to their ancestors. Moreover, the Yi family has other ancestors. The Ling family won't stand idly by. The outcome is still uncertain. Not bad. We'll just watch. Many powerful figures outside discussed this in the void. Some agreed, some opposed. At the same time, the 9th ancestor and the other ancestors of the Ling family also learned of this. Damn it. A trap. Hey, take the family's imperial weapon and come with me. Let's storm the forbidden zone of life. An ancestor of the Ling family tore through space. He exuded a terrifying aura comparable to the 9th ancestor. 15th, you stay in the Ling family and guard the imperial sun. The rest of you, come back to the Yi family with me and storm the forbidden zone of life. Kill that red-haired monster, that bastard. The 9th ancestor roared. At this moment, the killing intent in his heart erupted like a volcano. Immediately, the 6 ancestors of the Ling family, carrying 1 imperial weapon and 4 top-grade quasi-imperial weapons, joined the ancestors of the Yi family and stormed towards the forbidden zone of life. To get back faster, the 10th ancestor, risking injury, once again used his spatial magic to increase the teleportation speed. Chapter 32 Defying Heaven still offers a chance of survival, but offending the Yi family leaves no chance of survival just as the ancestors of the Yi and Ling families were heading to the forbidden zone of life. Phoenix Mountain. Inside the blazing cave, flames danced violently around the burning heaven ancestor. Clearly, his mind was far from calm. The 8th ancestor of the Yi family has increased his cultivation again. With the blessing of the Emperor-level weapon, the heaven-piercing sword, it can actually unleash power almost approaching that of a great emperor. Gentlemen, what do you think? About 2 breaths later, a hoarse voice rang out. The other patriarchs of the Yi family, and the Ling family members, should be heading towards the forbidden zone of life. We can wait for an opportunity to strike and see if we can find a chance to destroy the Yi family this time. Agreed. I agree too. Other Phoenix Mountain patriarchs chimed in from the void. Ancestor Burning Heaven nodded, then continued. However, according to my estimation, although the red-haired monster was prepared this time, the Yi family will at most lose a few ancestors. To wipe them all out is a bit unlikely. News came from the endless demon heaven saying that the Yi family is not simple. How so? Ancestor Phoenix Mountain asked. They didn't say, only that the Yi family is definitely not what we see. Ancestor Burning Heaven frowned slightly. Western part of the true martial heaven domain. There is a hegemonic immortal family, the Wang family. If we were to say who hates the Yi family the most, the Wang family would definitely be number 1. The hatred between the two families can be traced back millions of years. Back then, when the Yi family's star emperor was still a teenager, he suppressed and killed the Wang family's prodigy who possessed the potential to become an emperor. From that moment on, the Wang family harbored a deep hatred for the Yi family. They believed that if it weren't for the Yi family's ancestors' actions, the Wang family would undoubtedly have risen to even greater heights. But fate has a way of bringing things together. In this life, the Wang family produced another descendant with the potential to become an emperor. He was known as the young emperor of the Wang family. At this moment, the Wang family's most important figures were gathered together, ecstatic. Ha 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 ha. The Yi family and the forbidden zone of life are now locked in a life or death struggle. This is our Wang family's chance. I never expected the red-haired monster to resort to a curse. Ruthless. Extremely ruthless. Yes, activating the source of the curse, and Ling Susu is protected by the Yi family's methods. To succeed, they will have to pay an enormous price. Thinking of this, the Wang family's elders felt a surge of relief. Thank goodness they weren't targeted, otherwise, they would certainly be dead by now. Clan Chief, should we take this opportunity to attack the Yi family? Yes, Clan Chief, almost all the patriarchs of the Yi and Ling families are not in the clan. This is a golden opportunity for us. Several patriarchs of the Wang family looked at Clan Chief Wang Bidao, who sat at the head of the table. Upon hearing this, Wang Bidao stroked his beard, his eyes showing a thoughtful expression. A few breaths later. No, the Yi family's protective formation was set up by the Star Emperor. It's an Emperor-level formation. Even if we have the means to break Emperor-level formations, now is not the time to use them. Hiss. If the outside world knew that the Wang family actually possessed the means to break Emperor-level formations, they would be absolutely shocked. When did the Wang family become so powerful? After a slight pause, Wang Bidao continued. Moreover, all the patriarchs of the family are currently in that secret realm. Compared to attacking the Yi family, that secret realm is the most important. Once we've fully digested what's in the secret realm, attacking the Yi family won't be difficult, will it? Hearing this, the Wang family patriarchs all nodded. Yes. That secret realm contains many treasures. Through years of exploration, the Wang family's strength has undergone a dramatic transformation. Everyone, let the Yi family and the Life sect fight now, preferably to the point of mutual destruction. We'll reap the benefits. Wang Ba's face was beaming with a bright smile. He hadn't been this happy in a very long time. Patriarch's insight is brilliant. Excellent, excellent. When my Wang family unleashes its power, the entire true martial heaven domain will submit. Indeed, indeed, indeed. The Yi family, the Emperor-level protective formation was already fully activated, ready for battle. The Zhou Tian star formation. The magic spell cast by the Star Emperor could withstand attacks from most great emperors. and it possessed immense destructive power. Damn it. So damn vicious. They actually plotted against the clan chief's wife 100 years ago. We must kill them. Yes. Fortunately, the imperial prince and the goddess were born early, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Our ancestors protected us, and great fortune protected the Yi family. The members of the Yi family were all filled with rage. Thinking of the red-haired monster's scheme, their hearts were filled with murderous intent. Let's go, let's also storm into the Forbidden Zone. A 4-year-old boy shouted. He wore armor. His fighting spirit roared like a storm. The white spear in his hand pointed directly at the Forbidden Zone. His youthful face was filled with unparalleled determination. Yi Zilong, the Yi family's prodigy, born 4 years ago, wore god physique. Although he knew the Forbidden Zone of life was powerful, and although he knew he was still weak, Yi Zilong was utterly fearless. The blood of the Yi family flowed within him. From birth, he knew nothing of fear. Defying the heavens may offer a chance of survival, but offending the Yi family will result in utter annihilation. He swung his spear. As his clear voice fell, Yi Zilong's aura surged wildly. Early stage of spirit gathering. Mid-stage of spirit gathering. Late stage of spirit gathering. Boom. Sea of Wheels. Finally stabilizing at mid-stage of Sea of Wheels. This was the war god physique. The stronger his fighting spirit, the stronger he became. At the same time, Yi Zilong's resounding voice echoed throughout many parts of the Yi family. The surging fighting spirit and overwhelming killing intent within it amplified the fighting spirit of the Yi family members several times over. Yes, defying heaven still offers a chance to live, but offending the Yi family means certain death. Defying heaven still offers a chance to live, but offending the Yi family means certain death. Defying heaven still offers a chance to live, but offending the Yi family means certain death. Kill, kill. Let's also charge into the Forbidden Zone. Countless Yi family members soared into the air, preparing to charge into the Forbidden Zone. But, they were stopped by a force the moment they moved. You cannot participate in this battle. Stay in the family. The ancestors are here. Unless all of us old fogies die in battle. Otherwise, you'll stay in the family. Zilong is right. Defying heaven still offers a chance to live, but offending the Yi family means certain death. The 8th ancestor and the others will make that scum pay the price. The 19th ancestor's murderous voice echoed through the air. The Yi family members are like dragons. At the 4 corners of the Zhou Tian Xing Do array, the clan's protective formation, sat the 4 Yi family ancestors cross-legged. Now, all the Yi family ancestors have emerged from seclusion. The Forbidden Zone of life. A terrifying battle was unfolding. The sky darkened. The void shattered. The red-haired monster and 13 Forbidden Zone Supremes formed 3 battle circles, besieging the 4 Yi family ancestors. Among them, 9 Supremes formed an array to besiege the 11th ancestor. Even though the 11th ancestor wielded the Emperor-grade weapon, the Blade of Judgment, he was still tightly bound. The remaining 4 Supremes, also wielding quasi-Emperor weapons, fought fiercely with the 12th and 13th ancestors. Black iron chains stretched across the sky. Like a strange and ominous dragon of order, the red-haired monster wielded its natal imperial weapon, relentlessly lashing out at the 8th ancestor of the Yi family. The heaven-piercing sword exuded unparalleled imperial might. Like a divine weapon, it directly slashed at the red-haired monster's chains. Up to this point, the red-haired monster hadn't revealed its true power. It was waiting. Waiting for the other ancestral figures of the Yi family and the ancestor of the Ling family to enter the Forbidden Zone of life. Suddenly, powerful auras appeared one after another at the edge of the Forbidden Zone of life. 10 terrifying figures descended. Carrying overwhelming power, they swiftly attacked. They've finally come. A strange glint flashed in the red-haired monster's eyes. Chapter 33 9 Life Resentful Infant, 9 Life Hateful Woman, Fallen Leaf Killing Array. There are 4 forbidden zones of life within the 9 heavenly domains. Many years ago, they were one. But later, the great emperor of the Yi family, wielding an imperial weapon, forcibly cleaved it into 4 pieces. In that battle, supreme beings perished, and rulers shed their blood. The once extremely powerful forbidden zone of life gradually weakened under the pressure of the great emperor of the Yi family. Later, the great emperor of the Yi family left to pursue a higher path. Millions of years later, the strength of the forbidden zone of life gradually recovered to its former state. Even stronger than before. The reason for this remains unknown. It can be said, the Yi family and the Forbidden Zone of Life have a long-standing feud. Today, the actions of the red-haired monster have pushed the hatred between the Yi family and the Forbidden Zone of Life to its maximum, a fight to the death. Either the Yi family is destroyed, or the Forbidden Zone of Life is erased. The red-haired monster has prepared for hundreds of years to successfully curse Ling Susu. He paid a heavy price. Moreover, a secret agreement had been reached with certain immortal families in the true martial heaven domain, to jointly annihilate the Yi family. Watching the 10 terrifying figures rapidly approaching, the red-haired monster secretly revealed a chilling joy. At such a great cost. They certainly wouldn't do it just to kill a few of the Yi family's ancestors. The red-haired monster wanted to kill all the approaching Yi family ancestors, as well as the Ling family's ancestors. Then, they would attack the Yi family's ancestral land, to annihilate the Yi family. Whoosh! Before they even arrived, Ling Qingfeng, the leading ancestor of the Ling family, activated his emperor weapon, the cloud-piercing shuttle, and charged towards one of the 8 supreme beings besieging the 12th ancestor. At the same time, the Yi family's 9th ancestor also launched a full-scale attack on that supreme being. The 13th ancestor, who was being besieged, withstood an attack and then activated his blade of judgment, also slashing towards the supreme being in the Forbidden Zone. "Master, save me!" The supreme being cried out in horror, unleashing all his life-saving abilities. But it was futile. The combined attacks of 2 emperor-level weapons, and the 9th ancestor's full-force strike, were simply too much for him to handle. He was instantly killed. He didn't even have time to scream. The red-haired monster didn't even glance at him, its figure flashing as it disengaged from the battle with the 8th ancestor. Then it roared. "Form the array." As its voice fell, the remaining 12 Forbidden Zone supreme beings all disengaged from the battle. Teleportation light flickered around them. In an instant, they appeared in specific locations and quickly formed hand seals. "Rise!" The red-haired monster roared again, slamming its palm down on the ground. The next instant, hundreds of millions of array patterns within a radius of tens of thousands of miles flickered, connecting to form a terrifying killing array. An eerie and ominous aura permeated the area. Hey, this is a killing formation that I, the Sovereign, spent 800,000 years completing. It was specially prepared for the Yi family. Once you are trapped within it, not even the Star Emperor, let alone you, will be able to leave easily. For this reason, I, the Sovereign, have given it a very fitting name. The Fallen Leaf Killing Formation. The red-haired monster revealed a triumphant smile. Within the formation, the 8 patriarchs of the Yi family and the 6 patriarchs of the Ling family all wore solemn expressions. They could sense the power of this formation. HMPH. The 8th patriarch sneered. Then he activated the heaven-piercing sword, slashing at the formation. Boom. A deafening roar resounded, and apart from the runes flashing violently on the formation, there was no other movement. Hey. Today, I, the Sovereign, will send you to meet your ancestors. With that, the red-haired monster rapidly transformed. Then it pointed a finger in each of the 4 directions, east, south, west, and north. Come forth. Use the power of this great formation. Unleash your accumulated boundless resentment and endless killing intent. Release it all. Before the red-haired monster could finish speaking, wah! From the west, the piercing cry of an infant rang out. And there, an infant still lying in swaddling clothes appeared, surrounded by boundless resentment. It had already formed a vengeful spirit, and the vengeful spirit's appearance was exactly like that of the infant. Why? Why don't good people get good rewards? Why don't you believe me? Why are you framing me? I hate it all. I'll kill you all. In the south, a woman dressed in red appeared, her eyes bloodshot, a terrifying killing intent swirled around her. Behind her were 9 illusory villages, their inhabitants all murdered. Their deaths were gruesome. Hey, fresh blood, ah. I'll savor you slowly. In the north, a cloud of black mist appeared, only 2 scarlet eyes visible within. But wherever the black mist passed, space shattered. The east was the most bizarre. There was only a 3-inch long iron nail, completely black. The moment one's gaze fell upon something, it felt as if their soul were being torn apart by countless evil spirits. Outside the Forbidden Zone of Life, the powerful beings, who were completely focused on this battle, saw the red-haired monster begin its attack. A gasp escaped their lips. That formation is incredibly powerful. The Yi family is in grave danger this time. The falling leaf killing formation. Even a 5th-level quasi-emperor trapped within would only face certain death. Although they were quite a distance away, they could still feel the power of the formation. They were secretly terrified. Thankfully, they weren't trapped inside, or they would surely be dead. But, when they saw the beings appearing from the 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, they screamed out. Holy crap! That's a 9-life vengeful infant. Only by dying 9 times in the womb can such an extremely evil being be formed. And with the resentment carried over to the next life after each death. Infants originally have no power. But when they become vengeful infants who have lived 9 lifetimes, the vengeful spirits formed from their resentment possess indescribable power. Hiss. That woman in red, she is the 9-life hate woman. She must have been an ordinary woman, extremely kind in every life, yet wronged and killed in every one. Those 9 villages behind her are the people she killed in revenge. The ultimate source of hatred in the mortal realm. Also because she was a mortal for 9 lifetimes, a weak woman. After becoming the 9-life hateful woman, the weak became the strong, possessing unparalleled killing power. Hiss. And that black mist, it can corrode everything, even space itself cannot withstand it. Extremely eerie and evil. I wonder which long-extinct race it belongs to. Hiss. That last iron nail, it's the soul-suppressing nail. But it's clearly changed. Seeing it, I have the illusion of being haunted by countless wronged souls. There's only one possibility. That soul-suppressing nail didn't suppress souls, it directly slaughtered countless lives. And used the souls of those killed to recondense the nail. Hiss. Where did the red-haired monster find these things? Have you forgotten? The red-haired monster is the embodiment of the bizarre and ominous, second only to the source of darkness. It seems the red-haired monster is very well prepared to kill the Yi family. Inside the Grand Formation, the patriarchs of the Yi and Ling families frowned deeply. Just as the red-haired monster said. Now, with the addition of the 9-life resentful infant, the 9-life hateful woman, the eerie black mist, and the unusual soul-suppressing nail, even a 5th tribulation quasi-emperor would perish within it. Furthermore, this is a forbidden zone for life. A constant stream of strange and ominous forces, along with evil, replenishes the formation's energy. The formation's danger level rises again. You think you can keep us all here with this? Wishful thinking. With a furious roar, the 8th ancestor charged towards the red-haired monster. The remaining patriarchs of the Yi and Ling families attacked the other supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone and the 4 strange and ominous entities. The great battle erupted again, but, a moment later, the patriarchs of the Yi and Ling families found themselves at a disadvantage. Chapter 34 The Imperial Weapon and the Judge's Pen appear. The red-haired monster is driven to desperation. The fallen leaf-killing array. This was a grand array prepared by the red-haired monster over 800,000 years to deal with the Yi family. After the array was formed, the red-haired monster and the other Forbidden Zone supreme beings no longer needed to control it for half an hour. The array could operate on its own. Furthermore, the eerie and ominous power within it could enhance the power of the red-haired monster and the Forbidden Zone supreme beings, and suppress the power of the Yi and Ling family patriarchs. This time, there were 13 supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone. One was just killed, leaving 12 supreme beings. 8 patriarchs of the Yi family and 6 patriarchs of the Ling family, a total of 14 patriarchs. A terrifying battle unfolded. The entire true martial heaven domain was plunged into great turmoil. Today, none of you will leave. Black iron chains stretched across the sky. The red-haired monster and the 8th ancestor clashed once more. The 9th ancestor and 2 other Yi family ancestors were entangled with the 9-life resentful infant and the 9-life hateful woman. Ling family ancestor Ling Qingfeng, wielding his emperor weapon, was locked in battle with the eerie black mist. As for the soul-suppressing nails, the 11th ancestor used the emperor weapon, the blade of judgment, to defend against them. The remaining 9 ancestors were engaged in a fierce battle with the 12 supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone of life. The Yi family. The 4 ancestors guarding the family were prepared to storm the Forbidden Zone of life at any moment. The Ling family. The family's protective formation was operating at its maximum. Several ancestors were also rapidly heading towards the Yi family via teleportation arrays. The Ling family ancestral land. Yi Tian's heart blazed with killing intent. I must become even stronger. Red-haired monster, one day I will kill you. Ling Hanmeng stood by, saying nothing, but within a 3 jong radius, all was ice. Yi Wushuang and the 15th patriarch of the Yi family were in the most agonizing situation. They had to protect Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng while simultaneously worrying about the battle in the forbidden zone of life. They were already aware of the red-haired monster's preparations, because they knew, they were worried. Wushuang, if the situation truly becomes unavoidable, you protect Tianer and Hanmeng. I will go to the forbidden zone of life with the remaining patriarchs of the family. To save the 8th patriarch and the other patriarchs. Yi Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. His nails dug deep into his flesh. At this moment, he had a frantic thirst for power. He was the head of the Yi family, but now, because he lacked the strength, he could do nothing. The Wang family. Good, good, good. Wang Ba uttered 3 consecutive goods. That red-haired monster's move was absolutely brilliant. The Yi family might be finished now. Extremely satisfying. The other patriarchs of the Wang family laughed happily. Phoenix Mountain. After the Yi family's patriarch dies, we'll attack the Yi family. Yes. Bring the imperial troops. Even if the Yi family's protective formation is imperial level, it won't withstand our continuous attacks. When the resources are exhausted, the imperial level formation will break. Then we'll wipe out the Yi family in one fell swoop. Brilliant, brilliant, ha 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 ha. The patriarchs of Phoenix Mountain laughed and exchanged greetings. Patriarch Burning Heaven, however, frowned. Although the Yi family's patriarchs were in a bad situation, for some reason, he always had a lingering worry in his heart. The Endless Demon Heaven has sent word that the Yi family is no ordinary force. This battle should reveal some clues. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of clashing spells echoed throughout the heavens. The battle had reached its climax. Both the Yi family and the forbidden zone of life had suffered injuries. But, judging from the current situation, the Yi family was at a disadvantage, with 4 patriarchs injured. Firstly, due to the suppressive power of the formation. Secondly, because their numbers of powerful individuals were fewer than those in the forbidden zone of life. Although they possessed 3 imperial weapons, the heaven-piercing sword, the blade of judgment, and the cloud-piercing shuttle, they were entangled by the red-haired monster, the eerie black mist, and the soul-suppressing nails. Doesn't your Yi family have the Star Emperor? Let him come to your rescue. The red-haired monster sneered. HMPH. To deal with you, I don't need my Yi family's emperor to take action. The 8th ancestor said in a deep voice. Hey, is it that you don't need to act? Or that you can't act? Where is your Yi family's great emperor? You probably don't even know yourself. The red-haired monster mocked again. Yi Xingyu. Emperor Xingyu. A peerless figure from the Yi family who attained emperor status millions of years ago, a true great emperor. Because there were rumors in the true martial heaven domain that Yi Xingyu had encountered a great terror. Plus, there had been no news for millions of years. Including the fact that the Yi family didn't appear when they attacked the forbidden zone of life. Therefore, the outside world believed that Emperor Xingyu might have already perished. Even if he hadn't perished, for some reason, he certainly couldn't return to the true martial heaven domain. Suddenly, a bad premonition rose in the red-haired monster's heart. The next instant, its expression suddenly changed. After blocking the 8th ancestor's attack, his gaze instantly shifted towards the 9th ancestor's direction. The judge's brush. How did it end up in your hands? Then, a black brush radiating intense imperial power appeared in the 9th ancestor's hand. The judge's brush. The Yi family's 3rd imperial weapon. Specifically designed to counter extremely yin and evil objects. The instant the judge's brush appeared, the 9th ancestor and the 9th hateful woman seemed to see a terrifying sight. They screamed, trying to escape. But could they escape? The other 2 ancestors of the Yi family were holding them back. They weren't given any chance to leave. This was why, initially, the 9th ancestor and the other 2 ancestors had worked together to suppress the 9th ancestor and the 9th hateful woman. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Since you are now beings of the underworld, you should be reincarnated. Today, I will become the judge, to release the karmic entanglements and resentments upon you. Disperse. The 9th ancestor gently slashed at the 9-life resentful infant and the 9-life hateful woman. In the darkness, a power appeared between heaven and earth, enveloping the 2. The next instant, the bodies of the 9-life resentful infant and the 9-life hateful woman began to slowly dissipate. No matter how they resisted, it was useless. Roar. The red-haired monster roared. He tried to stop the ninth ancestor's judge's pen. But the eighth ancestor gave him no chance either. After dealing with the 9-life resentful infant and the 9-life hateful woman, the ninth ancestor and the other 2 ancestors then attacked the eerie black mist and the soul-suppressing nails. These 2 were also extremely yin and evil objects. They had devoured and imprisoned many souls to gain their current power. No surprises. After a dozen or so breaths, and with all the souls judged by the judge's pen, the eerie black mist and the soul-suppressing nails lost much of their power. Finally, they were destroyed by the Yi and Ling family patriarchs. Roar, roar, roar. The red-haired monster roared to the sky. A raging inferno erupted like a volcano. He never expected that the judge's pen was in the hands of the Yi family. The judge's pen. Originally, it belonged to the underworld, which governed the order of reincarnation, and was part of the same weapon set as the Book of Life and Death. It could determine life and death, and judge reincarnation. It was the natural nemesis of all wronged souls and ghosts in the world. Later, darkness descended, and the underworld ceased to exist. The judge's pen also vanished without a trace. Now, hundreds of thousands of years of painstaking preparation had been almost completely destroyed because of the appearance of the judge's pen. How could this be? How could this be? The red-haired monster originally set up this killing formation to deal with the great emperor of the Yi family. Although it couldn't kill him, it could severely injure him. Then, the red-haired monster could use another powerful method to severely injure him again. If used properly, it might even be able to kill the great emperor. Originally, the red-haired monster thought that this preparation was enough to annihilate the Yi family's ancestors. There was no need to use its other powerful method. But it didn't expect the Yi family to be so well hidden. They actually possessed 3 emperor-level weapons. One of them was even the judge's pen. This forced it into a corner. Explode for this sovereign. With the red-haired monster's furious roar, it and the sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones instantly vanished from their spot. Then, a strange and ominous power surged wildly into the falling leaf-killing formation. Endless destructive fluctuations arose. The meteor leaf-killing array self-destructed. Chapter 35 The Great Emperor's Decree is issued, and the 8th Ancestor's killing intent. The red-haired monster possesses 3 deadly moves. First, the meteor leaf-killing array and 4 extremely evil entities, including the 9-life vengeful infant. Each possesses the power to kill an ordinary quasi-emperor. Without the judge's pen, even if the patriarchs of the Yi and Ling families could break the array, they would pay a heavy price. Second, the self-destruction of the meteor leaf-killing array. The vast amount of eerie and ominous power within the forbidden zone of life amplifies the power of the meteor leaf-killing array's self-destruction. Moreover, it contains 4 extremely evil entities, including the 9-life vengeful infant. Once it self-destructs, it can injure a great emperor. The third method, and the red-haired monster's strongest, is the Great Emperor's Decree. The forbidden zone of life has a long history and extremely profound foundation. Many years ago, it contained a sleeping ancient emperor and a self-sealed great emperor. The existence of the Great Emperor's Decree is normal. Now, the red-haired monster has activated his second method, the self-destruction of the meteor leaf-killing array. Although the 4 extremely evil entities, including the 9-life vengeful infant, had been destroyed, greatly reducing the power of the Great Formation's self-destruction, it was still beyond what a quasi-emperor could withstand. Boom! A deafening roar resounded. Dozens of 100-jong-long rifts opened in space. Terrifying aftershocks swept in all directions, cracking the earth and collapsing mountains wherever they passed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Nearly a minute passed before the world returned to calm. On the spot, the Yi and Ling family patriarchs formed a circle. They protected the previously injured patriarchs in the very center. PFF'd. 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 2 Ling family patriarchs and 3 Yi family patriarchs all coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Their auras were weak and feeble, severely injured. They no longer had the strength to fight. Previously, when the meteor leaf-killing array self-destructed, they had all employed defensive measures. Yet, it still didn't completely block it. As expected, this attack won't kill you. The red-haired monster seemed to have anticipated this. If the 4 extremely evil beings, including the 9-life vengeful infant, hadn't been destroyed, the power of this attack would have been several times greater. It could definitely have killed several people. However, this sovereign has prepared another attack for you. With a roar, a black decree appeared in the red-haired monster's hand. Symbols were drawn on it in blood. A dense imperial aura emanated from it, even the surrounding space could hardly withstand it. A great emperor's decree. Different from an imperial weapon. An imperial weapon needs someone to activate it. Its power depends entirely on the user. Unless the imperial weapon possesses its own weapon spirit, capable of launching attacks comparable to those of a great emperor. Even then, it's only comparable to a great emperor. This is vastly different from the emperor himself taking action. The emperor's decree, however, is personally crafted by the emperor, containing the full power of an emperor's strike. It's as if the emperor himself were to act. Die. With a roar, the red-haired monster unleashed the emperor's decree with all its might. Instantly, a blurry figure, exuding terrifying pressure, appeared before the red-haired monster, the emperor's phantom. After appearing, the phantom struck the eighth ancestor and the others with a palm strike. The space shattered wherever the palm struck. Outside the forbidden zone of life, the powerful figures watching the battle felt their hair stand on end. Holy crap, that's the emperor's decree. Was that phantom left behind by the emperor? Definitely. Just looking at it, I feel so insignificant. I never imagined the red-haired monster possessed such terrifying methods. That's to be expected. After all, the forbidden zone of life has existed for far longer than we have. The Yi family's ancestors are absolutely doomed this time. No, look at the eighth ancestor of the Yi family, that's... Holy crap, that's also an emperor's decree. The words on it must have been left by the Star Emperor. After seeing the red-haired monster unleash an emperor's decree, the hearts of the Ling family's ancestors sank to the bottom. They couldn't withstand it. Even with 3 emperor weapons, they couldn't stop it. And even if they reached their peak and with all their might blocked that attack, they would all be severely injured, and several might even perish, becoming lambs to the slaughter. Just then, the 8th ancestor of the Yi family also produced a golden decree. On it was the character, Star. Imperial Decree. As the 8th ancestor's voice fell, the decree shone with golden light. It transformed into a condensed version of the Tao, its size roughly equivalent to a star. Boom. A deafening roar resounded as the star collided with the palm. It was like a full-force clash between 2 emperors. At this moment, the wind stopped, the air itself ceased to move. Ah! PFF'd. The red-haired monster and the supreme beings around him were all thrown back by the aftershocks. Blood gushed from their mouths. On the other side, the patriarchs of the Yi and Ling families were equally badly affected. They were also thrown back by the aftershocks. However, the 8th, 9th, and 11th ancestors, as well as Ling Qingfeng, the patriarch of the Ling family, used all their might to protect themselves with their emperor weapons. The 4 emperor weapons were pushed to their limits. Even so, PFF'd. Blood gushed from the mouths of the 8th ancestor and the other 3. All were severely injured. Kill. A loud shout suddenly rang out. Like a thunderclap from the heavens, the 8th ancestor ignored his own injuries. Wielding the heaven-piercing sword, he charged towards the equally wounded red-haired monster with lightning speed. Kill. The 9th and 11th ancestors roared in unison. Following closely behind the 8th ancestor, they attacked the red-haired monster. The red-haired monster must die. Roar. The red-haired monster roared loudly. Now it had exhausted all its means and was severely injured. Its injuries were even more severe than those of the 8th ancestor and the others. Because the 8th ancestor's side had 4 emperor weapons, and the 4 ancestors were fighting together, while it only had 1 emperor weapon, iron chains. The supreme beings around him were all severely injured. When the terrifying aftershocks struck, the red-haired monster was preoccupied with his own survival. How could he possibly protect those supreme beings from the forbidden zones? If he were to fight the 8th ancestor and the others now, it would only mean certain death. Looking at the Yi family patriarch charging towards him wielding 3 emperor weapons, his eyes were bloodshot. They were filled with rage and resentment. Roar. Just you wait, next time I will definitely kill you all. With that, the red-haired monster fled with all his might into the depths of the forbidden zone. 9th, 11th, you go back. After giving the orders to the 9th and 11th ancestors, the 8th ancestor unleashed a monstrous aura. You can't escape. At this moment, the 8th ancestor directly burned his life force, 200,000 years. This was to gain greater strength and speed. Because he sensed, deep within the Forbidden Zone, a terrifying aura was awakening, an ancient emperor. Clearly, deep within the Forbidden Zone, an ancient emperor slumbered. He had to kill the red-haired monster before that ancient emperor fully awakened. As for his own survival, the 8th ancestor hadn't considered that. The 1st through 7th ancestors were absent. He was the strongest member of the Yi family, bearing the responsibility of protecting the Yi family. However, Ling Susu had been cursed with a black blood curse by the red-haired monster. If it weren't for some unknown reason that Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng were born 10 years early, it would have been a loss of 3 lives. Deep in his heart, the 8th ancestor felt, he was a sinner to his family. He had let down Ling Susu and her child. Even more so, he had let down the ancestors of the Yi family. Moreover, the 9th ancestor had already told him about Yi Tian sacrificing himself to save his mother. Tell me, a mere 10-year-old child is willing to sacrifice himself. He, the 8th ancestor of the Yi family, has received the family's blessings for over 3 million years, how could he possibly covet his own life? Today, no matter the cost, even if it means his own demise, he will slay the red-haired monster. Chapter 36 Imperial Weapon Self-Destructs. Ancient Emperor takes action. Half a breath later, the 8th ancestor was now 100 feet away from the red-haired monster. 100 feet might be a great distance for a mortal, but for a quasi-emperor like the 8th ancestor, it was as if it were right in front of him. Die! The 8th ancestor unleashed the full power of the heaven-piercing sword, slashing fiercely at the red-haired monster. This attack was infinitely close to that of an emperor. After all, it was bought at the cost of 200,000 years of his lifespan and the potential damage to his Tao foundation. Then, the heaven-piercing sword shot out, instantly arriving behind the red-haired monster. Explode! With a roar, the 8th ancestor directly detonated the emperor-grade heaven-piercing sword. Boom! A deafening roar resounded. The attack that had been infinitely close to that of an emperor, combined with the self-destruction of the emperor-grade heaven-piercing sword. Save me! Save me! The red-haired monster roared as it desperately tried to defend itself. They used every trick in the book. Simultaneously, they cried for help from the nameless ancient emperor deep within the Forbidden Zone. The Yi family, you have gone too far. A hoarse voice echoed from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. It seemed to be because he hadn't spoken for so long. Yet, it possessed the might of heaven. It resounded almost throughout the entire true martial heaven domain. Everyone who heard the voice felt an involuntary surge of awe. At the same time, a palm that blotted out the sky emerged from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. It reached for the red-haired monster, suddenly. The palm ignored space and time. It arrived almost instantly near the red-haired monster. But, 2 powerful attacks struck, halting the palm for even a moment. As the 8th ancestor sensed the ancient emperor's impending awakening, the 9th and 11th ancestors sensed it as well. They also burned their lifespans, 200,000 years. The 2 warriors, wielding their imperial weapons, the judge's pen and the blade of judgment, unleashed their full power. This was all to block the ancient emperor's attack, just half a breath. To buy time for the 8th ancestor. Insects. You're courting death. The ancient emperor, newly awakened in the Forbidden Zone of life, was enraged, because in that mere half a breath, the self-destruction of the heaven-piercing sword had blasted the red-haired monster's body apart. His soul was annihilated, leaving only a wisp. Like a candle flame in the wind. If it had been even a fraction of a breath later, the red-haired monster would have surely died. Get lost. The ancient emperor's hand grasped the red-haired monster's last embers of life. Then he sent the 3 patriarchs of the Yi family flying. He wanted to kill them. But the ancient emperor dared not kill the 3 patriarchs of the Yi family. Because, as an ancient emperor, he knew the terror of a great emperor at the same level as him. The star emperor of the Yi family is definitely still alive. If he were to kill all the Yi family's patriarchs, Yi Xingyu would definitely come after him when he returns. It's not worth it. He's protecting the red-haired monster because the monster is still useful to him. Moreover, the red-haired monster's clan is terrifying. He doesn't know the specifics of the clan, nor has he ever asked. Therefore, the nameless ancient emperor refers to it as the red-haired clan. If the red-haired monster were killed right under his nose, he would soon be meeting his maker. Let's go. Ling Qingfeng, leading the Yi family and the Ling family's patriarchs, swiftly left the Forbidden Zone of life. This battle is temporarily over. Yes, only temporarily over. Due to the intervention of the Forbidden Zone's ancient emperor, the red-haired monster wasn't completely killed. A wisp of its divine soul remains. It won't be long before he can reform. But, defying heaven still offers a chance of survival, but those who offend the Yi family have no chance of survival. Even an ancient emperor must die. That nameless ancient emperor deep within the Forbidden Zone of life could save the red-haired monster once. He absolutely cannot save him a second time. Moreover, whether the nameless ancient emperor can save himself next time depends on his performance. Submit, and he may live. But if he defies heaven, even heaven cannot save him. Death is inevitable. The great battle within the Forbidden Zone of life has temporarily ended. But outside the Forbidden Zone of life, the verbal battles of countless cultivators have only just begun. 5 imperial weapons clashed. 28 terrifying beings fought to the death. 2 great emperor decrees. The ancient emperor made his move. Such a terrifying, world-shaking battle has not occurred in the true martial heaven domain for millions of years. Everywhere people were discussing it. An absolutely epic battle. Absolutely. This battle is worthy of being recorded in the annals of the true martial heaven domain and passed down for 10,000 years. Also, absolutely. I never expected that there would be an ancient emperor slumbering in the Forbidden Zone of life. But it's strange, why didn't the nameless ancient emperor kill the Yi family's ancestors? He only repelled them. You can go ask him. Huh? Am I out of my mind? That's just courting death. I never expected the Yi family's strength to be so terrifying. They actually have 3 imperial weapons. Who says otherwise? And the great emperor's decree, I wonder if they still have it. You can go ask him too. Hey, Grandpa, can't we have a pleasant conversation now? Yes, yes, yes. Do you think the Yi family will be severely weakened after this battle? Very likely. A self-destructing imperial weapon, the emperor's decree was used, and all 8 patriarchs who stormed the Forbidden Zone were seriously injured. Tragic. Even an immortal power couldn't withstand such heavy losses. However, I admire them, they're all true men. Yes. To slay the red-haired monster, uphold family honor, and avenge their clansmen, they disregarded their own safety. After this battle, even knowing the Yi family is severely weakened, no family should dare to provoke them again. Too ruthless. Spiritual. A respectable family. Meanwhile, the 8 Yi family patriarchs, returning from the Forbidden Zone, immediately went into seclusion. All the family's resources were mobilized. Meanwhile, the 6 patriarchs of the Ling family rushed back to the Ling family compound to heal their injuries via a teleportation array. Both the Ling and Yi families entered a state of high alert. The clan's protective array was activated at full power. The Yi family ancestral land. In the ancestral hall, the 10th patriarch and the other 6 patriarchs stood before a table. On the table lay 10 jade slips imbued with the aura of time. 7 of them belonged to the 1st through 7th patriarchs. 1 belonged to the Star Emperor. As for the remaining 2, they belonged to former powerhouses of the Yi family. The Yi family's lineage was incredibly ancient. Just how vast was the family's foundation? Besides these 2 powerhouses, were there any other powerful figures? The 10th patriarch and the others had no idea. To put it bluntly, the oldest among them was only a little over 2 million years old, back when the Yi family had already arrived in the true martial heaven domain. The 10th ancestor and the others were completely unaware of the Yi family's true strength. They only knew that the family was very, very ancient. Just now, the 8th ancestor, before going into seclusion, sent a message to the 10th ancestor and the others, summoning the other ancestors of the Yi family, initiating the immortal war. 6 months later, crush the Forbidden Zone of life. Ancestors, the curse of the Forbidden Zone of life. The 10th ancestor transmitted his words into 10 jade slips. Then he performed a specific hand seal. A mysterious fluctuation emanated from the jade slips, piercing through space and reaching endless distances. Half an hour later, the 10th ancestor soared into the sky. From the Yi family's ancestral land, standing in midair, he shouted towards the Forbidden Zone of life. 6 months later, the Yi family, initiate the immortal war. Destroy the Forbidden Zone of life. The booming sound was like thunder. It could be clearly heard throughout the entire true martial heaven domain, and its echoes reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. 6 months later, the Yi family will wage an immortal war to annihilate the Forbidden Zone of life. 6 months later, the Yi family will launch an immortal war to annihilate the forbidden zone of life. 6 months later, the Yi family will launch an immortal war to annihilate the forbidden zone of life. About 2 breaths later. Hey, arrogant. This emperor will see how your Yi family will annihilate my forbidden zone of life in 6 months. Deep within the forbidden zone, the nameless ancient emperor sneered. He clearly disregarded this. As far as he knew, the Yi family only had one star emperor. Did they really think they can destroy the forbidden zone of life just by relying on the star emperor? Naive. Too naive. Moreover, the nameless ancient emperor also knew that the reason why the star emperor was able to divide the forbidden zone of life into 4 parts was because of this. That's because the powerful presence of the restricted area tacitly approves. Why tacitly approve? It seemed to be due to pressure from other powerful figures. Otherwise, the star emperor would have had no chance of breaking through the forbidden zone of life. In fact, whether he could even leave the forbidden zone alive was still uncertain. About 10 more breaths passed. An elder of the Ling family also made an announcement. Chapter 37, Destroying the Forbidden Zone of Life. Where does the Yi family get their confidence? 6 months later, the Ling family and the Yi family will join forces. Initiate the immortal war. Destroy the forbidden zone of life. The voice of the Ling family patriarch, amplified by his cultivation, resounded throughout the true martial heaven domain. 3 more breaths passed. How dare you? 6 months later, I, the Emperor, will be waiting for you in the forbidden zone to destroy me. Deep within the forbidden zone of life, the nameless ancient emperor roared. He was an ancient emperor. A being on the same level as a great emperor, stepping onto the emperor's path. Looking down upon all living beings. Now, 2 immortal families, each possessing only a great emperor, dared to declare their intention to destroy him. This was a provocation. This was contempt for him. This was an offense against the majesty of an emperor. How could the nameless ancient emperor not be angry? Moreover, he had already made his decision. 6 months later, the blood of the Yi and Ling families will be used to make the world understand what an ancient emperor truly is. To reawaken their fear of the ancient emperor. Boom, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like the explosion of millions of tons of thermal weapons, countless cultivators in the true martial heaven domain were once again in an uproar. They were stunned. They even doubted whether they were dreaming, or perhaps they had misheard. Heavens! 6 months later, the Yi family is going to destroy the forbidden zone of life. Has the Yi family gone mad? The previous battle caused such heavy losses, and they actually want to attack the forbidden zone of life again. Where does the Yi family get their confidence? And the Ling family, they're actually going to attack the forbidden zone of life. Are they crazy? The forbidden zone of life has an ancient emperor. They're practically declaring war on a terrifying emperor. My goodness. Could it be that the Yi family's star emperor is returning? That's possible. Otherwise, even if the Yi family's patriarch went all out, he wouldn't be a match for an ancient emperor. Wasn't the star emperor killed? Who told you that? Many people are saying that. After all, there's been no news of the star emperor for millions of years. Nonsense. That's an emperor. How could he die so easily? I think so too. But even if the star emperor returns, can he destroy the forbidden zone of life? Back then, he only broke the forbidden zone into 4 parts. If he could destroy it, he would have already destroyed the forbidden zone of life back then. Fellow Taoist, what you say makes sense. So, do you think the forbidden zone of life only has one ancient emperor? You mean, yes, the forbidden zone of life likely has more than one ancient emperor. Perhaps 2, or even more. Hiss, hiss. The Wang family, upon hearing the news that the Yi and Ling families intended to destroy the forbidden zone of life. Foolish, ignorant. Even if the star emperor returned, he couldn't destroy the forbidden zone of life. Have the Yi family's ancestors lost their minds? Announcing this to the world is tantamount to pushing the Yi family into the eye of the storm. If they can't destroy it, they'll be laughed at. Everyone, there's another possibility. In a few days, the ancestors will come to their senses and regret it to death. Ha 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 ha. The Wang family's ancestors laughed wildly. The laughter was full of mockery. Everyone, sitting at the head of the table, Wang Ba smiled calmly and spoke. Regardless of whether the Yi family can destroy the forbidden zone of life in 6 months, my Wang family will send troops against the Yi family. New grudges and old scores will be settled together. The fortune of that secret realm has already belonged to my Wang family. 6 months later, the entire true martial heaven domain will recognize my Wang family anew. Phoenix Mountain. The patriarchs were equally shocked. Then came the mockery. They didn't believe the Yi family could destroy the forbidden zone of life either. Are you kidding me? That's the forbidden zone of life. It has been passed down for countless years, its foundation is terrifyingly powerful, it's stronger than their Phoenix Mountain. And there's that ominous existence, the red-haired monster. Although the Yi family almost killed the red-haired monster this time. But, it was just a red-haired monster. Can you guarantee that the red-haired monster won't ask its clan for help? Similarly, some elders from Phoenix Mountain proposed holding an immortal war 6 months later to annihilate the Yi family. Only the burning heaven ancestor frowned deeply. Even the endless demon heaven had sent word that the Yi family was no ordinary force. This recent great battle, and the Yi family's declaration of war against the forbidden zone of life, confirmed this. The Yi family. The Yi family. Why did the Yi family announce their annihilation of the forbidden zone of life to the world? Why couldn't they do it secretly? To launch a surprise attack and catch the forbidden zone of life off guard. And why 6 months later? Because the Yi family's top forces were all abroad. For example, the 1st to 7th ancestors, and the Yi family's star emperor. They needed time to return. Furthermore, all the younger generation of the family who were abroad also needed to be recalled. The immortal war was not 2 words. They'll fight without hesitation. Every immortal war results in countless deaths and consumes immense resources. It's a war waged only when hatred reaches an intolerable level. Moreover, these 6 months are also reserved for the enemies. To allow those families hostile to the Yi family, those with designs on them, to finally reveal themselves. To see who these clowns really are. Like the Wang family. And Phoenix Mountain, for example. When the immortal war begins, the world will witness the terrifying power of the Yi family. Those enemies will be eradicated. Deep within the forbidden zone of life, an old man dressed in black stood with his hands behind his back. Although he didn't exude any aura, the area within 10,000 feet around him was incredibly oppressive, the nameless ancient emperor. Before him was an extremely weak flame of life. It could extinguish at any moment. Condense. The nameless ancient emperor uttered a single word, extending his right index finger. He pointed it towards the flame of life ahead. Instantly, the endless strange and ominous energy deep within his being converged wildly. It poured into the flame of life. Soon, the previously weak flame of life transformed into a massive fireball, burning fiercely. A moment later, the fireball split open, revealing a phantom spirit, a red-haired monster. Thank you this time. I will inform my clan and give you the reward you deserve, the red-haired monster said. His tone was utterly flat, devoid of any respect. Even though he was now merely a spirit, even though he stood before a terrifying ancient emperor. He was so close. A mere second later, and he would have died. He was still shaken. The red-haired monster had never expected the Yi family to be so ruthless. They actually burned their lifespan. They even self-destructed their imperial weapon. Although I have allowed you to reform your spiritual body, it will take some time for you to fully recover. The nameless ancient imperial road. You don't need to worry about that. I have my own plans. The red-haired monster said. Then he looked in the direction of the Yi family. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Didn't the Yi family say they would come to destroy the forbidden zone of life in 6 months? Hey, this time, I, the sovereign, will bestow upon them a great gift. With that, the red-haired monster's hand seals changed. My people, I, the sovereign, need your help. Descend. Let the eerie and ominous fill the world. Let the devout worshippers kneel before us. Let the majesty of my race shine upon the heavens. A strange wave emanated from it. It traveled towards an unknown land. Upon seeing this, the nameless ancient emperor's pupils constricted sharply. A faint fear surfaced in his heart. The terrifying scene involuntarily resurfaced in his mind. Even after millions of years, the nameless ancient emperor still remembered it clearly. Chapter 38 The Red-Haired Clan, 9 Heavens and 10 Earths, Yi Tianjie's realm. The Red-Haired Clan. A clan of red-haired monsters. Their location and number are unknown. Their origins are also unknown. They all have bloodshot eyes, are covered in red hair, and carry iron chains. They are all embodiments of the eerie and ominous. Originally, there were no red-haired monsters in the forbidden zone of life. However, millions of years ago, several red-haired monsters suddenly appeared in the forbidden zone of life. Silently. Before they fully appeared, no supreme being noticed. Even the slumbering ancient emperors and great emperors were unaware. Moreover, no one outside the forbidden zone noticed either. Upon arriving in the forbidden zone of life, a powerful red-haired monster enveloped the entire zone with supreme power, filling it with eeriness and ominousness, and gave the slumbering ancient emperors and great emperors two choices: submit or die. Such a forceful arrival, such contemptuous words, naturally aroused the displeasure of the ancient emperors and great emperors. He wanted to fight the red-haired monster. But, the powerful red-haired monster merely extended a finger and casually pointed it at the ancient emperor. Instantly, the ancient emperor exploded into a bloody mist. From that moment on, the red-haired monster became the ruler of the forbidden zone of life. The higher one's cultivation, the more afraid of death one becomes. Having witnessed the terror of the red-haired monster firsthand, the nameless ancient emperor lost all rebellious thoughts. However, the red-haired monster didn't ask him to do anything. This was the first time it had asked him for help. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. The news of the immortal war was still spreading like wildfire throughout the true martial heaven domain. News came from the lower realm that the Revelation continent had appeared. It would open in 5 days at most. The Revelation continent, an incomparably mysterious continent, containing heaven-defying opportunities. It usually remained hidden in the unknown. Before each great era, it would be released from its seal. Its opening is a harbinger of the coming of a great era. At the Yi family's teleportation array. Hanmeng, you must protect your brother. Ling Susu instructed her daughter. Yes, I will protect him. Ling Hanmeng replied earnestly. Mother, I'm fine. Just a little weak. It will be fine in a few days. It won't affect my combat strength. You don't need to worry too much. Yi Tian said with a smile. At this moment, his face was pale. His aura was not very refined. He looked somewhat weak. Because, for the past 2 months, Yi Tian had been refining the black blood. Initially, after he gathered all the remaining Pengu essence blood in his body into one place, absorbing the black blood tormented him greatly. Several times he almost fell into darkness. Each time, it was at a crucial moment that he released Pengu's essence blood. This frightened the black blood, causing it to escape. 3 days ago, he refined the black blood again. This time, he didn't nearly fall into darkness. However, his essence, energy, and spirit were severely depleted. He needed time to recover. But, the gains were also significant. He had already initially refined the black blood. He only needed to refine it one more time to completely control it. As for his trip to the Revelation continent in the lower realm, it was because Yi Tian had a strong premonition. In the Revelation continent, it seemed that something very important was waiting for him. But what it was, he didn't know. How could mother not be heartbroken? Ling Susu glared at Yi Tian. A moment later, Yi Tian and his group entered the teleportation array. With a flash of light, their figures disappeared. Open black lens bracket. Ding! Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Great Zhao Kingdom. Close black lens bracket. Phoenix Mountain. With the opening of the Revelation continent, the red-haired monster said that the Yi family's imperial prince and goddess will be there. Does he want us to take action and kill them? Hey, this is to tie us down. A fine tactic. Ancestor Burning Heaven nodded. Previously, he was somewhat wary of the Yi family. However, 10 days ago, news came from the Endless Demon Heaven. It said that if war were to break out with the Yi family in 6 months, an ancient emperor from the Endless Demon Heaven would intervene. Therefore, Ancestor Burning Heaven's confidence has greatly increased. He said, the red-haired monster has invited us so earnestly. We can't refuse it. After all, we might be allies in 6 months. Moreover, it's time for Aocean to reappear in the world. Phoenix Aocean, the pride of Phoenix Mountain. He has undergone 5 rebirths, condensing the Nirvana flame. He also possesses the bloodline of the immortal phoenix of his ancestor. He is a peerless genius nurtured by Phoenix Mountain. His strength is terrifying. Also, send a message to the myriad demon continent in the lower realm. Tell them that if they can stop the Yi family, or destroy the Yi family's affiliated power, the Great Zhao dynasty, I will allow them to return to the Endless Demon Heaven. The Wang family. the same council hall, the same old ancestors. The Yi family's imperial prince and goddess have descended to the mortal realm. A perfect opportunity. Kill them first. But due to the rules of the Revelation continent, who should our Wang family send? At the head of the table, clan chief Wang Ba stroked his beard. I've decided to send my son, Di Teng. Wang Ba had great confidence in his son. Everyone knew, his son, Wang Di Teng, possessed the potential of a great emperor. He would one day dominate an era. Upon hearing this, the other prominent figures of the Wang family all had shining eyes. Good. The clan chief's move is brilliant. With Di Teng's intervention, the Yi family's imperial son and goddess are doomed. Before our clan's young emperor, what are the Yi family's imperial son and goddess? They're nothing but chickens and dogs. Indeed, our clan's Di Teng possesses the potential to become a great emperor. He is destined to walk the path of emperors and lead our clan to new heights. Hearing these words, Wang Ba's face broke into a proud smile. He felt that his greatest achievement in this life was giving birth to Wang Di Teng. Furthermore, regarding the war to annihilate the Yi family 6 months from now, we also need to contact other opposing forces of the Yi family. Even if our clan's strength greatly increases, we'll minimize resource consumption and avoid revealing our hidden strengths. As for how to allocate resources after annihilating the Yi family, at that time, the Wang family will have the final say. Hearing the patriarch Wang Ba's plan, the eyes of the Wang family's elders lit up again, comparable to a 250-watt light bulb. The patriarch's insight is brilliant. A lot more cannon fodder. Excellent. The cultivation world is vast, roughly divided into 9 heavens and 10 earths, the severed Tao Sea, the other world, the immortal realm, and the outer heavens. However, after the last great calamity of heaven and earth, the immortal realm vanished. It has been tens of millions of years since then, without any news. Moreover, the path from the 9 heavens and 10 earths to the outer heavens was severed by supreme power. Legend has it that long ago, the secret to becoming an immortal lay in the outer heavens. The severing of the path also means the end of the path to immortality. So, do immortals still exist in this world? The 9 heavens are all vast and boundless. The Yi family resides in the true martial heavenly realm within the 9 heavens. The so-called 10 earths are 10 vast continents beneath the 9 heavens. Each continent is controlled by a behemoth power within the 9 heavens. Some even control more than one. Like the Yi family, 3 of the 10 earths, or 3 continents, belong to the Yi family. The other end of the teleportation array is the Tianyuan continent. The Zhao Kingdom rules the Tianyuan continent. The Zhao Kingdom also manages the other 2 continents on behalf of the Yi family. At this moment, in the forbidden area of the Zhao Kingdom's inner palace, a dozen figures stood in succession around the altar. The leader, dressed in a dragon robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression exuded the majesty of a superior. The king of Zhao, Zhao Chengxian. A Saint King realm cultivator. The true martial heaven domain has 9 realms of cultivation: blood transformation, spirit gathering, sea of wheels, Yuan mansion, cave heaven, venerable, emperor, Saint Realm, and Great Emperor. The Saint Realm is further divided into Saint, Saint King, and Great Saint. Due to the restrictions of the rules of heaven and earth, the strongest in the 10 lower realms can only reach the Great Saint Realm. 2. Advance further, one must enter one of the 9 realms. Breaking through the boundaries of heaven and earth on one's own requires immense strength and comes at a great cost. With the help of an immortal family from the upper realm, it becomes much easier. This is one of the reasons why subordinate forces submit to the super families of the upper realm. Behind Zhao Chengxian stood a woman of unparalleled beauty, Princess Zhao Ziyu. However, the beauty's complexion was not good at the moment. Chapter 39 The Twin Emperors of Swords and Blades. Zhao Ming wants to cling to Yi Tian's thigh. Zhao Ziyu, princess of the Zhao Kingdom, a dominant power in the lower realms. Stunning beauty, terrifying talent in cultivation. She is a goddess in the hearts of countless men in the lower realms. I don't want to be a maid. Thinking of her father, Emperor Zhao Tiancheng's arrangement, Zhao Ziyu felt angry, even somewhat humiliated. So what if he's the emperor of the Yi family? I don't know what father is thinking. A few days ago, Zhao Tiancheng told her that she would be the maid of Yi Tian, the emperor of the Yi family. How could Zhao Ziyu accept this? A maid. How could someone as outstanding as herself be someone else's maid? Royal sister, you'll be meeting the emperor of the Yi family soon. You should be happy, shouldn't you? Beside her, a handsome man about her age asked. Zhao Xiaoming. Princess Zhao Ziyu's older brother, their half-brother. HMPH. Zhao Ziyu snorted coldly, saying nothing more. I'm so envious, brother. An imperial prince. Tisk tisk, just that status alone gives him immense power within the Yi family. If you were his maid, your future would be limitless. Zhao Xiaoming's eyes gleamed with envy. He had already decided to seize this opportunity to leave a very good impression on Yi Tian. After all, he planned to venture into the upper realm someday. He needed to find a powerful backer early on. As a prince of Zhao, he knew the benefits of having powerful backers. In other words, the advantages of having powerful backers. Although he was only at the early stage of the Yuanfu realm, even royal-level experts without powerful backers didn't dare to speak too loudly in his presence, just because he was a prince of Zhao. He had a saint king as his father. And Zhao had so many powerful figures. He might not be able to defeat a royal realm expert, but the person behind him could easily suppress him. What can you do to this prince? Kill me. Try it if you dare. Kill me, and you won't survive either. Besides, whether you can even beat my guards is another question. Yi Tian's powerful backer is thicker and more terrifying than the great Zhao dynasty. As long as he latches onto Yi Tian, he'll have a formidable background when he goes to the upper realm. It will make cultivation and getting things done much easier. If you want to be one, then be one. Zhao Ziyu said discontentedly. Hey, I wish I could too. But alas, I am not a woman like you, my royal sister. Zhao Xiaoming laughed. His expression carried a sigh and helplessness. Hearing this, Zhao Ziyu felt even angrier. She wanted to see Yi Tian even more. She even harbored resentment towards Yi Tian. She'd seen plenty of noble sons, princes, and holy sons. She knew perfectly well that none of the beautiful maids beside them were still virgins. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. No, I absolutely cannot become one of them. Thinking this, Zhao Ziyu prepared to step forward, to express her objection to Zhao Tiancheng once again. But just as she took a step, Zhao Tiancheng's voice rang out. They're here. Zhao Tiancheng's expression shifted. His hands no longer clasped behind his back, a smile appearing on his face. Then, a teleportation beam lit up on the altar. 5 figures appeared. Yi Tian stood at the very front. Clad in white, his hands clasped behind his back. His long, black hair shimmered with divine light, his eyes as deep as the starry sky. His aura was ethereal and otherworldly, like a banished immortal. Although his face was pale and he looked somewhat weak, it didn't detract from his indescribably handsome appearance. Beside him stood Ling Hanmeng. Also dressed in flowing white robes, her aura was cool and exuded the noble air of someone in a superior position. Her exquisite face seemed unreal. Her beautiful eyes were calm. She viewed everything with utter indifference. Only when she looked at Yi Tian did a rare tenderness appear in them. Further behind them were Yi Tian's protector, Luo Yu, and 2 other men, the Yi family's twin emperors of sword and blade. One of them stood tall and straight like a pine tree, his entire being like a sword ready to be drawn at any moment. A flash of sword light appeared in his eyes as he opened and closed them. Yi Jian. A natural sword physique, at the peak of the emperor level. The other held a blade wrapped in coarse cloth, his entire being exuding a subtle but domineering aura. Yi Dao. Also at the peak of the emperor level. The Revelation Continent was a divine opportunity bestowed upon lower realm cultivators by the heavenly Dao before the true arrival of the Great Era. It allowed them to contend with those of the upper realm when the Great Era truly arrived. There were 2 conditions for entering the Revelation Continent: being under 30 years old, being below the saint level in cultivation. Sword Emperor Yi Jian and Blade Emperor Yi Dao both met these conditions. They were leading figures in the Yi family's emperor realm. They were among the top 10 emperor realm cultivators in the true martial heaven domain. They were renowned throughout the region. To ensure Yi Tian could successfully remove the curse, the Yi family dispatched its most elite members. Of course, Yi Tian's survival methods certainly didn't stop there. His storage ring had already been filled by the Yi family patriarch with emperor realm techniques, and even more advanced attack methods. Welcome, Imperial Prince and Goddess. Zhao Chengxian bowed. He had received word that the people descending to the mortal realm were the Yi family's Imperial Prince and Goddess. Therefore, he personally came to greet them. After all, titles implied power and status. It was at that time that he proposed Zhao Ziyu become Yi Tian's maid. The Yi family patriarch had already agreed. He recognized Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng at a glance. The two were too captivating. Their appearance, their aura, and the layers of mist surrounding them. There was no way Zhao Chengxian could mistake them. He had originally thought his son and daughter were already quite outstanding. But now, seeing Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng, he realized that his understanding of the word, outstanding, seemed to be flawed. Welcome, Imperial Prince and Goddess. The dozen or so figures behind Zhao Chengxian also bowed in unison. Thank you for welcoming us personally, Your Majesty. Luo Yu smiled. Her voice was very distinctive. Her voice was soft, tinged with a sob. Anyone captivated by her voice would be utterly won over. Moreover, Luo Yu was incredibly beautiful. Her figure was curvaceous, radiating the allure of a mature woman. Her care for Yi Tian was like that of a kind older sister next door, completely attentive. If she appeared on Earth, this auntie would absolutely make all the young men swoon. Who says youth doesn't appreciate the goodness of an auntie? This auntie? No. She's a sister. She's indescribably wonderful. It's what I should do. Zhao Chengxian hurriedly said. Leaving aside Luo Yu's personal charm, just that wisp of aura she exuded just now made him acutely aware that Luo Yu's cultivation surpassed his. Great. Sage. It might even be the realm he had always dreamed of reaching. This made him dare not call himself emperor anymore. On the Tianyuan continent, he was a supreme ruler, the sovereign who controlled the fate of billions of lives. But now, he was just an ordinary person. Shi Yu, Xiao Ming, you two come forward. Zhao Tiancheng said to those behind him. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoming smiled brightly. He immediately stepped forward. Greetings, Imperial Son, Goddess, and all seniors. He bowed very politely. He used to think he was already very handsome. But after seeing Yi Tian, he realized that his understanding of handsomeness seemed to be wrong. When he saw Ling Hanmeng, he was utterly amazed. How could there be such a woman in the world? No, she's a fairy. Before, he always felt he had seen many beautiful women. Compared to Ling Hanmeng, those once proud daughters of heaven he considered extraordinary seemed utterly ordinary. No. Mediocre. They were just dust in the mortal world. Ling Hanmeng, on the other hand, was a celestial maiden from the heavens. They were fireflies. Ling Hanmeng was the bright moon in the heavens. Previously, when he saw the holy sons and daughters of other great sects and dynasties, he would harbor some unpleasant thoughts. But now, he couldn't muster even the slightest disrespectful thought. Then look at the imperial son. Although it was his first time meeting Yi Tian, Zhao Xiaoming firmly believed that as long as he followed Yi Tian, his future path would definitely go much further. The imperial son possessed the potential of an immortal. No. He had the potential of an immortal emperor. Chapter 40 Xiaoming. I understand. The princess's misunderstanding. Zhao Ziyu hesitated slightly. For some reason, when she saw Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng, her previous dissatisfaction vanished considerably. In terms of beauty and temperament, she couldn't compare to Ling Hanmeng. Moreover, she hadn't expected Yi Tian to possess such extraordinary talent. Just now, her heart had stirred violently. An idea unconsciously popped into her mind. Being his maid might not be so bad. What am I thinking? So what if he's an imperial prince? He's still been drained of his body by women. Looking at Yi Tian's somewhat weak body and pale face, combining this with her previous encounters with men, Zhao Ziyu's first thought was. Yi Tian had indulged in excessive sexual activity. Although Zhao Xiaoming was also a womanizer, at least he seemed to be in good health. So weak, he can't be a good person. She had decided that for the time being, she would stay as far away from Yi Tian as possible. She would go into seclusion whenever possible. Because Yi Tian was the imperial prince of the Yi family. If he made a request to Emperor Zhao Tiancheng, the Emperor Zhao Tiancheng would have no way to refuse. Nor would he dare to refuse. Or perhaps he would use force. Could she resist? Especially after going to the upper realm, she would be all alone. Without anyone to rely on. Only a tragic fate awaited her. Even if Yi Tian's status was extremely noble, and he was the most handsome man she had ever seen. If this really happens, I will never agree, even if it means death. Zhao Ziyu's expression was resolute. She took a deep breath. Zhao Ziyu suppressed her thoughts and stepped forward. Greetings, Imperial Prince, Goddess, and all seniors. Luo Yu nodded. Yi Tian frowned slightly, because Zhao Ziyu's expression hadn't escaped his notice. Does this girl have a problem with me? Although he noticed Zhao Ziyu's expression, Yi Tian acted as if he hadn't noticed at all. He could guess something. Anyone who went from being a high-ranking princess to someone else's maid in an instant. Everyone felt a little uncomfortable. Of course, whether or not Yi Tian accepted Zhao Ziyu as a maid made no difference. Imperial Prince, Goddess, please. I've prepared a banquet. With that, Zhao Chengxian gestured for them to proceed. He then made way for them. Let's go. Yi Tian stepped down from the altar first. Ling Hanmeng and the others followed. The group headed towards the banquet hall. Behind them, Zhao Xiaoming quickly followed, a bright smile on his face. As for Zhao Ziyu, she walked at the back of the crowd, her gaze fixed on Yi Tian's retreating figure at the front. Her eyes flickered uncertainly. A doubt arose in her mind. Yi Tian didn't seem like a womanizer to her. His gaze towards her was calm. There was no hint of anything amiss. Could he be faking it? Yes, that's probably it. He has to consider the Yi family's reputation in this situation. The welcoming banquet was lavish. Fine wine and delicacies, music and song. Zhao Xiaoming was very active throughout. Whenever a suitable opportunity arose, he would exchange a few words with Yi Tian. Half an hour later, the banquet ended. Zhao Tiancheng led Yi Tian and the others towards their lodgings. Seeing Yi Tian and Luo Yu enter the same room and activate the array, Zhao Ziyu's brows furrowed even more. Truly not wasting any time. Zhao Tiancheng's expression remained unchanged, his thoughts unknown. Zhao Xiaoming, on the other hand, was overjoyed. A kindred spirit. This makes it much easier for me, the prince, to cultivate a good relationship with him. Perfect timing. Miss Meng Feimeng from the lower realm will be hosting a gathering at the Drunken Dream Pavilion in 2 days. Heaven is helping me. I can bring the prince along. Meng Feimeng's conditions will definitely catch the prince's eye. With a delighted heart, Zhao Xiaoming quickly returned to arrange the itinerary. This was a big deal. Whether he could secure a powerful ally depended on whether he could handle this matter well. In the room, Yi Tian sat cross-legged. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful sign-in. Reward. Ancient God's Guide. Ancient God's Guide. As long as an ancient god exists within 1,000,000 miles, the Ancient God's Guide can pinpoint its exact location. System, thank you. Host, we're practically family. No need to be so polite. With a slight thought, a palm-sized compass appeared in Yi Tian's hand. A drop of blood was visible in the center of the compass. The pointer was now pointing directly at Yi Tian. Ancient God's guidance. Could it be that the important thing I sensed is an ancient god? Yi Tian pondered. The system never rewarded him with things he didn't need, and it almost always used them immediately afterward. There are ancient gods in the Revelation continent. Or, there are things left behind by ancient gods. Yi Tian was certain it was one of the two. If this got out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Imperial Prince, the formation is complete. Luo Yu's voice came. Good. Yi Tian sat down cross-legged within the formation. He took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. He poured out a drop of spiritual liquid. Instantly, incredibly pure energy filled the entire room. Don't underestimate this single drop. The energy it contained was immense. It was condensed from many resources by the Yi family patriarch. He specifically instructed Yi Tian to carry it with him for consumption. It could replenish his essence, energy, and spirit. He swallowed the spiritual liquid, closed his eyes, and circulated his spiritual power at full force. 2 hours later, Yi Tian had recovered to his peak condition. The black blood surfaced. This time, this imperial sun will definitely refine you. A resolute look appeared in his eyes. The black blood entered Yi Tian's body. Luo Yu sat cross-legged to the side, guarding Yi Tian. This was the order given by the Yi family patriarch, although she knew Yi Tian wouldn't encounter any problems refining the black blood, but what if? Better safe than sorry, just in case. The night passed quickly. Morning. Zhao Xiaoming, with a bright smile, walked towards Yi Tian's residence. He had arranged the itinerary last night. Besides himself and Yi Tian, the others accompanying him were all women with distinct characteristics. Gentle, charming, passionate, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and so on. Last night, he had spent several hours carefully selecting the time. Men understand men best. Especially when two people share common interests, then they understand even better. And he had also thought of a reason for taking Yi Tian to dream not dream, a euphemism for a romantic encounter. Absolutely subtle and tactful. It wouldn't make Yi Tian feel awkward. That is, to appreciate the scenery of the lower realm. What is scenery? Anything beautiful can be called scenery. But just as he reached a distance from Yi Tian's room, he was stopped by the Sword Emperor. What is it? Senior, this junior knows a good place. So I came to invite the Imperial Prince to go out and enjoy the scenery. The Sword Emperor looked at Zhao Xiaoming with suspicion. Enjoy the scenery. The Imperial Prince is busy these few days and won't be going out. Busy these few days. His gaze returned to the direction of Yi Tian's room. Zhao Xiaoming smiled and left. He felt he understood. He really understood. At the same time, he secretly admired him. The Imperial Prince is truly amazing. He had been wondering before. As the Imperial Prince of the Yi family, even if Yi Tian was a womanizer, he shouldn't seem so superficial. Now he seemed to understand the reason, so that's how it is. Since the prince doesn't have time, then I'll go myself. I heard that Meng Faimeng's gathering is to find some helpers to explore a secret realm. I'll register, and then I'll take the prince with me. As long as I get Meng Faimeng and the prince together. Then this will be a great achievement. Perfect. Without lingering, Zhao Xiaoming immediately rushed out the door. Chapter 41 Dreamer Xuanmingzi, 5 Elements Body Not Good. Just as Zhao Xiaoming was rushing to the Drunken Dream Pavilion on another continent, a dozen or so people from the Tianshuan continent also descended to the lower realm. Tianshuan continent, one of the 9 lower realms, the dominant force is the Zanyan sect. Miss Zan Yu, if you need anything, just tell me. The holy son of the Zanyan sect, Zan Mingzi, said gently. Okay, you can go now. Zan Yu waved her hand. She didn't want to look at Zan Mingzi anymore. As someone who was extremely obsessed with good looks, she had been unable to forget Yi Tian ever since she last saw him. Moreover, since then, she had noticed that there hadn't been any handsome men. So, when she learned that Yi Tian had descended, she followed him down. She desperately wanted to see Yi Tian. Beautiful Yi, I will definitely win your heart. Through the window, looking towards the direction of Zhao Kingdom, Zan Yu reached out and gently grasped. Then she held it to her chest, her face filled with ecstasy. She closed the door. Zan Mingzi left. HMPH. He snorted coldly. A strange light flashed in Zan Mingzi's eyes. Zan Yu's indifferent attitude made him very uncomfortable. Stop pretending to be aloof. How aloof you are now, that's how passionate I, the Holy Son, will be later. This refers to his own aptitude, appearance, and methods for conquering women. Zan Mingzi was very confident. There was once a holy maiden from the upper realm, a princess of a dynasty. When he first descended to the mortal realm, he was incredibly aloof, with an air of superiority, but later, he won them all over. Those high and mighty saintesses or princesses were no longer as cold as before. Instead, they treated him with fiery passion. After conquering you, this holy son will receive a large amount of cultivation resources. The barren lower realms prevent my extraordinary talent, the Xuanming body, from being fully utilized. In the past, after conquering women from the upper realms, Xuanmingzi would always ask them for cultivation resources. In his view, this wasn't being a kept man. This was earning a reward through his own efforts. He felt that with his talent, his future achievements would definitely exceed that of a great saint. He might even become an emperor. A great emperor. Thinking of the word, great emperor, Xuanmingzi's breathing quickened. A monstrous wave surged within his mind. It almost overwhelmed him. At that time, I will suppress an era. I will make all living beings submit at my feet. Xuanmingzi grew increasingly excited as he thought about it. He seemed to already see himself many years later, a figure of immense power shaking the heavens. Ha ha. He laughed heartily inwardly. His body trembled with excitement. His pace quickened considerably. Zan Mingzi is a truly qualified dreamer. Drunken Dream Pavilion. Located at the intersection of 4 continents in the lower realm. This day, Drunken Dream Pavilion was exceptionally lively. Cultivators were everywhere. Their eyes gleamed with undisguised excitement. Finally, we can see Fairy Meng again. Who says otherwise? Brother, I've been traveling for months just to see Fairy Meng. Fellow Taoist, me too. I heard Fairy Meng is looking for someone to explore a secret realm with. What secret realm? I don't know. Then who do you all think could catch Fairy Meng's eye? Zanmingzi of the Xuanming sect is a good choice. He possesses the Zanyin body, and his combat power is terrifying. But for some reason, he didn't come today. The Underworld King's body from the Underworld King sect is also impressive. I heard he's already at the great perfection of the Yuan Mansion realm. Great perfection of the Yuan Mansion realm. Is that terrifying? He's only a teenager. He'll definitely become a saint in the future, dominating an entire continent. Absolutely. A saint. That's someone we can only look up to our entire lives. Who else is qualified? The two at the front are definitely qualified. Fellow Taoist, I think so too. One of them is a prince of the great Zhao dynasty, and the other is the closed-door disciple of the Five Elements sect leader. Whether it's cultivation, foundation, or backing power, they are all at the top. They're not far behind the Underworld King's body. Listening to the discussions behind him, Zhao Xiaoming remained calm. In front of Yi Tian, he was ordinary, but in the lower realm, he was a prince of the great Zhao dynasty, revered by countless people. He had his pride. Brother Zhao, do you know what secret realm Miss Meng wants to explore? A white-robed man beside him asked with a smile. Duan Wu. The prodigy of the Five Elements sect, a dominant force in the lower realms, a Five Elements body. Born with a natural affinity for the Five Elements, he possesses unparalleled advantages in cultivation. I don't know. Zhao Xiaoming shook his head, then continued. But it doesn't matter. Oh. Duan Wu was slightly puzzled, but he understood after a few moments. Zhao Xiaoming was rather romantic. The secret realm he explored was indeed unimportant. What was important was whether it was a dream or not. It seems Brother Zhao has special feelings for Miss Meng. Duan Wu smiled. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoming shook his head again. There was before, but not anymore, because Miss Meng belongs to the Emperor's son. Duan Wu, this prince knows you also have feelings for Miss Meng. But this prince tells you, you'd better give up that thought. Compared to the Emperor's son, you are no good. The Emperor's son, who is that? Compared to him, I'm no good. Hearing these words, Duan Wu's face immediately darkened. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He was born with a Five Elements body. He was proficient in all five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. How could he not be good? Just then, Fairy Meng has come out. Someone in the crowd behind suddenly shouted excitedly. Wow wow wow, I've finally seen Fairy Meng again. The fairy is still as dreamy as ever. Am I dreaming? Slap. Fellow Taoist, does it hurt? It hurts. Then you weren't dreaming. The dream fairy is right before your eyes. Thank you. Many people stared with shining eyes at the woman slowly descending the stairs. The woman wore a blue dress. Her tall figure was curvaceous. Although her face was covered by a blue veil, one could still see the face beneath, capable of captivating all beings. She was like a dream, as if she had stepped out of a dream. She was so enchanting that one didn't want to wake up. Thank you all for coming. I, Fei Meng, am honored to have you here. Fei Meng bowed gracefully to the crowd. Her gentle voice was like a whisper in one's ear. It contained a magic that could lull one into a beautiful dream. It's been a while. Miss Fei Meng is even more charming now. Zhao Xiaoming stood up and smiled. Experienced as he was quite adept at flirting. But this time, he dared not flirt. This was the woman he was introducing to the prince. He couldn't touch her. Absolutely not. He couldn't even entertain the thought. Thank you for the compliment, Prince Zhao. However, Fei Meng needs to become even more charming, otherwise she still won't be able to captivate the prince. Fei Meng teased. HMPH. Duan Wu thought coldly. He glanced indifferently at Zhao Xiaoming. Then he looked at Fei Meng. Miss Fei Meng, rumor has it that you're looking for some companions to explore the secret realm with. Does Miss Fei Meng have any requirements? Duan Wu's expression was confident. He believed he could definitely become Fei Meng's companion. After all, someone as outstanding as him. Since young Master Duan has asked, then this humble woman will state the requirements. Because the secret realm we are going to is very special. There are age and number restrictions. The age limit is 17 years old. The cultivation level must be at least the Yuanfu realm. Only one person. As soon as Fei Meng finished speaking, a clamor erupted in the room. Not older than 17. The cultivation level must be at least the Yuanfu realm. And only one person. 9 realms of cultivation. blood refining, spirit gathering, sea of wheels, Yuanfu, cave heaven, venerable, emperor, saint, great emperor. This requires a super genius. Among the 10 lower realms, there probably aren't many who can reach that level, right? One spot. This requires a genius among geniuses. Yeah, the requirements are too high. Just then, hey, as expected, a bunch of bumpkins from the lower realms. Is this requirement too much? A voice filled with arrogance and mockery came from outside the restaurant. Chapter 42. Holy crap. This is going to ruin my future. Everyone looked up at the sound, and there they were, outside the restaurant. A young man in brocade robes, accompanied by several middle-aged men, strode forward. The people gathered at the restaurant entrance were instantly pushed aside. A path was cleared. The young man was 15 years old. He came from a family in the upper realm with a lineage that had lasted for nearly 10,000 years. He possessed the cultivation of the great perfection of the Yuan Mansion realm. Upon entering the restaurant, the young man's gaze immediately fell upon Meng Faimeng. His eyes revealed deep amazement. Such a woman was rare even in the true martial heaven domain. Beauty, you don't need to look for anyone else. This young master will accompany you. I'll ensure your safety. The young man's expression was arrogant. In the upper realm, although his family had been passed down for 10,000 years, they were still not considered a powerful family. They never dared to speak loudly when they encountered scions of large families. Now that they were in the lower realm, things were different. He always looked down on those from the lower realms. He had an air of superiority about them. Moreover, among the protectors he brought was a Saint Realm expert. Saint Realm experts might not be strong in the upper realm, but in the lower realm, they could practically do whatever they wanted. Holy crap, where the hell did this idiot come from? Hearing those words, Zhao Xiaoming was instantly furious. He was burning with rage. This was blatantly trying to steal the woman he was going to introduce to the emperor's son. This was ruining his future. No way. Absolutely not. He absolutely couldn't let this happen. However, now wasn't the best time for him to speak. He needed to wait a little longer. He wanted to see Meng Faimeng's reaction. He also wanted to see Duanwu's reaction. Besides, he didn't know anything about this young man's background, who knew which immortal power in the upper realm he came from. Young master is joking. Young master is from the upper realm. The things that Fei Meng explored in the secret realm are probably beneath your notice, young master. Meng Fei Meng said. Her expression and tone remained unchanged. Beauty, I won't take a single thing from the secret realm, I'll give it all to you. As a first meeting gift. The young man said arrogantly. He appeared extremely generous. Meng Fei Meng remained silent. About 3 breaths passed. What, you're unwilling? The young man's expression changed. Follow me, after the secret realm ends, I'll take you to the upper realm. So you can see a wider world. Meng Fei Meng answered him again. She just looked at him. The young man seemed like a clown jumping around on his own. Hey, it seems you want me to do it myself. As the words left his lips, the young man strode towards Meng Fei Meng. Whoosh. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoming stepped forward. He blocked the boy's path. He couldn't just stand by and watch any longer. If he continued to watch, even if the boy didn't take Meng Faimeng away, Meng Faimeng wouldn't pay her any more attention. If the boy did take Meng Faimeng away, his future would be ruined, so he had to step forward. Zhao Ming, he understood perfectly well. On the stairs, Meng Faimeng looked surprised. She hadn't expected Zhao Xiaoming to step forward so decisively. Duanwu, on the other hand, showed no intention of moving forward. You dare block my way? The boy asked in surprise. Sir, isn't it unbecoming of a man to force oneself on a woman? Zhao Xiaoming looked directly at the boy and asked. He showed no sign of backing down. Huh. These days, people still want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. I'm telling you one last time, get out of the way. Or I'll kill you. The young man's eyes flashed with a cold light. Your Highness, you are my guest today. You don't need to lift a finger. Meng Faimeng smiled slightly at Zhao Xiaoming. She was already incredibly beautiful. Though veiled, her smile at that moment seemed to dim the surrounding light. Especially her beautiful eyes. The word, dreamy, was insufficient to describe them. Then, Meng Faimeng's smile vanished. She looked at the young man. Young master, it's time for you to enter the dream. As Meng Faimeng's light words fell, the once arrogant young man suddenly closed his eyes. Without warning, The next instant, a look of pain appeared on his face. A scream pierced the air. He seemed to be enduring immense pain. Young master. Beside the young man, a middle-aged man shouted. His Saint Realm cultivation surged forth. But before his aura could fully erupt, a woman in palace attire appeared behind Meng Faimeng. You'd better stay put. The next instant, the middle-aged man's cultivation was sealed. He couldn't even move an inch. Another saint. At this moment, a great panic surged within the middle-aged man. He knew he had kicked a hornet's nest. But thankfully, the other party had no intention of killing him. 10 breaths later, the young man finally struggled to open his eyes. PFF'd. PFF'd. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood in succession. His face was deathly pale. His entire body weakened drastically. Get lost. The lady in palace attire waved her hand. Then, the young man and his protector disappeared into the horizon. Your Highness, please come upstairs with me to discuss matters. Meng Faimeng extended an invitation. All right. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Xiaoming readily agreed. Although he knew Meng Faimeng had a sage by her side, he hadn't expected this sage to be so powerful. Passing by Duan Wu, Zhao Xiaoming smiled. Brother Duan, after this incident, I've discovered, compared to me, you're not even as good. But compared to the imperial prince, hee. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, amidst Duan Wu's angry stare, Zhao Xiaoming, smiling, followed Meng Faimeng upstairs. Standing there, Duan Wu clenched his fists tightly. He felt deeply ashamed. After glancing once more at the closed door upstairs, Duan Wu left. He was out. This also meant that Meng Faimeng would no longer pay him any attention. Meng Faimeng, Zhao Xiaoming, you two just wait. Without lingering, Duan Wu left. The surrounding people dispersed. However, they had much more to talk about now. For example, Meng Faimeng's strength was terrifying. For example, Zhao Xiaoming's heroic rescue. And for example, was Duan Wu really that weak? He didn't dare to speak in front of someone from the upper realm. The 5 elements body, huh? Inside the room, Meng Faimeng and Zhao Xiaoming sat facing each other. Thank you for earlier, Your Highness. Meng Faimeng poured Zhao Xiaoming a cup of tea. Miss Faimeng, you're too kind. I stepped forward with a purpose. I hope Miss Faimeng can grant me that spot. To be honest, it's possible that I wasn't the one who accompanied you into the secret realm. It was someone else. Zhao Xiaoming stated frankly. Oh, Meng Faimeng looked puzzled. Zhao Xiaoming smiled and lightly wrote a single character on the table. Yi. A moment later, Zhao Xiaoming happily left. His goal had been achieved. Chapter 43. Men. Ancient freaks. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Thump. A celestial sound resounded from the heavens. A vast continent appeared above the 9 lower realms, the 10th land. Even from a great distance, the rich spiritual energy within could be felt. It's open. It's open. The 10th land, the revelation continent, has opened. Charge. This time I'll find a great opportunity and soar to the heavens. Yes, I'll make that woman who broke off the engagement regret it. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a young man's potential. Opportunity, opportunity. Before fate, kill anyone who stands in my way, even Buddha himself. The 9 lower realms were in complete turmoil. Countless people went into a frenzy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless cultivators, like locusts, swarmed towards the revelation continent. Fearing to be a step too late, the great Zhao imperial palace, Ling Hanmeng, accompanied by the twin emperors of Sword and Saber, and members of the great Zhao dynasty, waited outside Yi Tian's room. Shortly afterward, Yi Tian emerged, hands behind his back. Luo Yu followed behind. Compared to before, he appeared even weaker. 5 days had passed. Yi Tian had been refining the black blood in his room. Finally, just half an hour ago, he had completely refined and mastered the black blood. His 2 months of effort had not been in vain. He looked weak. This was also because he had consumed too much of his essence, energy, and spirit. He hadn't recovered yet. Or rather, he hadn't had time to recover. However, it didn't affect his combat power. Of course, it had somewhat affected his appearance, but not significantly. A man, Zhao Ziyu thought with disdain. She couldn't understand why a prince of an ancient aristocratic family would be so philandering. He completely disregarded his own health. If he were to die young, wouldn't that be a waste of that face that could charm countless women? Ling Hanmeng frowned slightly. She knew Yi Tian had been refining the black blood for the past 5 days. Why didn't he rest? Couldn't he take a break? The empress' sister was heartbroken. Zhao Xiaoming also frowned slightly. The emperor's health seems a bit poor. Emperor Zhao Tiancheng also frowned. He was a saint king. Moreover, having experienced all sorts of worldly affairs, he understood things better. He didn't believe Yi Tian's weakness was due to his womanizing. Let's go. Without much hesitation, Yi Tian led everyone towards the Revelation continent. 1/10 of the lower realm, the Myriad Demon continent, before the Myriad Demon Palace. My lords, the Revelation continent has opened. The message has been sent down from Phoenix Mountain in the upper realm. This time, as long as we join forces with the others to kill either the Yi family's imperial prince or the goddess, we can return to the endless demon heaven. So, let's fight. A colossal python, 10,000 feet long, roared to the sky. Before it stood thousands of lesser demons from the Myriad Demon continent. Unlike humans, demons must be much older to enter the Revelation continent. Human cultivators cannot be older than 30. Demons, however, cannot be older than 200. This is related to the slower cultivation speed of demons. However, regardless of whether one is human or demon, their cultivation level cannot exceed the great perfection of the Emperor realm. This rule can be considered a fairness bestowed upon all races by the heavenly Tao. Rest assured, Lord Serpent, I will definitely kill the Yi family's imperial prince. A 2-jong tall demonic beast spoke. 10,000 demon child, Shang Lai. His true form was a bear, because he possessed a trace of the bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast, the sky-splitting bear. Therefore, he was incredibly powerful. Adding to his considerable talent, he was designated as the 10,000 demon child of the 10,000 demon continent. Ancestor, with him here, aren't you at ease? Beside him, a woman with a human face and a snake's body laughed. Her eyes were sinister, possessing a bewitching power. Her long snake tongue flickered in and out of her mouth. Snake woman. The pride of the snake human clan. Because she possessed a trace of the bloodline of the ancient demonic beast, the 7-colored sky-swallowing python. Designated as the 10,000 demon woman of the 10,000 demon continent, the 10,000 jong tall python nodded in satisfaction. My minions. For the 10,000 demon continent. Kill. The next instant. For the sake of the myriad demon continent, kill. Kill. Charge. I want to return to the endless demon heaven. Whoosh. 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 All sorts of bizarre and wondrous demonic beasts. Roaring and charging madly towards the Revelation continent in various ways. Their sole purpose for this journey was to kill Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng. The forbidden zone of life. Black iron chains stretched across the sky. The terrifying aura of the red-haired monster enveloped an area of 10,000 miles. It had recovered. That's right. Last time, it only had a wisp of life force, but after receiving treatment from the red-haired clan chief, now it has fully recovered, back to its peak. This once again demonstrates that the red-haired clan is an absolutely terrifying race. 2 people stood before the red-haired monster. One of them was covered in various runes. Runes flickered and danced, faintly emanating black energy. Curse 7. An ancient monster sealed within the divine source for hundreds of thousands of years. Awakened specifically for this great era. The other was a woman. Clad in red, her exquisite face wore a faint smile. A flame mark adorned her brow. The mark pulsed continuously, like a real flame. Fire Maiden. Another ancient monster sealed within the divine source. Powerful beyond measure. Both were awakened by the red-haired monster, specifically to deal with Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng. Do you two understand the mission? The red-haired monster asked. Yes, Master, rest assured. We will definitely kill Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng. Curse 7 and Fire Maiden answered simultaneously. Once you complete the mission, I, the Sovereign, will grant you both a life baptism. Hearing this, Zhou Qi and the Fire Goddess couldn't hide their excitement. Life baptism. An incredibly powerful technique within the forbidden zone of life. It can transform a prodigy into an existence comparable to a forbidden being. Even a pig could be made a saint. Each baptism consumes a significant amount of the forbidden zone of life's primal power. The red-haired monster has undergone a life baptism. Zhou Qi and the Fire Goddess already possess terrifying talent, with the potential to become emperors. If they receive the life baptism, their chances of becoming emperors will greatly increase. Before, if they had a 30% chance. After the baptism, it will be 45%. For the sake of their path, they must kill the Yi family's imperial son and goddess. A moment later, Jochi and the fire goddess appeared above the Revelation continent. The winds of change stirred. A calamity was about to begin. Chapter 44, taking a detour. A straight-through battle. Peerless hero, the continent of Revelation. A continent that appears in the lower realms before each great era. It is a revelation of the impending great era. Legend has it, long, long ago, the 10 lands of the lower realms were once a single, vast continent. Later, it was divided into 10 pieces by an unparalleled power. The 10th continent, now the continent of Revelation, vanished. Only the 9 continents remain. They contain countless opportunities and blessings. The 9 heavenly domains, also known as the upper realm. They possess cultivation conditions unmatched by cultivators of the lower realms. The opening of the continent of Revelation is a sign from the heavenly Tao before the arrival of a great era. It gives the true geniuses of the lower realms an opportunity to transform themselves. It allows them to compete with the geniuses of the upper realm in the supreme battlefield. The supreme battlefield, the place where geniuses from all realms vie for supremacy when the great era truly arrives. The supreme ruler of all realms can be chosen. A mysterious power shrouded the continent of Revelation. Cultivators passing through it will be randomly teleported to any location on the continent. The lucky ones were directly teleported to a place of great fortune. Soaring into the sky, the unlucky ones were directly teleported to a place of great misfortune, turned to ashes. Such dense spiritual energy. It's almost comparable to the Yi family's own territory. Yi Tian sighed. The mountains and forests were vast and ancient, carrying the aura of time. Mountains hundreds and thousands of feet high were everywhere, and there were many incredibly precious medicinal herbs. Not far away, a fierce battle was breaking out. 2 lucky individuals, teleported to the same place of fortune. They started fighting immediately. Yi Tian was now alone. He had separated from the Empress and the twin emperors of Sword and Blade upon entering the continent. His face was pale. He looked somewhat weak. Yet, his features were very handsome, and his extraordinary temperament was like that of a banished immortal. He looked like a sickly but beautiful man. If Zan Yu, the holy maiden of the moon worship cult, saw this, she would surely be heartbroken. Suddenly, Yi Tian's expression shifted. In a flash of light, a compass appeared in his hand. Ancient God's guidance. At this moment, the compass needle pointed directly forward. The entire compass was vibrating violently. Ancient God's guidance. As long as an ancient god exists within 1,000,000 miles, the ancient god's guidance can pinpoint its exact location. Looks like I'm one of the lucky ones. According to the needle, it's directly forward. Then, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Yi Tian had already decided how to proceed. A direct, sweeping advance. If it were anyone else, they might proceed cautiously in this dangerous secret realm. But Yi Tian was the imperial son of the Yi family. He was already a taboo. Furthermore, he possessed a mountain of powerful methods bestowed upon him by the Yi family's ancestor, a detour. No need. On the other side. Boom. 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 Mountain peaks collapsed one after another. A terrifying battle was erupting. Powerful aftershocks swept in all directions. Awoo. With a shrill scream, the giant beast crashed to the ground in a pool of blood. Its enormous pupils were filled with regret. Why did it provoke this terrifying human? In deep shock, the little girl who killed it was too terrifying. She looked young. Yet she possessed the power of a king. It made it question its very existence. The continent of Revelation is inhabited by native demonic beasts. However, due to the rules of the continent, their cultivation levels were at most at the great perfection of the emperor rank. Without even glancing at the dead giant beast, Ling Hanmeng flashed and appeared 1,000 miles away. She now had only one thought: find Yi Tian. Find Yi Tian as quickly as possible. As for the opportunities and fortunes along the way, she paid no heed. She had just teleported in when the giant beast targeted her. Initially, she didn't want to deal with it, as that would waste her time finding Yi Tian. But the giant beast disagreed. Thus, a great battle began. Ling Hanmeng killed the giant beast with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Battles raged almost everywhere on the Revelation continent. Everyone was fighting tooth and nail for opportunities. Sister, are we going to die here? In the valley, a pair of beautiful sisters were surrounded by hundreds of demonic beasts. Both were wounded, and they had exhausted all their means of survival. They came from a relatively large family in the lower realm. Previously, they had always been protected by their family elders when they went out. They had hoped to obtain a great opportunity this time. However, unexpectedly, they encountered a horde of demonic beasts as soon as they entered. 3 days of fighting and fleeing left them in dire straits. Endless sorrow rose in their hearts. "Don't worry, I will protect you." The older sister comforted them, but her body, trembling slightly with fear, showed that she also felt helpless. "Sister, I don't want to die." The younger sister cried, tears streaming down her face. Her beautiful face and helpless eyes evoked a protective instinct in everyone who saw her. "Don't worry, you won't die. Perhaps a peerless hero will descend from the heavens, riding on auspicious clouds to save us." The older sister smiled. "Sister, you're so mean. Jokes at a time like this." The younger sister cried. This was her childhood dream. She always imagined that one day, her knight-errant would come riding on auspicious clouds to marry her. Roar! The leader of the surrounding demonic beasts roared to the sky. Their sharp teeth gleamed with a chilling light, even in the sunlight. Whoosh! The demonic beast leader charged towards the twin sisters, its eyes filled with bloodthirsty excitement. They had been craving it for 3 whole days. Hundreds of their underlings had been killed. Now, finally, they could have their delicious meal. The surrounding demonic beasts swarmed in as well. They were native to the Revelation continent and had almost never tasted human cultivators. "My knight-errant, where are you?" The younger sister looked up at the sky. The older sister had been thinking of making one last desperate attempt. But she lowered her raised hand. She slowly closed her eyes. A faint aura of self-destruction emanated from him. He'd rather die than be eaten by demonic beasts. Just then, boom! A powerful attack descended from the sky. It annihilated all the surrounding demonic beasts. They didn't even have time to scream. Then, the two sisters saw a white-robed young man flying in from afar. "Sister, there really is a peerless hero," the younger sister exclaimed instinctively. Tian merely glanced at the two of them before preparing to continue forward. The horde of demonic beasts blocked his path. He casually wiped them out with a wave of his hand. Saving the two sisters was just a side effect. "Young master, wait," the older sister called out. Then she hurriedly got up and ran towards Tian with her younger sister. "Is there something you need?" Tian asked. His gaze was calm as still water, his tone indifferent. Young master, thank you for saving us." The elder sister's face flushed slightly. Before, from a distance, she had only sensed Tian's extraordinary aura. His features weren't clearly visible. Now, seeing him up close. Wow! How could there be such a handsome man? Like an immortal. This made her hesitant to look at Tian too closely while speaking to him. She appeared somewhat awkward. Beside them, the younger sister stared at Tian with adoration. Ah! He was exactly like the hero in her heart. He was exactly the same. "You're welcome." With that, Tian didn't linger. He continued his journey through the air. "May I ask your name, young master? In the future, my sister and I will repay your kindness today." The younger sister called out hurriedly. "No need." Tian's calm voice came from afar. The two sisters suddenly felt a little disappointed. Suddenly, "Sister." The young master's face is pale. He must be injured. The younger sister seemed to remember something. "Let's hurry and follow him," the younger sister urged. "Injured?" Yes. The young master's face was indeed pale, and he looked somewhat weak. The older sister also realized what was happening. "Sister, the young master saved us even when he was injured. Although it may have been a simple act of kindness, we cannot be ungrateful." Without hesitation, the two quickly chased after Tian. Chapter 45 The Phoenix soaring through the heavens. Tian continued straight ahead. Any dangers he encountered were swiftly and decisively eliminated. They were all swept away. The two sisters were still too weak. Even without danger ahead, they still couldn't catch up with Tian. "Sister, will we ever meet the young master again?" The younger sister's expression was dejected. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly ahead. "Yes," the older sister said firmly. "Sister, we're still too weak. We can't even see the young master's back. I've decided. From now on, I'm going to cultivate. Desperately. Otherwise, even if we meet the young master again, we won't be qualified to stand beside him." The younger sister's gaze remained fixed on the distance. "Yes, someone like the young master." The older sister didn't finish her sentence, but a heavy sigh escaped her lips. Alas! The young master. This sigh contained so much. From that day on, the two sisters cultivated even more diligently. 2 days later, Yi Tian encountered a giant lizard, possessing the strength of a mid-stage emperor. Without a word, Yi Tian unleashed a palm strike. Annihilation palm. Boom. As the palm struck, the giant lizard was reduced to a bloody mist. Then Yi Tian continued forward, leaving behind a dozen or so lower realm cultivators, their faces filled with bewilderment and shock. So powerful. A royal-level demonic beast was killed with a single slap. Terrifying. But he just left like that. He didn't even want the opportunity guarded by the giant lizard. Isn't that a good thing? He dealt with the giant lizard, clearing the way for us. Nice. Go. 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 Quickly, grab the opportunity before the others arrive. Compared to these minor opportunities, Yi Tian cared more about the ancient god. At this moment, tens of thousands of miles away from Yi Tian, Ling Hanmeng's path was blocked by two people. One of them had a handsome face, his hands behind his back. His expression was full of arrogance. It seemed that nothing around him mattered. However, when he looked at Ling Hanmeng, a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. Phoenix Aotian. The most amazing junior in Phoenix Mountain. Even within the true martial heaven domain, she was a figure at the very top of the younger generation's pyramid. She possessed the bloodline of the ancient demonic beast, the undying phoenix. The concentration of this bloodline was extremely high. Although her cultivation time was short, she had already undergone nirvana 5 times. Furthermore, she had condensed a nirvana flame within her. Far beyond what the Phoenix Maiden could compare to. Tian. Just hearing the name, one could tell she was an incredibly powerful being, a definite protagonist archetype. The other person was the 10,000 demon snake woman from the 10,000 demon continent. At this moment, she was looking at the white-clad woman before her with hostility. Firstly, standing before Ling Hanmeng, her former confidence in her appearance had vanished without a trace. She even felt a sense of inferiority. Secondly, it was because of Phoenix Tian. This man, whom she regarded as a god. His gaze towards Ling Hanmeng was somewhat different. Envy, jealousy, and hatred filled her heart. On her very first day on the continent of Revelation, she encountered Phoenix Aotian. Both were of the same lineage as demon beasts. Phoenix Aotian's bloodline, strength, and appearance, all of these captivated her deeply. In her heart, she had already considered Phoenix Aotian her man. Absolutely no other woman is allowed to cause trouble. Her proud brother, Aotian, he can only be hers. Rumors say the Yi family's goddess possesses celestial beauty. Seeing her today, it is indeed so. I am very satisfied. Phoenix Aotian said calmly. The Yi family. The goddess. You are Ling Hanmeng. The snake woman exclaimed in surprise. She immediately realized the woman's identity. Her killing intent doubled. Her purpose for this trip was to kill the Yi family's imperial son and goddess. That way, she could return to the endless demon heaven in the 9 heavens of the upper realm. That was a paradise for demon beasts. She never expected to encounter her here. And under these circumstances, truly, heaven is helping her. You come from Phoenix Mountain. Ling Hanmeng frowned slightly. She sensed the aura of a phoenix origin emanating from Phoenix Aotian. She possessed the eternal ice phoenix physique. I am Phoenix Mountain, Phoenix Aotian. Phoenix Aotian declared confidently. Ling Hanmeng, I originally intended to kill you. But now I have changed my mind. As long as you submit to me, I can spare your life. How about it? I've heard you possess the eternal ice phoenix physique. Phoenix Mountain is the best place for you to cultivate. Phoenix Aotian continued calmly. His expression was incredibly arrogant. Brother Aotian, no. The snake woman hurriedly said. She is someone who must be killed. How can we spare her life? Then ancestor, but before she could finish speaking, Phoenix Aotian harshly rebuked her. Shut up. How dare you question my decision? Is this person stupid? Ling Hanmeng looked at Phoenix Aotian with some doubt. Are you sick? How dare you say I'm sick? Phoenix Aotian's expression darkened slightly. He was the future great emperor, how could he be sick? Actually, it wasn't that Phoenix Aotian had a problem with his brain. It was his environment that had inflated his ego. Before, no woman had ever rejected him. After all, he was exceptionally talented. If he wanted to subdue any powerful demon, it would be a matter of a few words. Some even submitted upon hearing his name. Phoenix Aeotian. These 4 words were synonymous with strength, potential, and monstrous talent. You actually said Brother Aeotian is sick. I'll kill you. The snake woman seized the opportunity. She attacked Ling Hanmeng. Her first move was her strongest killing blow. Clearly, she wanted to kill Ling Hanmeng in one strike. To prevent any unforeseen complications, even she, a woman, felt a reluctance to harm Ling Hanmeng. Phoenix Aeotian's expression darkened further. He hadn't ordered the snake woman to act, yet she dared to. Just as he was about to reprimand her, he uttered only one word. His pupils suddenly contracted. Deep shock appeared on his face. Emperor Realm. The instant Ling Hanmeng raised her hand, he sensed her cultivation level. How could her cultivation be higher than mine? A tidal wave of turmoil surged within Phoenix Aeotian. His arrogant expression vanished. At the same time, the snake woman trembled violently. Her world had been turned upside down. Emperor Realm. How could this be? She had cultivated for over 20 years, reaching the cave heaven realm, and considered herself a genius. But now, what kind of genius did she feel? Ling Hanmeng was the genius. Ling Hanmeng was unaware of the snake woman's thoughts, and didn't want to know. She simply gently grasped the snake woman's hand. Then, the snake woman felt herself imprisoned by an unparalleled power. Even the spiritual energy within her body was frozen. The ice continued to spread across her body. The shadow of death loomed over her heart, and the snake woman was terrified. Brother Aeotian, save me. Save me, Brother Aeotian. The snake woman looked at Phoenix Aeotian with pleading eyes. She hoped Phoenix Aeotian would save her. Release her. As the words were spoken, Phoenix Aeotian also made his move. The power of a great perfection venerable erupted. With the blessing of a special secret technique, it had faintly reached the power of an emperor. Phoenix Aeotian, his name was truly well deserved. Even before Yi Tian and Ling Hanmeng were born, his name had spread throughout the true martial heaven domain. He was as renowned as Wang Detang, the young emperor of the Wang family. Both possessed the potential to become great emperors. Brother Aeotian. The snake woman's eyes shone brightly. She believed that her Phoenix Aeotian brother could definitely save her. But, the snake woman's thoughts were just thoughts. Unrealistic. With her empress sister's intervention, she had absolutely no chance of survival. Bang! The ice shattered, and along with it, the snake woman shattered as well. The snake woman was quite unlucky. She was originally the 10,000 demoness of the demon beast continent. Her talent was terrifying. She also possessed a trace of the bloodline of the ancient demon beast, the 7-colored devouring python. If she hadn't perished, her future achievements would definitely have been extraordinary. But alas, she encountered Phoenix Aeotian, the chosen one. She thought she had struck gold, met her true love. Unexpectedly, she had embarked on the road to the underworld. You're courting death. Today I will surely suppress you. Phoenix Aeotian was enraged. Chapter 46 Phoenix soaring through the heavens, will return boom. A powerful aura surged from Phoenix Aeotian, soaring into the sky, stirring up the winds and clouds in all directions. Phoenix sky-splitting strike. With a roar from Phoenix Aeotian, a phoenix claw, tens of feet in size, formed from flames, emerged from the void. The terrifying heat distorted the air in its path. This strike possessed the power of a king. Ling Hanmeng remained calm. She gently clapped her jade hand in the air in front of her. The next instant, an invisible palm appeared out of thin air above the fiery phoenix claw. Bang! With a deafening roar, the fiery phoenix claw was extinguished. The aftershocks of the battle swept in all directions, blowing the Empress's sister's hair, which shimmered with divine light. That was all. Phoenix Aeotian, on the other hand, took 3 steps back. He was, after all, not a king. Good. I, Phoenix Aeotian, have not met an opponent in a long time. Phoenix Aeotian's body radiated battle intent. For over 20 years of cultivation, he had always crushed his peers with overwhelming force. Now, however, he was at a disadvantage, for the first time in his life. Phoenix Flame. A thick flame spewed from Phoenix Aeotian's mouth. That was his 5th Nirvana flame. Unlike Phoenix Maiden, Phoenix Aeotian had already condensed a Nirvana seed within his body. As long as he still possessed the strength, he could unleash the Nirvana flame. The 5th Nirvana flame was extremely hot. At this moment, Phoenix Aeotian was unleashing his full power. Even a king-level expert would temporarily retreat from its edge. Sizzle. Sizzle. This was the sound of air being scorched. Freeze. Ling Hanmeng's hand seals changed rapidly. Almost instantly, hundreds of hand seals were formed. Finally, a sharp point was pointed at the approaching phoenix flames. The next instant, layers of ice appeared around the flames. They were frozen in midair, but the nirvana flame wasn't so easily suppressed. The nirvana flame danced within the ice, attempting to melt it. The two were locked in a stalemate. However, Phoenix Aoshin clearly felt his flames being gradually suppressed. Sure enough, about 20 breaths later, Phoenix Aoshin's nirvana flame was extinguished. My wrath can burn the heavens. Ling Hanmeng, you have thoroughly enraged me, Phoenix Aoshin. 9 transformations of the phoenix. First transformation, true phoenix form. Whoosh. Phoenix Aoshin soared into the air. Behind him appeared a phantom phoenix, tens of feet in size, its body wreathed in raging flames. Though merely an illusion, its power was terrifying. A cry. A faint phoenix cry echoed through the heavens and earth. Kill. Phoenix Aoshin roared. 2 wings sprouted from his back, and he leapt towards Ling Hanmeng. A fierce battle erupted. Phoenix Aoshin's methods were endless, his spiritual energy and magical treasures appearing as if they were worthless. Constantly changing. For a short time, he actually fought to a standstill with the Empress's sister, a venerable one fighting against an emperor. This shows just how terrifying Phoenix Aoshin's foundation and potential are, truly worthy of the name Aoshin. However, this awesomeness lasted less than 3 seconds. He was beaten until he spat out blood. Who is Ling Hanmeng? In her previous life, she was the Empress of the Ice Realm, possessing countless methods. In this life, she has rebuilt her great Tao. Her own foundation far surpasses that of her previous life. If Phoenix Aoshin could challenge opponents of higher levels, so could she. Moreover, she was even more terrifying than Phoenix Aoshin. At the early stage of the Emperor level, she could hold her own against a great perfection Emperor level opponent. Slash. Suddenly, Phoenix Aoshin crushed a jade slip. A terrifying power at the great perfection Emperor level erupted from it. This was an attack method prepared for him by Phoenix Mountain. As someone Phoenix Mountain had nurtured with all its might, Phoenix Aoshin possessed many powerful techniques. He had once disdained using such methods, because in battles among the younger generation, Phoenix Aoshin feared no one. Why would he need to rely on external forces? Now, he encountered Ling Hanmeng. Phoenix Aoshin discovered that everything he had believed was wrong. It was incredibly painful. Ling Hanmeng extended her jade hand. With a gentle tap forward, she blocked the great perfection Emperor level attack. I don't believe it. Phoenix Aoshin was both shocked and furious. He didn't believe Ling Hanmeng could withstand the attacks of a grand perfection Emperor level expert indefinitely. And so, the battle escalated again. Phoenix Aoshin unleashed attack after attack. But all were blocked. 3 minutes later, the earth, spanning thousands of miles, was crisscrossed with ravines. The flames of war raged on. Such a massive commotion naturally attracted countless onlookers. Who's fighting? It's terrifying. Is this a battle between venerables? No, this is between emperors. And it possesses the power of a grand perfection Emperor level expert. It seems it's another clash between the geniuses of the upper realm. Is this the true strength of the geniuses of the upper realm? So terrifying. Yes, Emperor level techniques are as common as free cabbages. Many people were discussing, but no one dared to step forward to watch. They feared being killed by the aftershocks. Boom. 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 A few moments later, the roar of battle subsided. Ling Hanmeng, you just wait. I, Phoenix Aoshin, will return. With a roar of unwilling fury, Phoenix Aoshin crushed the teleportation talisman. His figure vanished instantly. He was ultimately no match for Ling Hanmeng. No matter how powerful Phoenix Aoshin was, when facing the Empress's sister, he could only be beaten until he vomited blood. It wasn't that he was too weak, it was that the Empress's sister was too strong. It's no exaggeration to say that the Empress's sister's current cultivation level, combined with the methods provided by the Yi family, was almost enough to sweep across the Revelation continent. But it wouldn't be easy for the Empress's sister to capture Phoenix Aoshin. A chosen one like Phoenix Aoshin possessed many means of self-preservation. To kill him, it would require at least 2 attempts. Of course, if the Empress's sister used her trump card, it's still possible to keep Phoenix Aoshin, but it's not worth it. Because it would damage the Empress's sister's Tao foundation, Phoenix Aoshin will come looking for her again. It won't be too late to kill Phoenix Aocean then. Without lingering any longer, the Empress's sister continued searching for Tian. The Revelation continent had been open for less than 10 days. But within these 10 days, the cultivators of the lower realms deeply understood the gap between themselves and the cultivators of the upper realms. It was a crushing disparity in strength and foundation. But among the billions of cultivators in the lower realms, there were always some chosen ones. Their strength was terrifying. They were known to the cultivators of the upper realms. For example, Li Zan. In a mountain forest, Li Zan sat cross-legged. His aura was like a mountain. Beside him lay a halberd. Blood dripped from it. Before him stood a dozen or so heavily wounded cultivators from the upper realm. One of them possessed an exquisitely beautiful face, blood constantly trickling from the corner of her mouth. Ling Miaoke. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. If you want to humiliate me, don't even think about it. Ling Miaoke's expression was furious. Killing you is easy. But I don't want to kill you right now. I'll give you one last chance, become my maid. Otherwise, die. You only have a quarter of an hour to consider. Li Zan slowly stood up. No need to consider, I'd rather die than become your maid. Ling Miaoke's expression was resolute. Besides, rest assured, the Emperor's prince and the goddess will naturally avenge me. You will absolutely not survive. A cold glint flashed in Li Zan's eyes. Goddess. Imperial prince. Are they strong? I despise you self-important people from the upper realm the most. Now, I've changed my mind. I will spare your life. So you can witness firsthand how I kill your imperial prince and goddess. Clang. Li Zan drew his halberd, pointing it straight to the sky. His cultivation at the great perfection of the cave heaven realm exploded forth. I, Li Zan, am the Netherworld King battle body. From the battle clan, I fight heaven and earth. What do I fear from the cultivators of the upper realm? HMPH. The cultivators of the upper realm I will kill, all will know the name of Li Zan. I will kill them until they tremble in fear. Whoosh. With a single swing of the halberd, except for Ling Miaoke, the other dozen or so cultivators were all annihilated by Li Zan's halberd. Chapter 47 The white-clad young master who overwhelms all. The arrogant Li Zan. The lower realm has 9 realms. Countless cultivators exist there. Every great era arrives. Invariably, exceptionally talented geniuses rise. They carry the fortune of an entire continent. Furthermore, powerful forces pour resources into them without regard for consequences. This allows their cultivation and combat strength to surpass most geniuses of the upper realm. For example, Li Zan. Ling Miaoke, as the 9th Dao child of the Ling family, possesses both strength and talent. At only 14 years old, she has already reached the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm. With her full combat power, she can defeat a typical late-stage cave heaven cultivator. Realm divisions: Blood Transformation, Spirit Gathering, Sea of Wheels, Yuan Mansion, Cave Heaven, Venerable, Emperor, Saint Realm, Great Emperor. However, Li Zan was born into the Zan clan. His strength surpasses hers. Moreover, most crucially, he is the chosen one of the continent's fortune. When the two met, they happened to be in a valley where external forces could not be used. Otherwise, even if Ling Miaoke's cultivation was inferior to Li Zan's, the attack methods given to her by the Ling family would definitely be enough to blast Li Zan into dust. No. Not even dust would remain. But alas, this is the terror of a chosen one. Even in the face of death, one can find a way out. Adversity always allows one to rise. This time, 6 prodigies from the 9 lower realms have attracted much attention. Li Zan, from the Zan clan, possesses the netherworld battle body, and has reached the great perfection of the cave heaven realm. Duan Wu, the holy son of the 5 elements sect, possesses the 5 elements body. Before entering the secret realm, he was at the early stage of the cave heaven realm. Currently, he is in a place of great opportunity. After he emerges, his cultivation will surely increase greatly. Zan Mingzi, the holy son of the Zan Yin sect, possesses the Zan Ming body. Relying on the abundant resources provided by the women of the upper realm, coupled with her own innate talent, late-stage cave heaven cultivation, pretty strong even with women by her side. Shang Lai, a Wanyao Zi from the Wanyao continent, possesses a trace of the bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast, the sky-splitting bear, powerful physical body, nearly 50 years of cultivation, once fought Li to a standstill, specific strength unknown. Zhao Ziyu, princess of the great Zhao dynasty, mid-stage cave heaven cultivation. The last prodigy is Meng Fei Meng. She is also the most mysterious. No one knows what she looks like, but she is definitely a peerless beauty. No one knows where she comes from or which faction she belongs to, but her background is undoubtedly extraordinary. A holy son from a lower realm sect once tried to forcibly possess her. That very night, the sect was expelled from the lower realms. 2 saintly ancestors were also killed. From then on, no one dared to cross the boundary again. Still ahead, Tian sat up from his cross-legged position. The pointer of the ancient god's guide still pointed straight ahead. He put away the ancient god's guide. He continued on his way. Not long after, Tian encountered a small-scale beast tide. Among them were several early-stage emperor-level demonic beasts. Dozens of cultivators were fighting fiercely, or were hastily fleeing. Tian killed an emperor-level demonic beast with a single palm strike. With lightning speed, he carved a bloody path forward through the beast tide. Holy crap! Whose young master is that? So powerful. He must be from the upper realm. I'm so envious. HMPH. He doesn't even rely on his family. So young, and he easily killed a royal-level early-stage demon beast. He must have used some methods provided by certain families. The male cultivator was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. If he were born into an immortal family in the upper realm, he wouldn't be afraid of this beast tide. Don't you have any conscience? Don't you know how to be grateful? Yes, your conscience must have been eaten by dogs. The young master just saved you, but you don't appreciate his kindness. Hey, you surnamed son, if you slander the young master again, I'll break up with you. The young master could have stayed put. But he did. Wah, the young master is so kind. And so handsome. I love him. The female cultivators first berated the male cultivator beside them. Then, their eyes gleaming with admiration, they stared in the direction Tian had left. They lingered there, their gazes fixed on him for a long time. Suddenly, one of the female cultivators seemed to remember something. She covered her mouth and exclaimed. I heard some news a few days ago. It's said there's a young man in white who walks straight ahead. Yes. I heard it too. They say he's like a celestial being. Another female cultivator recalled. That's right. Rumor has it that the young man in white simply sweeps through everything in his path, completely ignoring any danger ahead. Seeing him today, it's indeed true, like a god of war. A woman's eyes sparkled. Without external help. If there were no external help, could he be so powerful? A male cultivator spoke up jealously. Hey, you surnamed son. I warned you just now. Now you're slandering the young man again. It seems you didn't take my words to heart. I want to break up with you. No, baby. I was wrong. Can't we not break up? No, you ignored what I said. You clearly don't like me. We have to break up. The story of the young man in white spread rapidly across the Revelation continent, like a banished immortal. The white-clad war god, sweeping away all enemies. Many people know this. Under the big tree. HMPH. Just a guy who relies on external forces. Li Zan scoffed. Someone his age could easily kill a royal-level demon beast. Hey, Li Zan simply didn't believe it. After all, in his view, he possessed the power of the continent's destiny and the Netherworld King's battle body. He was only at the great perfection of the cave heaven realm. He could only run away when encountering a royal-level demon beast. Even if that white-robed young master was more talented than him, how powerful could he possibly be? Judging from the route, I should encounter him in 2 days. I will let him know that external forces are ultimately just external forces. The white-clad war god. Hey, I will beat you into a worm. A cold smile. Li Zan thought of a place. That was the place where he had suppressed Ling Miaoke. That place required relying solely on one's own strength. External forces were unavailable. Tian, is that you? Ling Miaoke asked inwardly. She had a strong intuition that the white-robed young man was Tian. Oh, I see something in your eyes. Li Zan looked at Ling Miaoke and smiled. Could that white-robed young man be related to you? Let me guess, he's the emperor's son, isn't he? If that's the case, then your relationship must be extraordinary. Haha, Li Zan laughed wildly. It has to be said, this guy is quite clever. It was just a glance from Ling Miaoke. Let him guess some things. Then, Li Zan looked at the man beside him. He spoke in a commanding tone. Add a few more seals to her. She absolutely cannot die. Yes, young master. The man replied. He was one of Li Zan's protectors on this journey into the secret realm. He possessed late-stage emperor-level cultivation. The lower realm wasn't one of the 9 heavenly domains. There were many emperor-level cultivators there. In the lower realms, saints are godlike beings. They are few and far between. The number of saints across the 9 continents can be counted on one hand. Therefore, when saints are absent, emperor-level experts reign supreme. Even within each power, emperor-level experts are not numerous. Only dominant groups, large families, and dynasties exist. Only then will there be enough emperor-level experts to protect future generations. In many factions, emperor-level experts are essentially patriarchs. Don't worry. I won't die. You ant. You have no idea how terrifying a dragon is. Ling Miaoke sneered. She looked at Li Zan as if he were a clown courting death. An ant. Bang. Li Zan struck Ling Miaoke with a palm strike. PFF'd. Ling Miaoke spat out a mouthful of blood. Was I too polite to you? Did I make you forget your situation? Take her away. I want her to see with her own eyes how that white-robed young master dies. Of course, if you beg me then to be my maid. Perhaps I'll let him live a little longer. 2 days later. In a valley. Li Zan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. A halberd was planted beside him. Ling Miaoke was restrained to the side by Li Zan's protectors. In a sudden instant, Li Zan's eyes snapped open. They've come. Chapter 48 The Battle Body of Slaying the Underworld King. Ling Miaoke's heart fluttering, it's here. Li Zan's eyes snapped open. He sensed a fierce battle erupting in the distance. Soon, roar. A desperate roar from a demonic beast rang out. Then everything returned to calm. HMPH. Relying on external forces. Li Zan scoffed. That was the territory of a late-stage emperor-level demonic beast native to the Revelation continent. Previously, he had avoided it. His foundation wasn't sufficient. He didn't dare challenge that emperor-level demonic beast. 1,000 miles away. Tian slayed a late-stage emperor-level demonic beast. It took some effort, although his cultivation was at the great perfection of the cave heaven realm. His true strength, judging solely by his cultivation level, was enough to kill a late-stage emperor-level beast. However, it will take some time. It's impossible to kill someone with a single palm strike like an early or mid-stage emperor-level cultivator. If the power of the ancient god is added, and combat power is unleashed at full strength, it might be possible to kill a typical great perfection emperor-level cultivator. Continue on your way, open black lens bracket. Ding, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Host, check-in location has been refreshed close black lens bracket open black lens bracket please check in within 1,000 meters of the nameless valley. 1,000 miles ahead close black lens bracket less than a quarter of an hour later. Tian arrived at the outer edge of the nameless valley. Open black lens bracket. Ding, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. You have reached the outer edge of the nameless valley. Would you like to check in? Close black lens bracket. Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. 1 teleportation card. Teleportation card allows travel within a range of 1,000 miles. He could instantly swap places with anyone or anything he desired. Just as he entered the valley, Tian heard an arrogant voice echoing from within. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Li Zan stood in the valley, holding a halberd. An aura of an array surrounded him. Tian. Ling Miaoke's voice rang out immediately afterward. Whoosh. Tian's gaze instantly fell upon the imprisoned Ling Miaoke. The next instant, a surge of anger rose within him. He discovered that Ling Miaoke was injured, and seriously so. Tian, you're the white-robed young master who's been making headlines lately. Li Zan asked. He couldn't discern Tian's cultivation level. I am Li Zan. If you want to save her, then fight me. To tell you the truth, there are remnants of an ancient array in this valley. Apart from one's own strength, no external force can be used. You dare. Li Zan swung his halberd. His aura surged, like a little cow riding a rocket. Awesome. Red and lightning fast. Upon hearing this, Tian glanced at Li Zan indifferently, as if looking at a clown. Then his gaze returned to Ling Miaoke. Your cultivation is sealed. Then Tian looked at the middle-aged man at the late-stage emperor level. System, use the teleportation card. Whoosh. The next instant, Yi Tian's figure vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he had switched places with Ling Miaoke. Die. Boom. Under the man's incredulous gaze, Yi Tian punched the man in the chest, sending him staggering backward. Blood gushed from his mouth. Before the middle-aged man could react, Yi Tian struck out with another palm. Bang. The middle-aged man exploded into a cloud of blood mist several meters away. Die. He didn't even let out a scream. It could be said that he was on his way to the underworld before he even understood what was happening. When Yi Tian made his move, the man was completely unprepared, offering no defense whatsoever. Ling Miaoke was stunned. She had only felt a blur before her eyes. Then she found herself at the entrance of the valley, guarded by a puppet. Yi Tian, however, had appeared in her original spot. He had even killed Li Zan's protector. This, within the formation. Li Zan was utterly dumbfounded. What happened? How did Yi Tian and Ling Miaoke switch places? How could his late-stage emperor-level protector be killed so easily? Soon, Li Zan reacted. Instantly, a chill ran from his feet to the top of his head. Fear spread through his heart. No, no, no. Don't be afraid. Afraid of what? This formation can't be used with external force, I might not die. He must have used a method I don't know about. Yes, that's definitely it. He kept encouraging himself. But Li Zan's body still trembled uncontrollably. His arrogance vanished without a trace. In fact, he already understood that the rumors were true. The white-robed young master could indeed easily kill a King Realm expert. He was just deceiving himself. Since you want to die, then this imperial prince will grant your wish. As the words left his lips, Yi Tian's figure appeared in the valley. He could feel the restrictive power around him. Just as Li Zan had said, here, apart from one's own strength, no other external force could be used. Boom. A towering aura surged into the sky, stirring up the winds and clouds in all directions. How is this possible? How is this possible? Feeling the terrifying power far exceeding his own, Li Zan shook his head repeatedly. That was power beyond the venerable realm. The Emperor realm. Even if you are a prodigy from the upper realm, how could I be so far behind you? How is this possible? Li Zan couldn't understand. His eyes were bloodshot, almost dripping blood. His hair and beard flew wildly as he desperately mobilized the power within his body. From birth, he had been a prodigy. His cultivation aptitude was astonishing. His combat power was heaven-defying. He could freely use his family's resources, and wherever he went, he was showered with glory. His fame spread throughout the lower realm. Everyone said he had the potential of a great sage. But now, compared to him, he found himself incredibly ordinary, even mediocre. HMPH. How could you possibly compare to my strength, the Emperor's son? Heaven-turning seal. A golden seal descended from the sky, crashing down like an ancient mountain. Netherworld King's protection. With a roar, a 3-jong-tall phantom appeared behind Li Zan. It completely protected him. This was Li Zan's strongest defensive technique. Bang. The heaven-turning seal slammed into the phantom of the Netherworld King. In an instant, the illusory image of Hades that Li Zan had desperately conjured was shattered. Ah, why? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Ah. Amidst an endless and piercing roar, Li Zan was smashed into nothingness by the heaven-turning seal. Before he died, he was filled with regret. He regretted not being more careful. He had insisted on becoming a clown who threw himself to his death. She regretted choosing the ancient forbidden array, where external methods couldn't be used, as the battleground. This was originally intended for Yi Tian. But in the end, it became her own death ground. She knew, he still had a life-saving talisman he hadn't used. If the battle hadn't been chosen here, could she have escaped? Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret. Whoosh. His figure flashed. Yi Tian arrived beside Ling Miaoke. And released the seal on her. Li Zan, the protector, sealed Ling Miaoke in a simple way. He simply used his late-stage emperor-level power to forcibly restrict Ling Miaoke's movements. Therefore, Yi Tian easily released it. Quickly heal your injuries, Yi Tian said gently. At the same time, he took out a top-grade pill and placed it in Ling Miaoke's hand. Ling Miaoke nodded gently. Then, she quickly lowered her head slightly. Thump. 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 At this moment, she could hear her own heartbeat. Looking at Yi Tian's near-perfect face so closely, Her heartbeat became somewhat erratic. At this moment, she deeply understood why her best friend, Zhan Yu, had been so happy to see Yi Tian. That face, that aura, that immense strength, that unparalleled elegance, that overwhelming sense of security, any girl would be captivated and fall deeply in love. 2 hours later, Ling Miaoke's injuries had almost healed. The two continued their journey. However, along the way, Ling Miaoke's gaze kept inadvertently drifting towards Yi Tian. It shone with light. Chapter 49. A novice meets a veteran. Taoist Beibao. Meanwhile, beside a lake, Zhan Yu gazed at her exquisite reflection in the lake. She smiled slightly. Beauty Yi, I'm here. She had also heard about the white-robed young master, and had inquired about the route. She prepared to wait quietly for Yi Tian ahead. Not far away, Zhan Mingzi's face was gloomy. During his time with Zhan Yu, he realized that his previous tricks for dealing with women were rather childish. Like a novice, they had no effect on Zhan Yu, while Zhan Yu was a seasoned pro. She knew everything. What angered Zhan Mingzi most was that Zhan Yu, after entering the Revelation continent, cared nothing for any secret realms or opportunities. She only cared about a man named Yi Tian. He had once asked, "Is Yi Tian really that good?" Zhan Yu understood why Zhan Mingzi asked that question. She answered directly. "You are no match for him. Your talent is inferior, not to mention your appearance and family background." This fueled Zhan Mingzi's hatred for Yi Tian. "I will definitely kill you when I get the chance." With murderous intent towards Yi Tian, Zhan Mingzi chased after Zhan Yu. "Zhao Xiaoming, you will die today." Duan Wu laughed loudly. As a chosen one of the continent's destiny, shortly after entering the Revelation continent, he encountered a secret realm. Within it, he obtained an inheritance. Moreover, the inheritor happened to be a 5 elements body in life. And his mastery of the 5 elements was extremely high. Thus, Duan Wu received immense fortune. Not only did his understanding of the 5 elements deepen, but his cultivation also skyrocketed, reaching the great perfection of the cave heaven realm. He directly advanced 3 minor realms. This made Duan Wu extremely happy. Having just emerged from the secret realm, he encountered Zhao Xiaoming, the man he wanted to kill. Duan Wu increasingly felt his luck was simply heaven-defying. So lucky. Who else could compare? Duan Wu, even if I die, I won't let you get away with this. PFF'd. Zhao Xiaoming spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale. Although he had also obtained opportunities after entering the Revelation continent, he was only at the early stage of the cave heaven realm. He was no match for Duan Wu. "Hey, this holy sun is afraid of you. Where is your imperial son? Why isn't he coming to save you?" Duan Wu shouted. "The imperial son is currently enjoying a private time with Miss Fei Meng. He doesn't have time for your pathetic 5 elements body." "Ha ha ha ha." Zhao Xiaoming laughed mockingly. Even facing a life or death situation, Zhao Xiaoming still looked down on Duan Wu. He wouldn't betray his principles by currying favor with Duan Wu to gain a chance at survival. Although Zhao Xiaoming enjoyed relying on power, he had his own principles. He had his own pride. Moreover, in his view, one's background was also part of one's strength. Only the one who survives to the end is truly strong. A world for 2 with Meng Faimeng. A useless 5 elements body. Hearing this, Duan Wu recalled the scene at the Drunken Dream Pavilion. Zhao Xiaoming had told him he was incompetent in front of many people. Later, when facing the geniuses of the upper realm, his desire to avoid trouble made him appear truly incompetent. Moreover, after that day, cultivators in the lower realms frequently discussed his inadequacy. Furthermore, the woman he favored, Meng Faimeng, looked down on him. Disgrace. Intense shame. Duan Wu blamed Zhao Xiaoming for all of this. Today, Zhao Xiaoming mentioned Meng Faimeng again. He mentioned the imperial prince again. He said he was inadequate again. This caused the rage in Duan Wu's eyes to almost burst forth. The killing intent within him raged. It was almost bursting him apart. "You're courting death." Duan Wu's eyes were bloodshot. "Don't worry, this holy sun won't let you die easily. This holy sun will slowly torture you. Make you wish you were dead. Finally, this holy sun will find your imperial prince. Make you see with your own eyes that this holy sun kills him." With that, Duan Wu prepared to act. Just then, fellow Taoist, wait. Wait, this humble Taoist has something to say. A fat man flew in from not far away. 1 second he was 200 meters away. The next second he was already blocking Zhao Xiaoming's path. His speed was incredible. He had a round belly and a chubby face, and wore a Taoist robe. His eyes weren't large. You could even say they were small. But a golden light always flashed within them. He seemed very shrewd. When he saw that Zhao Xiaoming was seriously injured but not dead, the fat man smiled even more broadly. He looked at Duanwu and smiled. Fellow Taoist, this humble Taoist is Beibao Taoist. I have something to discuss with this injured fellow Taoist. Could you wait a moment? Beibao Taoist. Never heard of him. What do you want with him? Duanwu asked. He didn't act immediately, because he couldn't see through Beibao Daoren. Moreover, his intuition told him that although Beibao Daoren seemed harmless, he was likely a treacherous master. Let's do business. Beibao Daoren replied with a smile, then looked at Zhao Xiaoming. His small eyes gleamed. Wherever there's a battle, you'll usually find me, Taoist Beibao. I, Taoist Beibao, may not have much else, but I have a vast collection of all kinds of pills. Especially life-saving pills. Fellow Taoist, judging from your injuries, you're probably out of pills, aren't you? But I do have some. Look at this rebirth pill. Just one, and your injuries will heal considerably. Take 5, and I guarantee you'll be fully recovered. It's not expensive, 1 high-grade spiritual weapon for 1. 4 high-grade spiritual weapons for 5 pills, a very good deal. Fellow Taoist, will you buy? Duanwu had already wondered what kind of business Taoist Beibao was involved in. Hearing what he just said, he understood. He was actually selling pills to Zhao Xiaoming. To treat injuries. Damn it. Fellow Taoist, that's the person this holy sun intends to kill. If you leave now, this holy sun can pretend nothing happened. Duanwu shouted. Although killing intent raged within him, Duanwu, out of caution, refrained from making a move. He preferred to avoid trouble if possible, especially those he couldn't see through. This was a trait ingrained in Duanwu's character. Upon hearing this, the 100 Treasures Taoist looked at Duanwu. Fellow Taoist, it's not too late for you to kill him after I've sold all my pills. Don't you think so? Moreover, I make my living selling pills to those who need them. You won't let me sell them. That's taking away my livelihood. Making a living selling pills. Taking away your livelihood. Hearing this, Duanwu knew that words alone wouldn't make Beibao Daoren leave. He had no choice but to act. Since that's the case, fellow Taoist, then this holy sun will see if you can hold on to your livelihood. As the words left his lips, Duanwu threw a punch at Beibao Daoren. He used 70% of his strength in this punch, just to test Beibao Daoren's strength. You're infuriating me. You actually want to take away my livelihood. This is pushing me to my death. I will never forgive you. Beibao Daoren roared. He struck out with a palm, directly blocking Duanwu's attack. Duanwu's pupils constricted sharply. Sure enough, his intuition was right. This fat guy is incredibly strong. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaoming's expression brightened. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly took out a high-grade spiritual artifact and handed it to Taoist Beibao. Fellow Taoist, I'll buy it. Chapter 50. Don't disturb this poor Taoist priest's business. Duanwu felt bitter. Fellow Taoist, I'll buy one. Zhao Xiaoming quickly took out a high-grade spiritual artifact and handed it to Taoist Beibao. He wasn't buying a pill. He was buying a variable. Perhaps Taoist Beibao could help him overcome this tribulation. Good, good, good. Taoist Beibao happily accepted the high-grade spiritual artifact. Satisfied, he put it into his storage ring. Here, brother, here's a pill for you, take it quickly. Zhao Xiaoming took the pill and immediately took it. The effect was excellent. His internal injuries instantly eased considerably. Brother, aren't my pills very effective? Doing business with me, I absolutely won't cheat you. Would you like a few more? As he spoke, Taoist Beibao took out several more pills. Brother, these are the pills from earlier. Brother, look at this black pill, it can instantly double your strength. However, there are side effects. Brother, look at this pill, it. Just as Beibao Daoren was enthusiastically introducing his many pills, Duanwu charged in furiously. He couldn't hold back any longer. You fat bastard. Die, you holy sun. 5 energies, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, condensed into a powerful killing move. It crashed down from midair. Although Beibao Daoren had blocked his previous attack, he hadn't used his full strength. and he was determined to kill Zhao Xiaoming today. This was a rare opportunity. If he lost this opportunity because of Beibao Daoren, next time. No, there might not be a next time. Therefore, this time Duan Wu used all his power. I already warned you. Don't disturb my business. Don't you understand? The 100 Treasures Taoist was furious. He was an honest businessman, yet his business was constantly being interrupted. This was cutting off his livelihood. So, he slapped Duan Wu hard. Boom. With a deafening roar, Duan Wu's killing move was instantly shattered, and he himself was knocked from the air, slamming into a large crater in the ground. He couldn't move for a long time. HMPH. Every time, I have to show my power, display some strength. Only then can I do business properly. Are you all out of your minds? If you have a problem, you can come to me to buy pills. I'll definitely cure you. You have to suffer a bit before I can do business. Nearby. Hiss. Zhao Xiaoming gasped. Brother, are you still buying the pills? The 100 Treasures Taoist smiled at Zhao Xiaoming again. Buy. Yes. The 100 Treasures Taoist's already small eyes narrowed into slits with his smile. Soon, Zhao Xiaoming took out all his high-grade spiritual artifacts. He bought pills for them all. He was very shrewd in his dealings with people. The 100 Treasures Taoist was clearly not a simple person. Since he had decided to buy his pills, he might as well do it openly. It would leave a good impression. Moreover, those pills were indeed very effective. After taking them, he could recover to his peak condition. Then, he could deal with Duan Wu lying in the pit. A counterattack. However, Zhao Xiaoming was wrong about one thing. That was, he hadn't anticipated the 100 Treasures Taoist's way of doing business. Then, the 100 Treasures Taoist ran into the pit. He carefully helped Duan Wu up. He laid him on the soft grass. He smiled and said, Brother, I have some pills here that can heal your injuries. As he spoke, a bunch of bottles and jars appeared in his hand. Then he pointed to Zhao Xiaoming. Brother, look, your enemy's injuries are healed now. According to my observation, he'll definitely kill you after he recovers. Are you feeling very panicked right now? But it's all right, I'm here. Buy my pills, and I'll guarantee you'll be fully recovered. Although we had some unpleasantness before. But that doesn't matter. As long as the business is done, we're all friends. Right, brother. Duan Wu. He felt like a million alpacas were stampeding through his mind. Who the hell calls you brother? You fat bastard. The smiling monk, and the fat Taoist priest were both hardly benevolent. Zhao Xiaoming. He finally understood. The 100 Treasures Taoist's pills were sold to whoever was injured. This cycle continued, until the last party ran out of money, or one of them was killed by lightning. Brother, don't hesitate any longer. Seeing Duan Wu not immediately agree to buy, the 100 Treasures Taoist frowned slightly. Just because you hesitated for a moment, your injuries have worsened. Look, he's vomiting blood again. As he spoke, the 100 Treasures Taoist slapped Duan Wu in the chest. PFF'd. Duan Wu's face turned a deep purplish red, and he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His expression was one of extreme pain. His eyes widened like copper bells, staring intently at the 100 Treasures Taoist's radiant smile. Buy. Duan Wu gritted his teeth. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Good. Here, brother, this is a hemostatic pill. This is a repair pill. This is. Finally, after paying a heavy price, Duan Wu bought more than a dozen bottles of pills. Without taking them, he quickly left, still injured. Brother, take care. Take it easy, you're still injured. We'll meet again next time. This humble Taoist has many more pills here. There's bound to be some you'll need. The 100 Treasures Taoist waved repeatedly. His eyes were filled with reluctance. PFF'd. Duan Wu. Brother my ass. Anyone who wants to be brothers with you is doomed for 8 lifetimes. I'll remember you. Only after Duan Wu's figure disappeared did the 100 Treasures Taoist withdraw his hand. He tossed his storage ring with great satisfaction. He had just sold quite a few pills. The process went smoothly. The transaction was pleasant. The harvest was plentiful. Excellent. Then, Taoist Beibao looked at Zhao Xiaoming. Brother, I'll remember you. In business, I like straightforward people like you. May I ask your name, brother? Taoist Beibao asked cheerfully. I am Zhao Xiaoming, a prince of the great Zhao dynasty. Not bad, not bad. Taoist Beibao nodded in satisfaction. I know the great Zhao dynasty. Here, brother, take this communication talisman. Remember to send me a message when you have a battle. As long as you bring enough resources. Even if a saint comes, I can guarantee your survival. The 100 Treasures Taoist handed a communication talisman to Zhao Xiaoming. Brother, all good things must come to an end. I'm very happy to have met you today. Take your time to recover. I'll be going now. My calculations indicate there's still a battle going on ahead. I must hurry. Otherwise, the pills won't sell. With that, the 100 Treasures Taoist quickly rushed forward. Standing there, Zhao Xiaoming watched the direction the 100 Treasures Taoist had left in. He smiled. Interesting. This time we almost died. I need to find the Emperor's son quickly. Without lingering, Zhao Xiaoming also left. Is the rumored white-robed young master the Emperor's son? I have to hurry and catch up to see. It's been so many days, I wonder if the Emperor's son has any women with him. I wonder if the Emperor's son has met Miss Fei Meng. I hope not. If he has, then my credit will be greatly reduced. No, I must introduce Miss Fei Meng to the Emperor's son quickly. For my future, speed up. Whoosh. Zhao Xiaoming used all his cultivation power to travel. Is someone talking about me? Yi Tian, who was traveling quickly, frowned slightly. He seemed to have sensed something just now. What's wrong? Ling Miaoke asked beside him. She was now observing Yi Tian's every change in expression very carefully, and taking it to heart. Nothing. Let's hurry on our way. Yi Tian replied. He had a strong intuition. The ancient god he sought, or something left behind by the ancient god, was right ahead.